Paranormal M is your guide through the unexplainable. Ghosts, curses, and chilling mysteries wait to be uncovered. Subscribe now. The night has stories to tell. Whispers down the hall. I had lived in that apartment for 3 years in total. For the first year and a half, I shared it with my ex-husband. My best friend was the one who found the place. Her cousin was trying to get out of her lease early. And at the time, I was desperate to leave my in-laws' house and have a place of our own. So we jumped at the opportunity. We divorced about 18 months after moving in, though. And back then, nothing particularly strange happened. Except for one incident neither of us could make sense of. The apartment was on the second floor, and when you walked in, the kitchen was immediately to the right, opening to the living room. Past the living room was a narrow hallway, maybe 20 feet long. On the left wall, 3 doors, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. At the end of the hall, a door to the laundry room. My ex had this gaming computer set up in the living room. I used the spare room as my little art studio with a small desk and my laptop for background YouTube videos. Wink, wink. He had drilled good, quote-unquote, computer manners into me, so I always shut down my laptop at night. He also had 2 cats who loved to jump on everything, so I always closed the studio door when I wasn't in there. One night I woke up to the sound of a video playing. Half asleep, I assumed one of the cats had somehow turned on his gaming PC. So I just kind of knocked it off of me. But early in the morning, I realized it wasn't his setup. It was my laptop. He had gone into the studio to turn it off. Immediately, my stomach dropped. My laptop required a passcode, and I know I had shut it down. The studio door had been closed all night. If I had somehow left it on, we'd have heard it before falling asleep. We couldn't explain it. Eventually, we just left it off. Probably a glitch, we said. But things changed after, he moved out of there. Now it was just me and my dog, and she always slept in the bedroom with me. Never in the living room. And from the moment I started living there alone, I constantly felt like I was being watched. And there was this faint, stale smell of cigarette smoke that would appear and vanish without warning. And in the laundry room, sometimes in the hallway, sometimes right at the door. Neither I nor the previous tenant smoked. And the hallway, especially at night, always felt unnerving. Even to my friend, and they admitted it had given her the creeps years before. About 6 months after the divorce, I started seeing my current boyfriend. He often stayed over because honestly, I hated being alone there. And sometimes at night, I'd hear faint clinks and movement in the kitchen while lying in bed. The worst night of all happened around 2 a.m. My Great Dane was sound asleep on her futon at the foot of my bed. She's usually so deep in sleep that nothing will wake her up. But that night, I woke up to a low growl rumbling in her throat. Into the hallway, ears forward, baring her teeth, something I had never seen her do before. I held my breath. The apartment was silent for a moment. Then came the creaking sound. Slow and deliberate footsteps from the living room down the hallway toward my bedroom. My heart was going so hard I could hear it in my ears. So I reached under the bed for my pistol, trying not to make a sound. I fully expected to see someone in the hallway, some stranger who had been hiding out for months, just like my worst fear. But when I edged to the door and looked out, there was nothing, not a single thing. I checked the entire apartment. Everything was locked, windows shut tight. Barely slept the rest of the evening. My boyfriend didn't witness really as much as I did, but he did believe me. Once he woke in the middle of the night in full panic, feeling as if something was in the room with us. At another time, we both heard the silverware drawer slide open and then slam shut. We didn't even bother checking. At that point, pretending nothing was happening felt easier. So one morning I went downstairs to get the mail. I ran into the restaurant owner who worked below the building. We didn't usually talk, but I mentioned I was moving, and he asked, "Oh, did you ever experience anything strange up there?" I thought he meant trouble with people in the alley, and I said, "Yeah, sometimes people go through my trash." He shook his head and said, "No, I mean things you can't explain." I froze, and then I told him that I had. He said staff and customers had seen apparitions in the restaurant, and he'd experienced cans flying off shelves, weird heavy energy, that kind of thing. Apparently, a previous tenant in one of the other units had once messed around with a Ouija board. A self-proclaimed medium had visited and said there was energy vortexes in the basement. I didn't even know what to say. For months, I'd convinced myself it was all in my head. Hearing someone else talk about it so casually made everything too real. The last moment I remember before moving out still haunts me. One night, I was already in bed while my boyfriend brushed his teeth down the hall. My dog came walking into the room, and I smiled and said goodnight. After a few minutes later, he came in looking confused and said, "Who are you talking to?" "I said goodnight to the dog," I replied. He frowned and said, "I heard it twice. I only said it once." The night I watched myself sleep. Let me begin by saying this story doesn't end with a ghost, but the fear I felt that night was very real. Whenever my best friend returned to town for a visit, we always spent time at her mom's place. She had a habit of moving often, always renting these unique old houses. And at the time, she was staying in this breathtaking Victorian home. It was built in 1860. Tall windows, delicate woodwork, and a wraparound porch that seemed to hold 1,000 secrets. Even the faded red carpet that climbed the staircase added to its strange charm. As she gave me the grand tour, I was both fascinated and uneasy. She showed me antique fixtures and faded portraits, and most intriguingly, narrow closets that hid secret doors. These doors led to shadowy hallways carved inside the walls, connecting rooms like something out of a mystery novel. After the tour, we sat in the kitchen drinking tea. Her mom began sharing some things she'd experienced in the house. There was this small study with only one entrance that would sometimes be found locked from the inside. There would never be anyone there. Jewelry would appear stacked in perfect little towers on her bedroom floor. Medications moved without explanation. Then came the story that gave me chills. A long time ago, the house was owned by a sharp-tongued widow. They were once rumored to have poisoned her house staff with white oleanders that she grew on back. She was said to wander the halls well into her old age, never leaving the house and even after death. I laughed nervously at the story, but the truth is I didn't feel comfortable with it. We had dinner, watched a movie, and eventually decided to sleep. I was given the living room couch alone. Space felt too open and too still. I left the TV on for a soft glow, hoping it would keep the silence away. The moment I lay down, an uneasy feeling was creeping over me, like someone was standing in the corner watching. I didn't dare turn my head. I focused on the flickering TV light, counting the seconds and waiting for sleep to come. I don't know exactly when I drifted off, but what happened next felt too real to be a dream. I found myself standing beside the couch looking down at me. I could see everything. The blanket bunched near my feet, the pale light on the ceiling and the steady flicker from the TV. I couldn't move away. It was as if some part of me stayed awake guarding the body on that couch. When morning came, I was more tired than if I'd stayed up all night. Told my friend I'd never sleep there again. Not long after, her mom moved out, claiming the house had become unbearable. A medium had confirmed what she already felt. Something was still living there. The Watchers of the Back Roads. I don't usually talk about things like this, and honestly have never been the kind of person who jumps to ghost stories. But there are 2 nights that I can't seem to shake no matter how much time has passed. Both happened on quiet back roads somewhere in the Midwest, in places that now feel heavier than they used to be. The Riverbank Drifter. It was a late summer night, the kind where the air hangs thick, and the cicadas never seem to shut their mouths. And I was in an old sedan with 3 of my friends, windows down, music low, just driving for the sake of driving. The road ran straight for miles. Then it curved into a series of narrow turns by the river, a place local teens love to sneak beers and talk about nothing. Right as we slowed for one of those bends, I saw it. A faint silvery figure like it had been stitched out of fog. It wasn't just a blur, it had a shape. I could see what looked like waders and a fishing hat and something that could have been a net or a rod hanging from its hand. It moved across a road in a steady, quiet step, and then we passed through it. For a moment I told myself I imagined it, but the silence in the car broke when one of my friends whispered shakily, "Did you guys see that too?" Another voice followed, and another. All of us had seen something. We pulled over just past the curve, and that stretch of road had no lights, only the black water below and the chirping of insects. Someone said they'd heard an old story about a man who drowned while night fishing decades ago. I didn't know if that's true, but that curve, it always felt like a place where something tragic had happened. The figure by the marker. Second time was different. I was alone. Late autumn, and the corn had already been harvested, leaving only dry cut stalks and an empty sky. I was smoking a cigarette. I was talking to my girlfriend through the car's Bluetooth, taking the long gravel roads home, too. And then far up ahead I saw what looked like a single utility pole with a dim light casting a small circle on the ground. At first, it was just another lonely pole on another black road, but as I got closer, I saw a figure standing just behind it. It was tall and solid, and it was a shadow. Too defined to be a trick of the light, its edges were sharp and darker than the night around it, like the dark had folded itself into a shape. It stood there motionless, facing the road as if it had been waiting. I could make out the shape of a long coat brushing the ground, and a wide-brimmed hat pulled low. Reminded me of old movies, something between a drifter and a scarecrow. And then, right below the pole, I saw a wooden cross, plastic flowers faded by the weather, a roadside memorial. The second I passed it, the Bluetooth disconnected for no reason, and the car radio snapped on by itself. Don't Fear the Reaper was playing. swear my hands tightened on the steering wheel so hard it hurt. And unlike the misty fisherman, the presence felt heavy. It wasn't just eerie. It was like the air itself didn't want me there, and it felt aware. And as I drove away, it didn't disappear from my mind. It followed me in the rearview mirror as a patch of darkness that never moved. To this day, I've never had chills like I did that night. I've thought about going back just to see if that memorial's still there. But something in me whispered that if I do, I won't be alone. The night we shouldn't have played. Last October, my cousin surprised us with a Ouija board that she had found at the thrift store, saying that it would make Halloween, quote-unquote, a little bit more thrilling. We didn't have any spooky plans, so the three of us decided to try it out that same night. We sat in the garage, and then in the living room, and finally on the back porch. But nothing happened. So we put the board back in its box and shoved it behind some old shoes in the closet. And honestly, I forgot about it for months. Then, about 3 months later, my best friend came over to stay the night. That's because there was a massive thunderstorm and the power in our neighborhood often goes out. We spent most of the evening watching random YouTube videos, talking about everything and nothing. But at around 2:45 a.m., I think, with the wind howling outside and the house completely quiet, someone, probably me, jokingly said we should try the board again. And I never believed in the paranormal. To me, it was just a creepy game. But this time, we actually tried to set the mood. We lit 6 candles in a circle, turned off all the lights. We sat cross-legged on the wooden floor. The only light flickered softly from the candles. We moved the planchette in slow circles 3 times, all whispering, "Hello, Ouija." When we asked if any spirit wanted to talk, the planchette collided toward yes. It was almost immediate. I laughed nervously, assuming someone was pushing it. We started with simple questions. Its name, how old it was, if it was friendly. It first spelled out E, and then several numbers that didn't make sense. The answers kept changing no matter how many times we repeated the questions, which made it feel even more unnerving. And we went on for almost 2 hours. And none of us are the type to prank each other. We even tested it. One person would keep one hand behind their back and think of a number. And somehow the board would always get it right. We also asked questions only one of us could know. And again, correct answers. At one point I got frustrated and said, "If this is real, prove it, do something." A few seconds later, we heard this dull thud from the hallway, like someone had slammed their hand against the wall. Nobody else was awake, and all the bedroom doors were closed, and that was the first time the laughter stopped. My best friend nervously asked if she would ever get married. The planchette slowly went from H to E and then repeated bride over and over again. Her hands were shaking. We decided to ask one last question before ending it. That's when it began spelling I and N, then F, then E, and finally R. Infer. It kept sliding back and forth between I and R, faster and faster. My cousin suddenly said, "We need to say goodbye, now." And she looked pale. We moved the planchette to goodbye together. Afterwards, she admitted that when she was 11, she'd played the Ouija board once before, and something had spelled the same word, infer. It had followed with several months of terrifying sleep paralysis episodes, and she hadn't touched a board since then. For the next few days, everything felt off. I'd wake up with a strange, heavy feeling in the house. My best friend said she kept dreaming about a woman in a wedding dress whispering in her ear. And a day later, my cousin's car wouldn't start for no reason. And weirdest of all, 2 of the candles we'd used that night, which we'd left on the kitchen counter, had melted down completely, even though we hadn't lit them again. 2 weeks later, I went to throw out the board. I placed it in the dumpster behind the grocery store near the old water tower. A few nights after that, we passed by the same place and the board was gone. I went from rolling my eyes at ghost stories to sleeping with my bedroom light on for nearly a month. Whether it was all just coincidence or something darker, I know for sure I'll never touch one of those boards again. You're damn right. Whispers beneath the shadows beyond. So, I've got a few stories from different corners of New Mexico over the years. The first one goes way back to when I was a kid. My grandmother used to work at Fort Bayard Medical Center, and every summer my sister and I would stay with her for a week. She loved giving us little tours of the facility, showing us the rooms, the gardens, and the quiet old hallways. The last time she took us, I was about 9. Sister was maybe 11. Grandma decided we were finally old enough to use the underground passageways that connected the buildings instead of walking outside. The tunnels weren't anything fancy, just a few dimly lit corridors that linked the old autopsy building to the main units. At least that's how I remember it. As we were walking from the south ward toward the north, right in the middle of the hallway, the path split. The eastern spur led down toward the old autopsy wing. I glanced that way out of curiosity. Just a long, plain hallway at first. Then the temperature suddenly dropped. And I don't mean a slight chill, it felt like stepping into a freezer, easily down into the 40s. And right after that, I heard heavy footsteps behind me, slow and measured ones, like boots on a concrete floor sorts of sounds. When I turned around, a man was walking toward me. He wore what I now recognize as a Union soldier wool uniform, Civil War era. Polished boots that clicked softly with each step. He carried a rifle across his chest. What struck me most wasn't just the uniform, it was his face. He was a black man, and there was a deep, clean cut running from above his left eye down across his cheek. The blood was dark and still. His lips moved like he was speaking, but all I could hear was a dull, muffled sound, as if I were underwater. And then, just like that, he was gone. I spun back toward my grandma. I saw she was already at the front of the tunnel, holding the door open and calling my name. She said that I'd just been standing there staring down the hall, not answering her. Never told her exactly what I saw that day. The second story is much more recent. I was working security at a tribal casino. It's when the world shut down for COVID. While most departments were closed, security, custodial, and surveillance stayed on. I worked nights then, which made the place feel even emptier. And one night, while doing my usual rounds on the second floor, I saw someone walking through the big office area. A diamond-shaped room with a sort of boardroom at one point overlooking the casino floor. The figure wore traditional pants and a headdress with dark red feathers. I didn't know much about the regalia, but it was clear this was something ceremonial. Saw him a few times in that place. Same space. He'd always appeared the opposite side of the diamond from me. If I cut across to get closer, he'd turn and walk away from me. And every time this happened, surveillance would call back saying their cameras were full of orbs in that section. They couldn't see me clearly until I stepped into one of the side hallways. Once I was out of the room, the orbs disappeared and the cameras worked fine again. And the last story happened a few weeks later. I was driving the patrol unit around the man-made lakes near the facility. Tribal land used mostly for fishing. The sun had just gone down. I rolled the windows down, messing around with my flashlight, shining it across the brush. I'd seen raccoons and deer and even a mountain lion or two out there before. As I rounded back of the first lake, I noticed something standing near the fence line. At first, I thought it was a tree stump, but then everything went quiet. The frogs, the crickets, even the breeze and the geckos. Stopped the vehicle, shined my light directly on it, and the figure was tall, at least 8 or 9 feet, and pale gray. Its shape unnaturally still. When my beam hit its face, 2 eyes reflected back in a deep, sharp red. Predatory red. I used the car forward, and the thing began to move along the fence, keeping pace with me. And I decided right then to skip the second lake and head back. And later that night, when I was eating in the break room, a friend from the tribe noticed I was pale and asked what was wrong. I told him what I saw, and his face got serious real quick. He told me to stay put and went to talk to someone. A few minutes later, an older man named Johnny, and everybody knew Johnny, they came over calm and deliberately. He asked me a few questions, then made a phone call. Not long after, I got a radio call to head down to the security shack by the lakes and stay there for the rest of the night. When I arrived, my buddy put up temporary curtains and blocked the entrance. They told me not to step outside for any reason until I was relieved at 11 p.m. And if I heard cars or voices, just stay inside and keep the door locked. Well, I did what he said, but the air around that shack felt heavy and wrong. And throughout the night, there were knocks on the doors and slow shuffling steps, creak of metal as if someone or something was circling the shack. And every few minutes, the building shook slightly. And that was the longest night I ever spent on that job, never quite shaking the feeling of those red eyes staring through the dark. When the lights whispered. So I lived with my boyfriend and his parents. And just to give some context before the story, my boyfriend has always been a little bit more in tune with the spirit world than I am, even if he doesn't like to admit it. He's skeptical, but sensitive. Me, well, I'm the opposite. I believe in these things, but I don't usually feel or see anything myself. His mom is a lot like him, and according to family stories, her grandmother was what they used to call a wise woman. She apparently used to hear faint songs and laughter of children around her old house, and she swore she'd sometimes talk to loved ones who'd already passed. Lately, my boyfriend has managed catching glimpses of shadowy figures around the house. Nothing clear, just flashes at the edge of his vision. I brushed it off before, but after something that happened recently, I can't do that anymore. It started late at night, maybe around 11. We were in the living room. I was curled on the couch, and he was standing near the doorway. We got 6 ceiling lights. The bright spotlight kind and a dimmer switch that works by touch. A quick tap turns it on or off. Holding it dims or brightens the light. We're just talking about something random, and that's when all of a sudden the lights dip slightly. Not all the way, but enough for both of us to freeze mid-sentence. I looked at him, he looked at me, and then he whispered, "Did the lights just..." And before he could finish, the lights dimmed again, and this time almost completely, like somebody had pressed and held the switch. My whole body went cold. I know how dramatic that sounds, but it felt intentional, like whatever it was listening. He said later that he felt the same heavy, suffocating energy in the air. He spoke out loud, firm but careful. He was telling whatever it was there to stop. A few minutes later, there's a clear knock on the wall, right behind my head. I didn't even hesitate. I got up and walked straight into the kitchen. My nerves were not built for ghost negotiations. And the strange thing is the switch was right in front of us the entire time. Nothing touched it. No curtains moving, no fans, no loose wires that we could see. We tested it afterwards and it worked perfectly fine. And in the days since, nothing like that has happened again. But the thing is a couple of weeks before, something similar but smaller happened. We're both on the couch, half distracted, when a tapping sound came from the cabinet under the TV. At first, we laughed it off, and we were a bit high, maybe. I half joked, "If someone's here, can you give us a sign?" And then after just a few seconds, there were 2 solid, deliberate taps, just 2, then silence. I can't stop wondering if it's connected. My boyfriend's grandfather passed away earlier this year, and he was a playful, mischievous man. His mom thinks it might be him visiting. She said it right away when we told her about the lights. And if it is him, and actually it's kind of comforting. But also he needs to tone it down before I faint. Still in the back of my mind, I can't shake the memory of the mimic encounter we had months ago. And because of that, a tiny part of me can't help but wonder, what if it's not Grandpa at all? Henry likes to play tricks. I've been working at a small wellness center for almost 3 years now. I started off answering phones at the reception, spent more than a year doing that, then moved into skincare treatments as an why can't I say that? Esthetician. Whew. The building itself is nothing fancy, tucked between a nail salon and a dry cleaner. Definitely not the type of place that looks haunted. But a few months after I started, I heard about Henry. Henry's a resident ghost, and according to my coworkers long before I came along, an older cleaning lady used to tell the owners she'd often felt a man's presence following her around. And later, one of the front desk girls apparently got so freaked out she hid in the hallway corner after claiming she saw a shadow glide past the mirror. Henry isn't evil, just playful. My manager swears that one of the oh no, not again. One of the estheticians with the ponytail. They once felt somebody dug her hair out of nowhere, and she spun around and no one was there. Quit a few months later. And most of the weird stuff happens in the back near the break room and bathrooms. We keep a water cooler back there to give guests water after treatments. Sometimes the cups will just shoot off the top like somebody flicked them. An old owner once showed up early, found the break room trashed, cabinet doors wide open, supplies scattered like somebody had a meltdown. When they checked the overnight footage, they said the cabinet doors just opened and slammed on their own. No people, no bugs, no drafts. They burned sage through the whole place after that. And evenings are the creepiest. When it's quiet, the clinic feels heavier somehow. You walk past the treatment room and get that unmistakable chill down your spine. Paper towel dispenser in the bathroom will go off while you're across the room, and the sinks, they turn themselves on sometimes, like someone's washing invisible hands. When I worked front desk, cleaning the bathrooms alone was the worst. And lately, Henry's new favorite prank seems to be my steamer. I always switch it on 10 minutes before a client comes in, and more than once I've come back to find it mysteriously switched off, even when no one else is free. The machine itself works fine, never does that during treatments. I don't think Henry wants to hurt anyone, but honestly, he needs to quit messing with my equipment. Yeah, Henry, quit it. It's been 15 years. I still see figures and struggle to fall asleep. Ever since I was young, I would see figures and shadows and ghosts and quote-unquote demons. I know it sounds weird or made up, but I think it's important to note that I lived in a haunted house for 9 years, from age 5 to 14, and had my first paranormal experience around 8, or at least that I can remember. Also, I never knew it was a haunted house until recently, while talking to my parents. But apparently, all of our next-door neighbors knew it was haunted. But basically, regardless of whether my eyes are closed or I'm half asleep or fully energized, or if it's midday or midnight, I keep seeing visions of faces and creepy monsters looking like they're trying to, pounce me or get ready to attack me. Even in my dreams, there's always paranormal activity at some point in time. There is a specific person or entity that keeps haunting me. And I don't know who they are, and I refuse to research who they are because I'm genuinely scared. The closest entities I can describe that look like it is, well, without looking up images, is La Llorona and the nun from The Conjuring. Another important note is that I had seen that entity without ever watching those movies, and prior to knowing it even existed. I first saw this entity when I was 8 or 10 years old, and in my dream, and, well, when I was 10 years old in my dream, and in the dream. I was in one of the rooms in the haunted house, and it was cornered in a corner and started levitating while staring at me. The next thing I know, we switched places, and it stood where I stood, and where I'm levitating where it levitated. My dreams are realistically haunting and graphic. Has lots of gore, etc. The only thing that keeps me safe or makes me feel safe is singing hymns in my dreams, but it's getting harder and harder. I tried talking to my parents, but they're no help, and I've been researching for any sleep experts or anyone in my area who can help me. They only offer medicine and such, and I've tried meds before for similar reasons, but it's only made things worse. And I'm at my wit's end. I've already tried a lot of things. Oh, and I also live 3 houses away from a haunted house, but I'm also very deeply traumatized and have depression, if that's important in any way. Haunted house lore used to be it used to be a morgue or a funeral home for the cemetery up the road in the 1800s, early 1900s. That was until it was renovated into a rental home. And the room we slept in, where they prepared the bodies, and a lady also supposedly killed herself just outside of her room many years ago. I couldn't find any official documents or information on the house on Google, but many neighbors who have never talked to each other have said the same things about seeing figures and watching them, even when they knew there was no one home, and even described them to have afros and be very tall. There are some tall members of my family, but absolutely none of them or anyone we have invited have an afro or match their description. And there were 11 of us living in the house, excluding the neighbors. And it was very big with a weird layout. The garage was the size of 2 classrooms. The garage was also filled to the brim with junk. When we cleaned it out, we found a bunch of toilet seats. Very old tools we've never seen before, like 1890s. Some random bed frames and chairs and cabinets with medical compartments. The backyard was arguably the area that scared me the most. Whenever I was in the kitchen at night, where we could see clearly into the backyard, I swear there was a woman in white watching me. Could never shake the feeling even when I got older. We also had downstairs neighbors, and they had a tiny section of the house themselves. They would last no longer than 2 years because they kept hearing whispers, and their doors kept slamming. And we've had 4 or 5 neighbors move in and then move out constantly. I think it was due to the same thing. They initially assumed the whispers were us because it was in Fijian and we're not Fijian. Until they heard our language and realized there was literally no one else who spoke that language in the neighborhood. Our old landlord also confirmed with one of my aunts that the house was indeed haunted when he moved out. What the fuck would you tell us that at the end, bro? We were also the longest ever tenants in the house. Other people have lasted 1 year at most, confirmed by neighbors and the landlord. The house is now fully renovated though, so best of luck to whoever you are. How is the baby? I've lived in the same small, rundown trailer park since birth, essentially. It was rampant with drugs and shady characters. The most popular drink and drug of choice at the time were heroin and beer. When I was 8, my mom married a man named Paul. Paul had been in a pretty bad car accident shortly before meeting my mom. And was prescribed oxycodone for the pain. He quickly got hooked, so soon after the authorities began cracking down on overprescriptions for opioids, and Paul was no longer able to legally get his fix. He turned to the streets, and at $30 a pill, he had to find something else. Eventually just graduated to injecting heroin. Is that cheaper? Anyway, Paul had a friend named Luke, whom he met when he first started using heroin. Luke was a seasoned drug user and a drunk. Luke and Paul got along well. And since I grew up in this trailer park, Luke had been around just as long as I had. He knew me when I was a child, and he knew me as a teen. I'd pass by Luke often, especially when I went to check the mail. He'd be walking the opposite way, heading to a neighbor's house, and would always say, "Hey, sweetie." Luke could be drunk as a skunk and barely able to walk from being high, so he'd always straighten himself up just enough to slur out a "Hey, sweetie" when he saw me. Luke was around when I had my first child, a daughter at 16. I was still in high school, and "Hey, sweetie" eventually turned into "How's the baby?" Every time I saw him, whether or not I had my daughter with me. About a year after having my daughter, I went to school, and when I came home from the bus stop, I saw tons of police near our trailer. I was still a few yards away, so I kept approaching, trying to see what was going on. There was caution tape around the house, and the back door was hanging open. And as a teenager, I brazenly started up the 3 steps that led into the trailer. But a deputy stopped me, told me I couldn't go inside. "What do you mean I can't go inside? I live here," I said. The deputy responded, "I can't let you in, it's a crime scene." When Paul appeared, much to my dismay, and by this time Paul was a full-blown addict who had broken my mom down mentally, emotionally, and financially. And if Paul was here, my mom was at work as a preschool teacher, and my daughter was at that same school, so what was going on? Paul explained that around 10 a.m., Luke had come over to hang out. Paul was sitting in the recliner strumming his guitar, while Luke stood in the kitchen. The kitchen had a countertop that separated the living room from the kitchen, so Luke was out of Paul's direct line of sight. Paul said that Luke came over extremely intoxicated with a beer in hand, and after a few moments, Luke fell down, and Paul assumed that he had just passed out drunk. Luke was lying there for 2 to 3 hours, and Paul continued strumming his guitar, even singing a song about Buddy Luke passing out and puking. It wasn't until Paul had to use the restroom that he noticed Luke wasn't just passed out, he was blue. Paul immediately called 911. They instructed him to perform CPR, which he did, and he described it as the single most foul thing he'd ever attempted to do. Luke had died and vomited, and every time Paul tried mouth-to-mouth, vomit would come out. And after a while, Paul couldn't continue and just waited for emergency personnel. The call to 911 was made at 1:12 p.m. By the time I got home around 3:45, the body had been removed, but the scene was still treated as suspicious. Because of that, nobody was allowed inside. Eventually, the police let Paul back in, but it wasn't until after 6:30 p.m. that my mom came home. She was very angry, and my daughter and I were just waiting to go inside. Paul said he'd go in and clean up whatever mess was left behind. According to him, there's a lot to clean up, and about an hour later, he said that we could come in. The kitchen floor was so sticky you could hear your feet stick to the linoleum when you walked across it. Heroin addicts aren't exactly the best maids, so we lived in that trailer for at least another year, but I never walked across that floor barefoot, nor did I let my child walk across it either. No matter how much we cleaned, it would always feel sticky. About 6 months after Luke passed away in our kitchen, I was standing outside, leaning on the bed of the truck and talking to a friend. The trailer I was standing outside of happened to be the one Luke had lived in for many years before moving to a different one, where he was living at the time of his death. My friend now lived in that same trailer. We were just hanging out and talking when I heard a very clear, very familiar voice. "How's the baby?" Fate of Paul. Paul later confessed to me that when Luke passed away, he had taken Luke's used syringe out of his sock and used it to inject himself later that night. After leaving the trailer, we lived in a small rented house for about a year before my mom left Paul. Paul went back to the trailer park, dragged the mattress him and my mom shared into the overgrown, now wooded area of a destroyed playground. It's a playground that belongs to the church next door. He had a large tent, and that's where he lived, and he lived for 6 months after my mom left him. He shot up in his tent and nodded out with a lit cigarette, like I'd seen him so many times. Usually it was just wind up burning his leg and he'd wake up, but this time it caught the mattress on fire. He asphyxiated due to an overdose of heroin laced with fentanyl and burned, only being found 3 days later by a friend who couldn't see the top of his tent anymore, as he put it. He was identified by dental records. Yucky. My time in the Caribbean. So this happened when I was around 8 to 10 years old, visiting my grandma's house in Trinidad. And it was me, my grandma, a couple of uncles, and my sister all staying there. The house already had a reputation. Everybody always talked about seeing or hearing ghosts there. But I just brushed it off as family superstition. Caribbean people always talking about spirits and duppies? And I thought it was just old folks being dramatic. But anyway, one night I'm sleeping in the guest room while my sister's with my aunt, and I start hearing this soft crying voice like a young girl sobbing. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it was definitely a child's voice, and younger than anyone in the house. I was the youngest, so it made no sense. It freaked me out immediately. Now, the guest room was right across from the stairs, and to get to my grandma's room, I had to run up the stairwell. So what do? I wrap myself up like a burrito in my blanket. I make a run for it. Not looking at anything, just my feet hitting the floor. I bust into my grandma's room, turn on the light, and slam the door, and she wakes up instantly, like she knew something was off. Before I could even say anything, we both hear the crying too. She just pulls me in and holds me, tells me it's okay and that she knows how to help her, the spirit. Caribbean grandmas are scary calm when it comes to this voodoo stuff, man. Then she gets up and I literally beg her not to leave, and I didn't care that the lights were on. I didn't want her to just be out there alone. But she closes the door behind her and goes anyway. I'm in bed, still wrapped in the blanket. Can't even look around the room. Every little creak makes me feel like I'm about to die. Then I hear her voice, my grandma. She says she's back and everything's okay, and I feel somebody sit on the edge of the bed. But there's no sound of the mattress creaking, which is a red flag. I ask her to put her hands on the mattress so I can see them before I come out, and she does. I slowly lift the blanket and check everything in her hands and arms and nightgown. All normal, till I get to her neck. Her skin is pitch black, like unnatural shadow black, and I lose it. Blanket goes back over my head and I'm silently sobbing, full on snot faucet mode. Eventually, the weight on the bed lifts and now the mattress creaks. When my real grandma finally comes back, I hear the door open this time, green flag. She says, "Mama, I'm back." I still don't trust it fully, so I ask her to put her hands down too. She sits next to me, springs creak again, which is a green flag, and number 2, and pulls me in for a hug through the blanket, and I can feel it's really her. I rip the blanket off. She calms me down and tells me that she helped the little girl find the light. I tell her about the fake version of her that came back while she was gone, and she hugs me tighter. She tells me to feel her chest. Her soft skin and steady heartbeat honestly grounded me again. Then she picks me up, and Caribbean grandmas are strong. Tells me she needs to get some things from downstairs, and this time she's bringing me with her. I'm terrified, but I hold on to her tight and her heartbeat keeps me calm. And here's the creepy part. She doesn't turn on a single light going down the stairs or back up. Could have, just didn't. And her heartbeat stayed completely steady, like she wasn't scared at all. Back in her room, she sits me down and starts placing all these spiritual items around, like stone statues and paper with writing and cups with sand or something. I keep begging her to close the door because I can't stop looking at the pitch black hallway, but she tells me, "Doors don't keep spirits out, your mind does," and says she'll be making sure nothing gets in. She tucks me in and turns off the lights. I panicked, but she kept her hand on my head, covering my eyes gently like she always does when she sings me to sleep. I eventually pass out. Next morning, I wake up to sunlight and voices in the house, and my uncles are talking low in the kitchen. I go out, and my grandma's just sitting at the table like always. I've been too scared to ask her what really happened that night. We don't talk about ghosts, unless she brings it up. But yeah, that's my Caribbean ghost story. The Oz Effect Experience. That silence feeling, being watched. Yeah, I'd recommend you listen to it. Last summer I had this feeling, in the middle of the woods in a spot in the Caribou goldfields. Caribou, maybe. Where a triple murder and robbery took place in the 1860s. I was on the Old North Trail in an area called Murderer's Gulch, on a secondary road into an abandoned mine. This place is deep in grizzly bear country, in thick forest. It was a hot, sunny summer day. No people live within miles of this place. One can Google for the story of the murders and robbery. My girlfriend and I wanted to check the area out after hearing the story. The main roads washed out, so we took the Old North Trail. That's where the robbery took place over a century ago, which is now an old deactivated logging road down to the opposite side of the main road past the washout. That leads into the abandoned mine. The main road had been totally washed out at Murderer's Creek several years earlier. The secondary road we took was not great, which had small washouts and was very overgrown. We spent 2 days clearing and fixing the road, and on the second day, we decided to walk the rest of the road to get a sense of whether it was worth continuing trying to fix said road to get down to the abandoned mine in my truck. But anyway, before we went down on foot, my girlfriend wandered down the road a bit and came running back as I was digging away past a small washout in the road. She asked me if I heard that sound, in quotes. Well, I had not heard anything as I was shoveling, just filling the small washout to a point to get my truck further down said road. We walked down to the abandoned mine to see how much work was ahead of us. I had my 45-70 lever-action guide gun with me, since we were in bear country. It was a steep grade with a cliff down to the mine site, hundreds of feet below and thick forest on the other side of the road. Basically, it's a bottleneck the whole way down for about 1.5 miles. We got down and looked around the abandoned mine for about an hour, before heading back up the steep road to my truck, and on the way back I had an off vibe. I stopped before the V onto the bypass road that we came down. I felt something was off, like we were being watched. A big danger feeling where my hair stood up. My girlfriend asked if everything was okay, and I said, yeah, not wanting to freak her out. But I stood still listening, and I could tell she felt it too. And that's when I noticed it was silent. No sounds, no birds chirping, just silence. Then a squirrel lost its shit, chirping the danger sounds that they do. Then we heard 3 very loud knocks up the road back to the truck coming from the woods. Loud and spaced about a second apart between each knock. It was like somebody smashing a big rock on a tree not far behind the tree line. This being up the way that we had to go to get back to my truck. We kept walking toward it. There was no choice if we were to get out of there. It was hot and steep, and there was no way we could run due to the grade of the hill. Then we heard something. It was following us off to the left in the forest. Then 5 loud knocks 200 meters up the road from the last knocks. We were in the bottleneck, steep cliff to the mine on the right, close knocks to the forest on the left. I looked at my girlfriend and said, we have to get the fuck out of here. We pushed up the steep road, me keeping an eye on the forest, ready to shoot whatever it was that was following us. It was the scariest walk of my life, but we got to the truck and got out of there. The sound my girlfriend heard prior to heading down turned out to be the same knocking sound we heard in the walk back up. To this day, I truly believe I met and interacted with a ghost cat, cuddles, purrs, and all. This happened to me back when I was in high school. And for extra context, our home was built in the late 1860s. Quite a few people have lived in that house before we moved in. But one night I got myself prepared to go to bed as usual. And before I do, I check that there's no cats in my room. I prefer sleeping with my bedroom door closed. I don't like to be woken up in the middle of the night by one of our cats wanting to get out. I have a hard time going back to sleep a second time. Once I had confirmation that all of our cats were, well, anywhere else but my room, that I kept shut the whole time as I checked and confirmed all cats were outside my room, I shut my door, turned off my lights, and went to bed. At the time, there was a little blue light from an electronic device that I had in my room. It would create some light in the room, bright enough to get an idea of your surroundings, but not bright enough to clearly see details or patterns on furniture and surfaces, nor bright enough to disrupt or prevent sleep. At some point, as I'm settled in, I feel and see a cat jump to my bed. I couldn't see which cat it was exactly, as the room was dark enough that the bed and the cat looked like black silhouettes. But from the cat's shape and size, I believe it was one of our older male cats. though this cat looked a bit slimmer than our cats, looking back. I was already completely settled in bed to the point where I knew that if I got up again, my comfort state would be disrupted. So it'd be more annoying to get settled in a second time. So I figured what the hey and stayed in the bed as the cat came up to my face and arms and got all purry and cuddly. The cat was brushing his face against mine, purring and everything as I stroked him. At some point, as our cats tend to do, he started nuzzling his head into beneath my covers so he could sleep under them next to me. So I lift my covers enough for him to crawl in and get settled, which he does, but as he crawls in and settles next to my waist, I see the lump in the covers where his body is disappear, and I feel him literally vanish beside me, like a physical body just turning into air. And this confuses the heck out of me, because I know for a fact he didn't crawl out of the covers from the other end of the bed, as I would have felt him do so. And I would have heard him land his paws onto the ground as he got down. Plus, I was settled in bed myself. Yeah, but I was still wide awake when the cat came onto my bed and interacted with me. So I know I wasn't in any sort of a sleep state, where I could have hallucinated the cat. He was as real as any one of our cats. Sort of confusion and maybe curiosity, and a need for explanation, closure. I get up, turn on my bedroom lights. I search in and under the bed as well as everywhere else in the room where a cat could hide. Same places I looked before, turning off my lights for bed, and same as they were when I looked before, completely empty and cat-free. So I get out of my room, close the door behind me, and look to find where the other cats are. They're all settled in areas of the house except my room. To this day, I truly believe that I was visited by or interacted with a ghost cat who used to or still does reside in the house we live in. Whatever the real explanation behind this is, I haven't had an interaction like that again since. But it's an experience that fascinates me, if anything. I mean, imagine being visited by the ghost of a sweet former house pet who comes to purr and cuddle with you like any other house cat. Strange activity in my home. Hi. I think my house has at least one ghost. It's very hard to tell though, because we are a family of ADHDers and have a bunch of pets. I'm writing this on my phone, so please forgive the formatting. For some background, I grew up in this house. My parents bought it from a family who bought it new in 1976. Only lived here for about 4 years. My parents rented it out to one family for about 4 years in the 90s before I bought it from them and moved my new little family back in. The neighborhood is built on an old limestone quarry. I've lived here for most of my life, except for a few years in my teens. As a child, I always felt watched, and I'd sit in my window at night and felt something in the backyard in the dark just watching. It wasn't scary, just present. There's also a central part of the house, between the hall and the garage and laundry room, that feels spooky. My sister corroborated the spooky feeling one time when she was visiting and told me about a time when she was doing laundry. She was overcome with the feeling of get out. In my previous marriage, we had a lot of my then-husband's family living here. At one time, there were 7 children under the age of 12. All of them were afraid of this area. Multiple adults have pointed out that it feels eerie there as well. Over the last couple of years, I've noticed more activity in the house. The notable things are, 1, phantom cat jumping onto the bed. I was working overnights at the time and would spend my off nights in a sleeping house. One night, I'm laying in bed with my now husband who was sleeping. I was browsing the internet when I felt a cat jump on the bed and walk between my husband and me, then laid down. We put the pets up at night and keep them out of the room while we sleep. I thought maybe we missed putting one of them, so I shone my flashlight over to where I thought it was. Nothing was there. I felt around and still nothing. I hopped up and did a head count of pets, and everyone was accounted for. 2. Loud crashing of shelves to the ground with nothing out of place. For a couple of months, randomly, a loud crashing noise was coming from the office. And we have a bunch of shelves on the walls, and those shelves are full of crap. Collectibles and Legos and pictures and trinkets, so you get the point. So hearing one of those shelves come crashing down and stuff breaking and flying across our tile floor was alarming. But when we'd go to check on it, nothing would be out of place, and this happened at least 5 times. I was not the only one to hear it, and I wasn't the only one to go check. I have a video from my security camera of the noise, and the camera was pointed at the puppy crate. 3. A hanging plant was torn from its place. I had some small succulents hanging in my window in the kitchen. One was a little guy in a swing hanging from twine. The twine was fairly substantial. It was in good condition that day when I checked the moisture level of the soil. I wish I had taken a picture of the twine after this happened, but I wasn't thinking of documenting anything yet. But as I was saying, in the early hours of the morning, the twine was pulled apart at all 3 supporting points, and my plant went tumbling. The most striking thing about this is that my dogs didn't bark, and if I set something down too hard in my nightstand in the night, my dogs will go off. But nothing here. It's like they were watching and the noise was expected. I have a recording of the noise, and the silence that follows, and I checked the video to see if there's a cat to blame, but no one seemed to be over there when it happened. 4. Sunglasses go missing, and they're later found in a reusable baggie in the sink. And this is a weird one that I can't figure out. I was alone at home and getting ready to leave for an appointment. I have to have my sunglasses to dry because daylight hurts my eyes, and as I was leaving, I opened my purse and checked for and saw my glasses and put my phone in my purse. Then I decided I should use the bathroom before I left. I set my purse down, went to the bathroom. Then I grabbed my purse and went to the door while digging for my glasses. Not in there. Stumped, I retraced my steps, and I couldn't find them. I searched for a few minutes, but had to go, and when I got home again, I searched again and found nothing. And like I said, I have ADHD, so I'll often lose something I'm holding, but can usually find it. I keep looking and getting rather frustrated. I eventually pull my husband in to help look. Nothing. I give up for the evening and I go do the dishes, and in the sink inside of a reusable sandwich bag are my glasses. And this weirds me out enough to review my security camera footage because did I put them in there? No, I saw on the tape where I put the bag in the sink the night before. I saw me searching for the glasses, and then when my husband and I were talking about where they could be, I saw the bag open by itself. Like the ghost was trying to help or something. Well, I don't know. Seems so strange. These are the most recent and, well, most my attention-grabbing of incidents. There's always something weird happening, but 99% of the time I can attribute it immediately to my ADHD or a pet. My ghost story. I still get chills thinking about what happened during my senior year of high school. It all started with this rumor about our school theater being haunted. I know. Haunted theater, a tale as old as time. But I swear, this is at least my experience. When I was going through the theater program, older students used to talk about a ghost circle. A circle drawn in chalk on the backstage wall. They said it was there to bind a ghost, and everyone was warned never to break it. No one ever explained exactly what would happen if you did, but even the skeptics wouldn't mess with it. The summer before my senior year, the school started remodeling the theater. They repainted the entire place, including the wall with the ghost circle, painted right over it as if it never existed. And that's when the strange things began. Almost immediately, weird stuff started happening. The janitor, usually very professional, suddenly refused to clean the theater at night, wouldn't go near the prop closet anymore. She seemed genuinely spooked, and the prop closet would make banging noises like pipes clanging. But the moment somebody opened the door, the noises stopped. Props would disappear or turn up in odd places, and there was often a shadowy figure on stage, which we tried to blame on the lighting. Never felt right. I got really curious after everything creepy started and did some research about the ghost story. Found out that a former student, deeply involved in the theater program, had died in a car accident years earlier, right before a show. And out of respect, I won't share more details about him, but knowing this added a whole new layer to the weirdness. The culmination of weirdness was during the senior show I was directing that December. Tech kept glitching and lights malfunctioned and sound cues failed. Things that worked perfectly for weeks in rehearsal started suddenly breaking. On closing night, the house lights refused to work, so I gathered up the cast and crew and we respectfully asked the ghost to stop interfering. The moment we did, the lights flicked on instantly and I said, "Thank you," out loud, thinking it was polite. But looking back, that's probably when the ghost attached to me. After the show, my stage manager gave me a bouquet of flowers. I took them home, put them in a vase or a vase, whichever wording you guys fancy. I'm going with vase today. They put them in a vase on the kitchen table. I spent the rest of my night sat at the table talking with my aunt who was visiting, and after literal hours of chatting, 3 of the flowers suddenly slumped over at the same time. They didn't just bend, they looked like their stems had been cleanly cut, revealing the inside of the stems. I couldn't explain why or how it happened after they'd stood perfectly all evening. I didn't tell my aunt about the ghost then, even though it felt exactly like something we'd expect from the theater spirit. Weird things started happening at home. I slept in the finished basement, where my bed was in the corner, and the doorways only had curtains instead of doors. Sometimes I'd wake up to see the curtains swaying and thought it was just drafts. Then one night I felt my bed dip behind me as if somebody sat down, but when I turned around, no one was there. Later, my aunt stayed over again in another part of the basement. And one morning, she told me she thought the dog had jumped in bed with her. She felt something run up her body, but when she opened her eyes, the dog was, well, no dog was there. The dog had been locked upstairs all night. That's when I finally told her everything about the ghost. She suggested calmly communicating with him and asking him to leave me alone while I was sleeping. We kept it between us and didn't tell the rest of my family yet. Months later, one of my sisters had a friend sleep over. She and my sister shared a bed while my other sister slept on the ground next to them. The next morning, the friend said that the sister, who was supposed to be sleeping on the floor next to the bed, held her hand all night. She gushed about how sweet it was. But the sister denied this, saying she went back to her own bed early, didn't hold anyone's hand. The friend was so freaked out she never stayed over again. And eventually, I told my family about the ghost following me home, and they shared their own experiences. One sister heard a loud bang one night and found a bag had fallen off a shelf for no reason. Another kept hearing noises from her closet that stopped whenever she opened it. But luckily, nothing was ever out of place. That was just the beginning. There were more strange incidents over the next couple of years, like noises and movements. Little things that still make me shiver. But then, almost as suddenly as it began, it all stopped, and it's been years now. I have no idea why the ghost left or what made him move on, and my family and I almost joke about him now. Like he was just some weird, invisible member of the household. Since then, nothing unusual has happened, and life's gone back to normal. There were a few other incidents that came to mind for me writing this post. I'll have to ask my family to remember the majority of them. It's not the scariest by any means, but I swear to everybody I know, we had a ghost for at least a few years. Star falling into my room. Please help me understand. When I was a little girl, maybe 7 or 8, I had this thing happen to me that I think about all the time now. I completely forgot it for years, like really forgot. Till recently, it just came out of me while I was talking. Now I can't stop talking about it. It was real, and I know it happened. I was in bed with a tooth underneath my pillow, waiting for the tooth fairy. I always sleep in my stomach, but this time I'd flipped onto my back because I was waiting for my dad to come and tuck me in. I remember being really excited. I was not sleepy. I was wide awake watching the sliver of sky I could see from my window. Just a little strip between the storm blinds and the neighbor's house. Not a big view, just enough to see a single star. I was staring at that star, and then it started to fall. It began small, like it was way up in the sky, but it got bigger as it came closer, like a glowing orb. Not perfectly round, more like a pulsing, glowing, spiky or round shape that stretched larger as it got closer. And as it got bigger and came toward me, I heard this buzzing sound. Not loud, but definitely there, like a hum. Like something electrical but soft and, well, very soft. The sound's not the important thing here. The sound was like almost to cover the sound of anything else in my reality as the light was getting closer. I was completely frozen. I couldn't move, not even blink. But I wasn't scared, I was just stuck, watching this happen. The star got bigger and bigger until it was huge, and it came through my window. It didn't break anything, it just entered, like it phased into the room. The light completely took over my vision, and I couldn't see my bed, the walls, or anything. Just pure white light. Total whiteout. It's like it entered me. Then suddenly I gasped and I sat up like my whole body jolted upright. And time had passed because the dollar was under my pillow, and the tooth was gone. My dad wasn't in the bathroom anymore like he had been when I first lay down. I'd seen the light under the door and heard him washing his hands, but now it was quiet and it was done, and I'd missed it. But to me, it felt like no time had passed at all, like the whole thing was maybe an instant. I grabbed the dollar and I ran to wake up my dad, telling him I saw the tooth fairy, because that's what I thought it was at the time. That was how my little kid brain tried to make sense of it, but he said, okay, and brushed it off. But I know I wasn't asleep. I was awake and excited and watching, and this wasn't a dream, it really happened. The only other time I've seen something shaped like that, this featureless glowing being or presence, was when I was 16. I had this dream where I floated into a different place. It was like sky above the sky below. I was just drifting inside of it, very surreal and dualistic. There was this massive wall of light, and from inside it something started walking toward me. It didn't have a face or arms or features, but I knew it was a being, and it just pushed me back and said, not yet. And that was all. Then I was suddenly back in my body again. The shape of that thing, the way it moved forward and how I just couldn't resist it. That's exactly what this light star thing felt like as I entered my room. Not threatening, just undeniable. Like it was coming no matter what. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it happened to me. Didn't even remember it happened until very recently. I guess I tucked it away. Told maybe 1 or 2 people, but it came back online about a year ago, and I'm so curious to understand what it meant for me as I'm learning to understand myself. So I just want to know, has anybody ever had something like this happen to them? A star falling from the sky, getting bigger and entering your room, filling it with light and then just being gone. No vision, no message, just that. Not astral projection, not sleep paralysis. I'm talking about a star falling into your room at night. Only the sticky green ones on the ceiling, for me. Visitation Dream. This story happened this past December 2024. But to preface the story, my husband's grandparents had a very weird relationship. They'd been together since they were 18 and were married for 50 years. They were not very lovey-dovey. My husband's grandmother had been bedridden for about 2.5 years. They were in kidney failure. We had just found out recently that she was not a candidate for dialysis. She wasn't able to do anything for herself, and my husband's grandfather had been her caregiver during this time. We set her hospital bed up in the kitchen, and she was happy to just be home. Me and my husband had been staying with his grandparents and aunt and uncle. They all lived together on their couch for about 2 weeks, after moving from the other side of the duplex after a disagreement with his great aunt who lived on the other side. And his grandfather was in the process of clearing out the spare room upstairs for us. And one day he finally did, so we got all of our stuff in there, and he had made a nice pork roast dinner. He was in a great mood that night. We all had a glass of eggnog together and went to bed. The next morning, we all wake up, and my husband goes to work, and around 12:30 that afternoon I got a call from my mother-in-law. They were saying that she had found my husband's grandfather dead in the driveway. He had had a massive heart attack while going to take our dog on a walk. Damn. The only reason that my mother-in-law had found him was because the doors to her car were locked, which she never locks. She ended up locking her keys in the car, and he had given her a spare key, but she didn't know where he was. So we left work, and my husband and most of his family went to the hospital to go deal with all of that. I was at the house with his grandmother. When everybody arrived home, we told her that he was gone and cried together, and then some of us went outside just to get some air. A tree fell in the backyard. His grandmother shared a glass of champagne with us the night in memory of his grandfather. That night was the second night that we kind of swept in the spare room, which I will assume is slept. My husband woke up the next morning. He looks at me. He said that he'd be right back, so he went to his grandfather's room. Was looking for something. He comes back empty-handed. Tells me that in the middle of the night he had a dream that his grandfather had come into our room while we were in there sleeping. Then woke him up and said, "Did you give Mima her Christmas present yet?" My husband was like, "No, we don't know where it is." And my husband's grandfather in the dream said, "Well, the hell are you waiting for? I'll show you where it is." So he goes in there and he sees the present, and it's in a blue box. It's a silver necklace with the words on the box, but fast forward to the next morning, my husband couldn't find it. He was like, "Oh, okay, maybe it was just a dream." So later that day, my mother-in-law and myself, my husband and his aunt that were all living in the same house, we're all sitting in the living room. My husband mentioned a dream he had, and his aunt says, "Wait a second," and goes upstairs. She comes downstairs with the blue box that my husband had seen in his dream and says, "Is this it?" Once we actually saw the words it said, we were in shock. It basically says something along the lines of, "To my wife, I didn't marry you because I could live with you. It's because I can't live without you." Which had a character for him. He's never the type of person to be romantic like that. He was a sailor and spent a lot of time in a sailboat, and he was a major stoner. His aunt said that she was cleaning up his grandfather's room looking for his phone and found it and brought it into her room so it didn't get lost. So the next day his grandmother ends up in the hospital with a severe infection. Wasn't doing great. We brought it to the hospital to give it to his grandmother, and when my husband was giving it to her and telling her about the dream, it felt like grandfather was in the room. I could visualize his grandfather standing behind my husband with his hand on his shoulder. After that, we went home, and his aunt called us and said that his grandmother had said that she wanted to go into hospice and be with her husband. So for the next week and a half, we visited her, and she never spoke again. She slipped into an almost comatose-like state. She ended up passing away on Christmas Day, right after her youngest grandchild, 11, opened the present that she had gotten him. The next day, my husband tells me that he had another dream. And in this dream, we were in the living room and his grandfather was there. But he looked younger, more put together, and he ran up and hugged his grandfather and told him that he missed him. After about a minute of him hugging him, he said that, "That's enough. I got things to do." So, after that, his grandmother comes walking down the stairs in fancy clothes. They said bye to everyone and left. We lost his grandfather on December 11th, 2024. His grandmother, December 25th, 2024. Exactly 2 weeks to the date. I saw things as a child, and they're happening again. I grew up in rural Ireland, in a Jehovah's home. I was a young boy, around the age of 7 and 8, when I first started seeing things that supposedly weren't there. And most of my friends and family thought I was possessed and would lock me in my room for weeks when I started to act up. The first event is very blurry in my mind, so don't take this as completely accurate. First spooky event. It was around midday. My mother was in the kitchen. My father went to Dublin with a few of JW friends, which I'm assuming is Jehovah's Witnesses friends, to preach there. I was outside playing with my brother, probably soccer or tag, and he asked me to get a bottle of water for Mom, so I go in and my mother's lying on the ground with a puddle of blood around her. I screamed, kneeled down to her side, and hugged her. Her body. Trying to figure what they wrote here. I could feel the heat from her body, the way the blood stuck to my skin, and my brother comes in panicked from the yelling. Asked what's wrong. I said something along the lines of, "Call Dad before my mother walks into the room confused on why I'm on my knees crying. She's asked why I'm crying." I looked her and looked back, and the body's gone, and so is the blood. Second most fearful happening. I was about 11 or 12 then, and I had consistent hallucinations of one specific creature that called himself Bob. He was about 2.5 meters tall, had pale white skin with long arms that stopped at his knees. His head a light string of gray hair, but other than that he was bald. He always hand-ripped white hospital gown-looking thing. Bob mostly came in sleep paralysis, where he'd cry while facing the corner. But after a few months of this consistent appearance, I was watching TV. I got a sudden feeling of dread and fear. I looked behind me, and he was standing watching. This was the first time I'd ever seen his face, and he didn't have cheeks, and his mouth filled with huge teeth with small, fully black eyes. I jumped and quickly looked back, nor waiting to freak out. My different, in parentheses, brother, and he reached and grabbed my shoulder, and I stayed silent the rest of the day. And that night I slept under my bed, which is where I would sleep when I got scared at night, and haven't seen Bob till today. Current day, about 12 years after the last time I saw Bob, and he has been watching me again. And he hasn't done anything besides stare and cry yet. But I don't know what to do to really help stop these hallucinations. I don't want to see him anymore. My haunted house. We bought this house 1 year ago today, July 8th. We were told when we came to see the house, the previous owner had died. But it wasn't until we were a week or two away from closing that I found the obituary and read that she had died at her home. Immediately when we moved in, I started seeing things. My 18-year-old daughter said it was haunted from the moment she stepped in. She was not with us when we looked at it, and this was after we had bought it. It started with me seeing what I would say is a woman walking from the dining room to the living room as I went from the living room to the kitchen. It makes a big circle. The house is a tri-level, so the main floor, then stairs that go up to the bathroom and bedrooms. Separate stairs that go downstairs to the walkout basement. And that opens into a utility room and a second bathroom. Also, for moving in, every time I'd go down the stairs from the bedroom, I'd see somebody standing at the other stairs. It's hard to describe this, but there is a window with no glass. It lets you see to the other stairs that go down. A friend has experienced this too, and I haven't happened in months, and nothing has changed. And I kept all this to myself, but my husband, who's been a non-believer until recent years, and experiences that sort of changed that, started seeing things. He had a black shadow walk up to him in the bathroom. He thought somebody had came in until he saw it disappear, and it freaked him out. And he has seen shadows other times too. I've seen shadows walk by and move doors. The weirdest thing would be seeing what looked like a person reflected in the TV when it was black. It was like somebody bent over looking at the TV very closely, and then they stood straight up and stepped back. And I've seen my husband a few times, and it wasn't him. He woke up, got out of the bed, and he was asleep next to me. So I was trying not to wake him. Started downstairs and realized he was asleep on the couch. Went and checked, and the bed was empty. The newest thing was last night. I had just turned my phone off, and I was just settling to go to sleep. And I wear a sleep mask, so it was on. I felt an arm on my hip and slide across. Took my mask off, rolled over and checked my husband, who was asleep with both arms under his blanket. We had separate ones. I hadn't felt him move, and this is the first time it's touched me. Very weird. Before somebody asks, yes, I have cats, but my door stays shut. They're not allowed in my room. Sorry this is long. It's not even everything that's happened, but a big chunk of it. I should tell some of my other ghost stories sometime. They weren't dreams. I've had what I consider to be paranormal experiences off and on my whole life. And a lot of these stories I've shared with many people offline. I might share those later here, but they'll definitely out me to people who know me in real life. In the States, you have Girl Scouts. In Canada, we have Girl Guides. Age groups are 5 to 6 Sparks and 7 to 8 Brownies, and 9 to 11 are Guides. Well, when I was a Spark in the 90s, I remember we would sell cookies and chocolates to raise money for different things. Crafts and trips and stuff. During one such campaign, I have this vivid memory of my mom and I going door to door in our little town selling cookies. And I grew up in a really small town. We were set in from the woods a little, and a lot of the properties were heavily treed. We were a couple of streets away from home when I noticed a path between two houses that seemed to lead to a small house I'd never noticed before. The cedars and bushes around it sort of concealed the structure, so I could see a chimney with smoke coming out. I asked my mom if we could go to that house. She kind of looked at me funny and said that there wasn't a house there. Eventually, I convinced her to let me walk down the little path and see if anyone was there. If I wasn't 100% sure that I was awake, I'd think I was dreaming. Mostly because my mom let me go down that path alone. But truthfully, as a child, it probably seemed way longer than it actually was. Probably like 10 feet. I pushed past the bushes and saw a very crudely built structure that was built with green metal and tinted glass. It was bigger than a shed, but definitely smaller than our house. And as I'd seen at the road, there was a little chimney sticking out of the top of the structure. I made my way up to the rectangle of metal that I assumed was the front door, and as I approached, I could hear the sound of metallic whirring inside, like some sort of machinery was running. The air around the house smelled weird, like an organic smell that was wrong. I don't know how to describe it, and I've only smelled it maybe one other time in my life. Reached up and I knocked on the door and listened as the knock seemed to echo around the inside of the house. After a moment, I heard something inside the house knock back. Something in my little girl brain said, "Get the fuck out." I ran down back the road where my mom was waiting. I didn't know what I'd just seen, and I just told her she was right and there was no house there. Moved on to the next property. When my brother and I were little, sometimes we'd get sick enough to run a fever and we'd hallucinate, or have really vivid dreams, and sometimes acting them out in our sleep. I remember one time I was dreaming that I was playing basketball, and I woke myself up sitting up with my hands in the air as if I'd just thrown the ball. One night, feverish, trying to sleep, but it had gotten to the time of night when my parents had gone to bed. The lights were off and the house was painfully silent. I started to hear a man singing. I was suddenly calmed and felt like everything was going to be fine, but there was a subtle feeling of unease underneath it all. The man singing seemed to get clearer in my mind, and I realized I was sitting cross-legged on the floor in a circle with other children, and the man sat straight across from me. He was singing and strumming an acoustic guitar, and I could smell that weird smell again. Organic and wrong. There were candles in a circle around us, and from there I finally faded off to sleep, but I was so creeped out the next morning when I remembered it. I don't know why, other than the smell, but these two memories seem to be linked. And as I grew up, I seemed to misplace which roads the weird little house was, and never saw it on the path again. The man didn't remind me of anybody I've known or met, and it would be really easy to just say that these were only dreams, nothing more. But I don't know. They didn't feel like dreams. And if you're still hearing my voice, well, this, too, is not a dream. And if they leak in there, hope they're sweet ones. See ya. Where others see silence, Paranormal M hears whispers, ghosts, curses, and chilling mysteries come alive. Subscribe. Hit that little thumbs up button if you're good for me, especially if your curiosity can handle it. The Ghost on the Line. This is one of those ghost stories that have been passed around hospitals in Japan for years. I first heard it when I was about 10, and ever since then, night shifts in hospitals have always given me chills. Here's how it goes. Many years ago, a young nurse had just begun her night duty. One humid autumn night, the ER became hectic after a pileup on the highway. It sent several injured patients in at once. In the middle of the chaos, a senior doctor urgently asked her to bring a patient's x-ray folder from the radiology wing. The problem was the radiology wing was isolated from the main building, about a 5-minute walk down a narrow corridor. At night, that corridor was completely dark except for the faint glow of the exit signs. Only with a small flashlight, she tried to distract herself by humming softly, but every step echoed too loudly as if someone were walking right behind her. When she reached the department, she flicked on the light and hurried to the shelves. After a few minutes of searching, she found the right file, and just as she was turning to leave, she noticed something odd. One of the folders had been pulled halfway out from the bottom shelf. The label on it said Room 308. She didn't remember any patient in Room 308 that night, so she was puzzled and she pushed the file back in place. That was when it happened. The phone rang. The old black phone on the counter rang sharply, and at that hour, no calls are supposed to go through to that wing. She froze for a second, her hand still hovering over this file, and the ringing wouldn't stop. Swallowing hard, she picked it up and said, "Come back." The voice was like somebody speaking through water, enough to make her blood run cold. She slammed the receiver down, bolted out of the room, sprinting through the hallway without daring to look back. When she reached the ER, panting and pale, she told the head nurse what had happened. The older woman's face was drained of color. Room 308, she explained quietly, hadn't been used in years. The patient had died in there. A man who kept calling the nurse's station every night during his last hours, begging someone to come back. After he passed away, staff reported the phone in that wing would ring at random hours, always from room 308. The line had been cut a long time ago, so who made that call? The figure at the window. I want to start off by saying I really don't want to believe any of this is real. Honestly, I'm here because I keep hoping there's a reasonable explanation for everything that happened. I'm a spiritual person, sure, but I'm also a skeptic. I'm not going to call every weird thing paranormal. But anyway, I'll get to the story. I, now 18, when I was about 12 when it started. I'm lying on my bed and staring at the ceiling. That's when something moved outside the window. Turned my head and I saw a face. At first it looked like a woman. Then right before my eyes it shifted into a man's face. And then something else entirely. Twisted and wrong. Didn't even look human anymore. Bolted from my room and spent the rest of the night on the couch. Tried telling myself it's probably just the reflection and the streetlights playing tricks on me. But that excuse didn't last, because after that night, every single evening I'd hear tapping on my window. It wasn't branches or bugs or some animal. I checked, over and over. Tapping was steady and sharp like metal against glass. And eventually, the sound changed, became scraping and clawing. Long, slow, and deliberate clawing. Even called my friends on FaceTime one night as they could hear it too. My parents went outside with a flashlight but found nothing. For months it became part of my nights and I hated it. But weirdly, I got used to it. Nothing worse happened until my 13th birthday. My best friend came over for a small backyard party. And as the sun went down, I got that crawling feeling again, like someone was watching us. Kept glancing at the line of trees beyond the fence, and she suddenly whispered that she felt weird too. She'd been staring at that same spot without me even saying anything. And then we saw it. Something pale shot across the tree line on all fours. Its limbs were too long, its movements were jerky but fast, possibly fast. It wasn't shaped like a person, but it wasn't an animal either. It shoved her toward the house and slammed the sliding door shut. We both sat there shaking, and I asked her again and again to describe what she saw. Her description matched mine exactly. If you've ever Googled the rake, that's the closest thing I can compare it to. Scratching in my window got worse after that night, and louder and closer. That was until a month later when I went to stay with my aunt for a few weeks, help her while she recovered from surgery. When I came back home, everything was quiet. No tapping, no scraping, no figure. This is messy, I know. It probably sounds ridiculous, but it's been in my head for years, and part of me still wonders, could this have just been some animal or something else entirely? I might be fired, so I might not be back later on this week, but I was trying to help somebody not kill themselves, so... On with the stories. I don't know why I'm sharing. The night we saw them. It was 2007. I was 22 back then. My girlfriend lived in a small town called Millbrook. It's in New York. Quiet place with old buildings and stories never really stayed buried. She stayed in an old house right near what used to be an abandoned mental health sanatorium. It later turned into a juvenile detention center. I was at her place almost every day that summer, driving back and forth like it was a second home. She and her family often talked about the weird things that happened around the neighborhood. Footsteps on the porch when no one was outside. The sound of a woman humming near the back door at night. Lights flickering for no reason. The house itself used to be a staff residence for nurses who worked at the sanatorium decades ago. Her uncle, he swore he once saw a woman in a pale blue uniform, hair tucked under a cap, standing at the end of the hallway. She'd make a sound, but when he blinked she was gone. Her uncle was a tough man, the kind of guy who worked construction for 20 years and didn't believe in ghost crap. Made the story a little bit harder to laugh off, honestly. One late summer night, 2:30 a.m., girlfriend and I are driving with the windows down, just talking about nothing. It was warm and still, and we decided, or rather I decided, to park near the old church cemetery. It's not far from the sanatorium. She didn't like it, of course. The cemetery stretched out wide with crooked headstones and giant oak trees. And as we stepped across the sky like thunder, there wasn't a single cloud up there. We told ourselves it was nothing, kept walking in, and that's when I saw them. Two pale silhouettes, maybe 100 feet away, floating slightly above the ground. They looked almost like people wearing long white gowns, but the edges blurred like smoke, and we froze. After what felt like a full minute, their heads slowly turned toward us, and their eyes, or what looked like eyes, began to glow faintly. My girlfriend whispered, "Let's go," took my sleeve, stepped forward a few feet off the path. As soon as I did, a rustling sound erupted to my left, fast, like someone sprinting on damp grass. I turned and saw 3 shadowy figures with no faces, no features, just dark shapes with arms and legs rushing straight at me. There was no sounds, not even breathing. My chest clenched. I took off running like I'd never run before. When I reached the gate and turned around, there was nothing behind me. Not a soul. Girlfriend said she didn't see black figures. She saw 3 glowing orbs streaking toward me like shooting stars. That was before she bolted herself. I got in the car, locked the doors, and sat there breathing hard, headlights aimed straight at the entrance. And just as we were about to leave, something moved. A tiny barefoot child, no older than 4, darted from behind one gravestone to another. No sound, no parents, just that small shape under the beam of the headlights. And that was it for me. I slammed the gear in reverse and didn't stop driving until we hit the highway. Never gone back there since, but even years later I still remember the weight of that silence, that glowing sense of their eyes, and the way the air felt like it was holding its breath. The Watcher in the Woods. I live in Nova Scotia, and honestly, I've never heard any creepy folklore about haunted forests or paranormal creatures around here. Sorry, something seemed to jump in my mouth. I've always felt safe in the woods, and I am an avid camper. Kind who doesn't mind pitching a tent alone. I take long hikes with just my dog almost every weekend. Being in the forest has always kind of felt peaceful to me. Yesterday, my boyfriend and I decided to take his ATV out for a little evening adventure. He lives on one of those old reserves and has been there since the 1800s. I've only moved to this area recently, so there's still a lot of places I've never explored, to be frank. So we head out around 6 p.m. Sun's low, but still shining, just enough to cast that soft golden light through the trees. The trail we chose was new to both of us. Narrow, thick trees and the canopy above blocked most of the sky. Even so, I really didn't feel dark. We'd been riding for maybe 10 minutes just off the reserve when something changed. It wasn't anything I could point to. There was no sound, no sudden movement, but the energy around us shifted sharply. At the exact same moment, both of us blurted out that we should turn back. The feeling was so unsettling that I snapped a quick photo of the trail ahead and opened Google Maps to see how deep we'd gone in. Once my boyfriend turned the ATV around, we faced the way that we'd come, except now there was a small side path on our left. It wasn't wide like the main trail, more like a path for walking than riding. I glanced up the path and without even realizing it, whispered, "Oh my God." Then he stiffened in front of me and said, "I know, I saw it too." I hadn't said anything, or at least hadn't said I saw anything. And from where he was sitting, he couldn't exactly see where my eyes were looking. And that's when panic really set in. I wrapped my arms around him tightly as he gunned the ATV down the trail away from that path. When we finally slowed down, my heart was hammering and he asked, "You saw it too, right? On the right side?" I managed to say, "Yeah, about 8 feet tall and black." He nodded without hesitation and said, "Yeah, I saw it." And that's when the fear truly hit me. The kind that shakes you from the inside out. Hands were trembling, my eyes watered, and I could barely catch my breath. The figure we both saw was tall, at least 8 or 9 feet, slim, completely black. I couldn't make out its face, but I knew it was looking at us, and it was half hidden behind a massive tree trunk, almost like it was peeking. I couldn't tell if it moved because we were already in the motion, but the whole place felt wrong, like a forest itself was holding its breath. When we got back, we told his family what happened. His mom, who lives next door, came over right away. She smudged us and the room, and the heaviness in my chest eased a bit. Still, that night, I woke up over and over, heart racing, replaying the image in my head. That tall, dark figure watching from the woods. The night the static spoke. When I was 18, dating somebody who lived with his dad and his younger sister in a creaky old house at the edge of town. One weekend night, Phil decided to make a late grocery run and asked if I wanted to come. I said no, that I was tired, and honestly, I liked being alone in that house. I'd stayed there before, but usually I holed up in his room in the back of the house. This time, though, I stretched out on a big corduroy couch in the main living room. The TV was on, quietly humming some sitcom rerun. Everything felt normal, until it didn't. I suddenly felt it, that sharp, unshakable sense of being watched. And I'm the kind of person who could walk past something waving in front of me with no notice. But this was different. It wasn't just that someone's eyes were on me. It was that whatever it was wanted me to know, and it was deliberate and focused. I sat there, still as a stone, hoping it would pass. My heartbeat was loud in my ears, and I didn't plan it, but from somewhere low in my chest, my voice came out steady and louder than I thought it could be. "Leave me alone." And just like that, it lifted. The pressure in the air melted away. My shoulders unclenched. I wasn't exactly scared, but it left a strange buzz in my chest. Half nerves, half certainty that something real had just happened. I considered moving to my boyfriend's room, but before I could, the TV flicked off on its own. I just stared at the black screen, telling myself this was ridiculous, that this kind of thing only happened in bad ghost stories. But then the TV came back to life. Channels began flipping one after another, click, 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 faster than I could blink. Then I stopped on Poltergeist, the opening credits rolling. Of all movies, that one. I used to be terrified of that movie. My neighbor's dad let us watch it when we were way too young. For months I was convinced something in the dark was whispering my name. Now here it was, staring up on its own in a house that suddenly didn't feel empty anymore. I grabbed the remote and it didn't work. I pressed the buttons harder and nothing. Tried my voice again, firm and louder than before, and I said, "Stop!" TV went silent. Turned it off, walked straight to the back room, shut the door, sat in the dark with my knees pulled to my chest. I didn't cry, I didn't even panic, and a weird calm set it in, and, well, it's like my brain had decided not to deal with it until later. When they came home, I told my boyfriend, trying to sound casual. Something really weird happened in the living room. He didn't even blink. "Yeah," he said. "My dad swears the house is haunted." I wish he hadn't said it like he was talking about the weather. Because for weeks after that, nothing happened, and I stopped thinking about it, almost. Then came the night Tara, my best friend, slept over. His room had this low-old couch and fluorescent strip lights above the bed that buzzed when they turned on. And he was out and we smoked a little bit too much. Passed out in the bed and Tara on the couch. Tara is a dude, huh? Okay. I'll go with it. At some point, I woke up when the TV was glowing with the strange soft blue, like the static between channels. The light above the bed were on too, but they weren't white. They were the same blue as the TV, and I whispered, "Tara, hey, wake up." She sat up slowly, squinting. Okay. "What color's the TV?" She blinked at it and said, "Blue." "What color are the lights?" "Blue?" She rubbed her face. "What the hell's going on?" I told her about that night in the living room, and she sighed, mumbled something about being too high for ghost stories, and went right back to sleep. I didn't sleep much after that, and we broke up eventually as his family moved. Is this a guy or a girl? What's happening? Whatever. His family moved, and I never talked to his dad about it. One of those stories that doesn't fit neatly anywhere. Too strange to ignore, too slippery to explain. And years later, when my smart TV randomly turned on in the middle of the night, my stomach dropped back into that house, and for a split second I thought it was happening again. Then I figured out it was just the voice assistant turning on by itself. But I'd always believed something in that house was aware of me, and it wanted me to know it. The line that watched me. In my neighborhood, there's a quiet field just beyond the apartment complex, and I love taking my dog there late at night. It's always empty and calm, and I don't have to sidestep joggers with headphones blasting. We've gone countless times around midnight. It's become a kind of small ritual between us. We've spotted owls perched on the fence, a couple of raccoons, and sometimes even foxes darting through the tall grass. A few months ago, we saw a pair of coyotes, so I decided not to go back after dark for a while. Tonight, my dog wouldn't stop pawing at the door, and he'd been such a gentle little shadow these last few days, curling up next to me while I recovered from a nasty cold, and I gave in. I was just supposed to be maybe having just a short walk. At first, everything looked the same. Patchy lawn, the breeze stirring the leaves, the quick flicker of rabbits disappearing into the hedges. Something small was off. My dog usually bolts straight for the fence near the lamppost, or straight for the fence, near the lamppost. It's his first stop, he could say. This time he tugged toward the left along the side of the path and wanted nothing to do with that spot. Because of that, I lifted my eyes, and a little bit earlier than I usually do. I thought at first it was the glow from the lamp bouncing off the metal branches, but this was no reflection. It was a thin white line, and it was swaying gently from side to side. My first thought was another animal, maybe the tail of a fox catching the moonlight. But the shape didn't match. It was straight and vertical, almost like someone had drawn a glowing chalk mark into the air. I slowed down and stepped off the pavement onto the grass. And that's when I realized it wasn't stationary. It was moving toward us, hovering about 2 feet above the ground, perfectly straight. No shape, no sound, no footsteps, no dewy grass. And then it stopped. It's like it noticed me noticing it. And I swear, it drifted back without bending at all, or twisting or turning, like it was rewinding a tape without any cool sound effects. My heart started pounding because it felt like whatever this was had already planned to meet us at this unlit corner behind the big pine tree where my dog usually sprints first. I kept my voice low. I told my dog, forgot his toy. Total lie. Turned around and casually as I could, the moment we cleared the lawn and reached the parking lot, finally turned to look back and nothing. Just as the tree and the empty field was there. If it had been a person, I would have, at least seen them heading away or at least caught a silhouette. If it was an animal, there would have been some sound or some trace. I tried to brush it off, but a neighbor passed by with a black garbage bag. For half a second, I tried convincing myself that's what I saw. But the trail didn't lead to dumpsters, and there's no reason somebody would walk there just to circle back. So what? I've read all, late-night forest stories online, and shadow people, strange lures, and glowing eyes. But this, it didn't fit those. It was just a line, a thin, glowing line that moved like it was alive. And now every time I close my eyes, it's right there again, hovering in the dark. A waltz through time. I first crossed paths with my first wife during my first semester of college in the Midwest in 1986. She was a Swiss exchange student studying literature, full of quiet grace and a mischievous sense of humor. By my second semester, I was accepted into the state's Regents program. I was to study abroad in Germany. She decided to return to Switzerland at the same time. We married in March of 1987, at a tiny courthouse ceremony, surrounded only by 2 of our closest friends. And just 4 days later, she was killed in a car crash on her way to pick up a package of German novels I needed for my courses. My world cracked wide open. Time moved, though it often felt like it didn't. I eventually remarried, and today I have a wonderful wife, children, and grandchildren who led in my life. Well, that's good. For many years, I was haunted by vivid nightmares of the accident, and of holding her hand at the hospital as the machines went quiet. I lost entire weeks to grief and only truly came back to myself once I was back in the States. It's been more than 3 decades since that nightmare's last came. Not a single day passes without a thought of her. The dream I had recently wasn't a nightmare at all. felt more like she visited me. She looked just as she had then, radiant, sharp, and with that twinkle in her eye. And when I saw her in this dream, I panicked at first. I was afraid I would turn cruel, and I tried to wake myself up. She squeezed my hand and whispered softly, "Komm, mynheers," leading me into an open field. Which, if my German treats me right, I think that means "come, my man." Or "sir." We danced slowly in the grass. I could smell the faint scent of wildflowers she used to tuck behind her ear. We sat down together under a tree and spoke for what felt like hours. She shook her hair loose from its braid just like she used to after class, reminding me how we planned to visit her cousin Lucas for dinner the day she died. She showed me the tiny slip of paper, had an address on it. She also brought up the time the residence director nearly expelled us for living together before marriage. We both laughed so hard my sides ached. I had forgotten those details completely. As we sat together on the wooden bench, tears came easily. She told me she was at peace and had stayed close to me all these years. Felt joy knowing I'd built a full, loving life. She said she was proud of the man I'd become, the one I even was as I grew older. We danced again, held each other longer than, well, time itself. Then a vintage black car appeared and driven by a silent chauffeur. Climbed in, windows became screens, showing scenes from her life I'd never seen. Places we'd shared, moments from mine she never got to witness. I got drowsy, leaned against her shoulder, and she stroked my cheek and whispered that she'd always be near me. I woke with my heart overflowing, both warmed by love and tangled in a strange sense of guilt, as though I'd loved someone else again for the first time in decades. In my 59 years of living, no dream has ever left a mark on me, as deeply as that one. I'm sorry, but I'm happy. Whispers in the Dark. I came here to share my story because most places online don't take these things seriously. And honestly, I'm just exhausted from keeping it inside. When I was a kid, maybe around 6, my mom used to talk to my uncle who passed away years before I was born. She'd make me and my siblings stand in a circle in the living room while she whispered things in a low voice I couldn't fully understand. The air would grow heavy and quiet. And then one night, the ceiling fan began to spin slowly, even though it had been switched off. I'd already watched too many horror movies for a child my age, so my little brain instantly thought, this is bad. After that night, strange things started happening. My window shutters rattled like someone was outside, shaking them. And at times I'd hear someone softly calling my name when everyone was asleep. Once I walked back from the kitchen, I saw something sitting on my bed. It wasn't fully shaped, just a sort of black silhouette with glowing, dull red eyes. And for a second, I was frozen, unable to move. Then I bolted straight into my parents' room. The weirdest part is the next morning, my back was covered in small round bruises like polka dots. My mom even took a photo. I never saw it again after I was taken into state custody. And there were other moments too, like pans clanging and doors slamming when I was alone. My family said maybe the spirits targeted me because I was the youngest. Even now, I love hearing people talk about their paranormal experiences. I hate when others just say fake, because honestly, None of us can explain everything with science. Maybe someday we'll understand these things, or maybe we won't. Part of me also wonders if some of it came from my mind. That's because I lived through some pretty awful things as a kid. Hard to tell what was real and what was trauma. When I went into foster care, things quieted down. My foster parents were strict Christians. No circles, no seances, nothing like that. There were still a few odd moments. One night I saw the shadow of their cat in the hallway. Those weeks after it had died. When I turned on the light, it was gone. And that time, I'm sure it was just my head playing tricks. But the nightmares didn't stop. At my old house, the dream was always the same. A demon dragging me down the hall. But in my foster home, I dreamed it one last time, and in that night, I escaped. For some reason, it always felt symbolic, like I'd broken free from something. When I turned 12, something happened that still chills me to this day. One morning I opened my eyes and immediately saw a horrifying image in my mind. Black and white, sharp and cold. My heart suddenly burned like something invisible was pushing out of it. I couldn't see anything, but I felt it. I kept quiet for a long time. And then one night I told my dad. And as I lay down after talking to him, I heard a voice whisper clearly in the dark. That's what I meant. I thought it was just my head until my body suddenly sat upright on its own, feet touching the floor. I didn't move, I didn't even feel hands on me. It was like something else decided for me. I shut my eyes and prayed. When I opened them, I saw tiny swirls of color floating in the air. I didn't sleep at all. And I've always had vivid dreams, but those around that time were different. One dream stuck with me. I saw the sun, and inside it was a clock. A figure on a throne pointed at 12. And then something struck my heart like lightning. Woke up terrified, prayed again, and slowly it all faded away. Memory never really left. Whispers in the Old House. I'm Canadian, born and raised. But when I was little, my family spent nearly 5 years living in a quiet town in Vermont. It wasn't far from the New Hampshire border. Back then, we stayed in 2 different homes. But the first one, where this story takes place, it was a creaky, centuries-old colonial house. The house was more than 180 years old. It had been turned into 3 separate flats, I guess, and we lived in the upper section. I had a narrow staircase and slanted ceilings. My parents' bedroom was at the far end of the hallway, where I shared the small attic room with my older brother. One Friday evening, my dad had a night shift at the hospital. My mom needed to drive into town to help a friend. At that time, I was 7. My brother was 10. Too young to stay home alone, so Mia, a neighbor's daughter who was maybe 14, came over to watch us. I remember thinking she was practically an adult. My favorite thing then was my little theater kit. Not a puppet stage this time, but a foldable cardboard castle. I set it up on a sort of low wooden chest, and I threw a scarf over the top and began my dramatic performance for Mia and my brother too. They sat by the hallway door, half paying attention, half teasing me. They were giggling at my made-up story about a knight and talking horse when, suddenly, Mia stopped smiling. She tilted her head and asked, "Did you hear that?" My brother got up and peeked out into the dark hallway. There were slow, heavy footsteps on the old staircase, the kind that make the floor groan with every step. No one was there, and after a few seconds of silence, they shrugged it off, saying it must have been the house setting. Then something strange happened. A rush of cold air blew through the room. through every window, and they were all firmly shut. The cardboard castle toppled over as if somebody had kicked it. The wooden chest beneath it shifted slightly. Not much, but enough for all of us to see it happen. The scarf that had been lying still suddenly lifted and hung in the air for a moment before fluttering to the floor. I felt the chill wrap around me like invisible fingers, and a shiver crawled up my spine. Mia screamed first. My brother grabbed my hand, and we bolted down the narrow staircase and out the front door, barefoot in the cold porch. We waited huddled together in the front steps until my mom came home. And that was the only time my brother and I ever saw anything like that in the house. But years later, when I told the story at a family dinner, my mom admitted that she had her own encounter. One night, she was reading in bed alone. The bedroom door slowly swung open. The bed trembled as if someone was pushing it across the floor. The property also had an old wooden shed at the back. Rarely went inside because it always smelled damp and carried a strange heaviness. A couple of times, our neighbor who lived at the ground floor flat let us see the cellar through a unit. It had a low brick ceiling, thick stone walls, and a small fireplace built directly into the wall. It was blackened with soot. She once told us the house used to have live-in servants. The funny thing is years later I tried to look up the house online and found it on a real estate site. The address had changed slightly, and the street number is 2 digits lower than the one my whole family remembers. The photos showed that it had been renovated back into a single home. Maybe that explains the change, or maybe the house had its own way of erasing certain things over time. When the shadows breathe. Okay, so first off, I'm like 90% sure I can sense things that aren't supposed to be here. It started off real small, just that weird feeling like someone's standing right behind you. And I kept telling myself, nah, just nerves. But it happened every single night for 3 straight months. Finally, I told my dad. He asked, does it feel bad or good? I didn't even hesitate, and I said, bad, real bad. So he brought home some holy water and sprinkled it on every doorway, every corner, even under the bed. The priest came by, said a blessing. And for a moment, it actually felt lighter, and I thought, cool, problem solved. Yeah, right. 2 weeks later, I wake up at 3:02 a.m., classic horror movie hour, and I can feel someone clutching my ankles. Not a breeze and not imagination. Actual pressure. I froze, blanket over my head, praying I was just dreaming. And then I heard a faint thump of soft footsteps on the carpet. My old stuffed rabbit. Yeah, the one I've had since I was 6. It starts bouncing slowly on my back like something's pushing it. I whisper a prayer, shaking. Then out of nowhere, bam! The rabbit slams into me so hard I can still remember the sting. I snap up, heart pounding, and there it is. Something crouched at the end of my bed. Not a person, just this black thing with no face. I sprint for the light switch. Second I turn around, it's gone, like it's never there, and I cried for 10 minutes straight. And that wasn't even the worst of it. One afternoon, on FaceTime with my friends while wiping down my mirror, out of the corner of my eye, the shower curtain slides back. A figure, pitch black, no features, stares at me. I laugh nervously and say, hey, shadow dude. One friend immediately hangs up, other stays on. I point the camera at the shower. Tell me if you see anything. She barely gets a word out before screaming, it's there, it's right there. I spin around and the curtain's swinging wildly. I don't wait to investigate. I'm out of that bathroom faster than you can blink, end up watching cartoons just to keep my brain from spiraling. A couple of weeks later, things escalated. Stepmom stormed out of her room, yelling, tears in her eyes. "I'm not staying here with that thing. I'm going to church." She slams the door behind her. My dad looks pale, says that we need to bless the house again. When we come back with holy water, I smell burning like charred wood. I follow the smell to their closet, and later I find out what happened. My stepmom had been getting dressed when she saw a hanger laying in the middle of the floor. She put it back, turned around, and the hanger flew across the closet, smacking her leg. That's when she ran out screaming. And since then, let's just say I don't sleep without the lights on anymore. The path beyond the trees. This, as the title suggests, it's something that happened within a dream. Will this dream become reality, or was it just a dream? Prefacing it with, "This is a dream I had, what do you think?" A friend told me this strange dream, so I'll write it here in his own voice. I suddenly realized I'm walking along a narrow mountain trail. The path wasn't dusty or rocky as you might expect. It was smooth, lined with flat black stones, each one cool under my bare feet. On my right was a low wooden fence. Beyond it stretched a forest of tall, dark pines swaying gently in the wind. The air was crisp. The shafts of soft golden sunlight fell between the branches like silk ribbons. When I glanced around, I noticed several people walking in front of me in silence, their steps slow and even. Their faces were all too familiar. Classmates from childhood, neighbors and old colleagues, and even my aunt who passed away years ago. There were strangers too, but the familiar faces were what unsettled me most. I caught up to one of my friends and called out, "Where are we headed?" Without looking back, my friend said, "To where they're waiting for us." I frowned. "Who's waiting?" And calmly, my friend replied, "The dead." A chill ran through me. "Wait, what are you talking about?" I asked. Then he said, as if stating a fact he'd long accepted, "Because we're already gone." But for some reason I blurted out, "How old were you?" 87, he said. I woke up. The ceiling was there, the faint hum of my fan, the soft ticking of the clock, and for nearly a full minute I sat frozen, my heart pounding, trying to remember which part was real. The clock read 2:13 a.m. I'd gone to bed a little before midnight. I wanted to stay up, but tomorrow was a work day. Forced myself back to sleep. And then the same mountain path stretched before me. But this time the sunlight was gone. A pale mist hung low to the ground, swallowing everything in its path. The forest that had looked warm now loomed like a wall of shadows. I walked forward slowly. No voices, no footsteps but mine. And after a while, I saw a lantern flickering faintly on the left side of the path. Beside it, a narrow wooden bridge led to the dark forest. And I don't know why, but I crossed it. The forest opened up into a vast cleared filled with hundreds of lanterns, or rather clearing. It was swaying from thin poles, each of these lanterns, and each lantern stood above a single stone marker. Gravestones. I stepped closer, my breath catching my throat. Names, dates, some unfamiliar, some disturbingly familiar. And then at the farthest end, a lantern burned brighter than the rest. Underneath it, the stone bore my own name. It read, "Born 1991, died 2080. And below, in small letters, "May the wind guide you home." Well, that's a long life. And I'm 34. Hey, me too. 87 is still far away, but the thought won't leave me. My friend in the dream had also said 87. Excuse me. And ever since that night, whenever I close my eyes, I can almost hear the wind through the pines, as if it's waiting. The long-faced guest. I should begin with this. People have died on the property where I live, and my house sits on old Pennsylvania grounds, just a few minutes from Gettysburg, and the air sometimes feels occupied. 2 nights ago, I had a sleepover with my sister W and friends A and L, W's friend S, and my younger cousin J and O. They're quite a bit younger than the rest of us, so they mostly watch from the sidelines. As midnight came and went, we pulled out a favorite card game, One Night Ultimate Werewolf. I've played it countless times without incident. The rules are simple. Each player gets a secret role. Some are werewolves, some are villagers. Others have special powers that let them spy or swap cards in the dark. After a brief round of closed eyes and whispered instructions, everyone debates and votes to catch the werewolf. Harmless fun, until it wasn't. And at first everything ran normally, but then we noticed that cards kept landing in the wrong places. Rolls that should have changed didn't. Stranger still, 3 of us, me, A, and L, kept ending up in the same roles again and again. Insomniac, seer, and drunk. Statistically impossible. One time I began as the lone werewolf. I peeked at the center cards and I saw the Insomniac there. Yet when the round ended, my card had become the Insomniac, and the werewolf was now in the center. We suspected a prank, of course, but no one confessed. So we played on, uneasily. J and O eventually dozed off, removing them as suspects. Still, the impossible swaps continued and card shifting as if moved by unseen hands. Finally, we set the deck aside, but curiosity clawed at us, and after some nervous chatter outside, we returned and began again. That's when the night turned sharp. A card called the Tanner vanished mid-game. We searched every inch of carpet and couch. Nothing. We restarted only to hear thuds on the floor during a round. One heavy right where the card lay, and a softer one between A and L. A cold draft followed, enough to wake O crying, and we ended the game and boxed it. We left it in another room. Morning brought no relief. Jay opened the box and found the Tanner card sitting on top face up. And later, after I meticulously stacked the deck and logged the order, we left the room for an hour. When we returned, the Seer card lay face up on top. No one had entered. And by daylight we tested it again, even moving to W's darkened bedroom. The phenomena persisted, rolls defying logic, cards rearranging themselves. Finally, we switched off the lights, using only L's phone flashlight. And that's when the real horror began. L suddenly whispered that she could see A's face, or rather couldn't. She could only see mine faintly. She leaned forward, squinting, and then recoiled. "It's not your face," she said. A turned to look and screamed. They described a figure superimposed over me. A man with a long, gaunt face, a sharp nose, and beady eyes. No bangs. He had a slow, crooked smile, and I sat frozen while they insisted it grew closer each time we darkened the room. And at one point, Elle sketched what she saw in the dim light, only to drop the pencil with a gasp, asking if I was smiling when I wasn't. We turned the lights on, and never turned them off again, and we have not played that game since. Somewhere in that house, a long-faced guest still waits for nightfall. At least that's the feeling I get. Moonlight Stranger. Before I start, let me set the scene. I live in Canada, and if you've ever heard Native American stories, you'll know that skinwalkers are a big deal here. Everyone I've talked to around our family's rural property has their own eerie encounters, similar enough to mine that it still gives me chills. Here's what happened. Our family owns a piece of land a few hours outside of the city, quiet and remote. And late one autumn night, about midnight, the full moon was unbelievably bright. It lit up the field so clearly, I could see far beyond what was normal for that hour. My dad was inside the old farmhouse that we were fixing up, leaving me outside to breathe in the crisp night air. And then, from the forest about 300 feet away, there came a strange, drawn-out cry. It sounded like something wounded. I told myself it was just a coyote. There are plenty of those around here. 5 minutes passed. I was fiddling with my phone when I sensed something. I turned, and there it was. A white dog stood barely 10 feet away. Its coat glowed in the moonlight, but something about it felt wrong, and at first I blamed my tired eyes. I love dogs. I ducked into her small camper to grab a couple of treats. I keep them there for my own pup. I stepped closer, and I greeted it softly. The animal did not move. There was no wagging tail, no shifting paws, just stillness. When I looked closer, the unease sharpened. Its eyes were almost human, round, watchful, unsettling. I offered a treat. It didn't even blink. And suddenly its head jerked toward the woods where the city cry had come from. Then back to me. It repeated that motion, forest, me, forest, 4 times. Like it was caught in some silent signal I couldn't hear. Then it locked eyes with me for so long, like a cold 5 seconds, bolted straight toward the dark tree line. Heart racing, I dashed back into the camper. I grabbed my dad's shotgun, kept watching through the window, and for a moment, I thought I saw a shape moving between the trees, but the shadow swallowed it before I could be sure. Could it have been a wandering farm dog? Well, maybe. But everything about it, the human-like eyes, the unnatural calm, the perfectly timed cry in the woods felt too precise and too strange. When I later shared the story, neighbors told me of similar encounters. They were convinced that they were skinwalkers. I can't prove what I saw. Maybe it was nothing more than a coincidence. But under that glaring moonlight, it felt like something far older was watching me. The twin in the hallway. I kept this to myself for years, partly because speaking it aloud felt like tempting something I didn't want to name, but here it is. Maybe someone else has a clue. It started in early 2022, when my mom and I took a short trip to Savannah, Georgia. Not New Orleans this time, though the city had the same heavy, restless air that makes you feel watched. Because you very well might be. from my experience. My mom loves anything haunted, so she dragged me to a candlelit ghost walk. She dragged me to old cemeteries and a strange place called the House of Shadows Museum. Halfway through that museum, right when the exhibit shifted from elegant funerary history to grim displays about infamous murders, my stomach turned inside out. The walls tilted and my skin went cold. I barely made it outside before throwing up. On the walk back, something clung to me. That's the only way I can describe it. You know, when someone's right behind you, almost touching the back of your neck, and every nerve knows it. That feeling. The rest of the trip was wrong. Our hotel door unlocked itself more than once while we tried to sleep. I had misplaced a whole sketchbook I'd carried for years and it never turned up. Mom's credit card disappeared, only to slide back into her wallet after we'd gotten home. We even drove past a fresh triple car crash where rescue lights still hadn't arrived. Mom said something had hitched a ride, and she talked to the air in the car the whole way back, giving whatever it was a name. Well, I don't remember it, but promising that it could ride along if it left when we reached home. I didn't believe her, not really. Until we got back. That night around 3 a.m., I got up to use the bathroom. My room opened to a hallway facing the living room where my mom was sleeping on the fold-out couch. The bathroom door was just to my right. Moonlight and the soft blue of the TV filled the house. I noticed Mom sitting upright on the couch, hunched and wild-haired, staring at a cold fireplace. I called her name. There was no answer, so I called louder. Slowly, her head turned toward me, but the rest of her didn't move. Then the bathroom door to my right opened, and my mom stepped out, rubbing her eyes. "What's wrong? I'm in here," she said. I snapped my head back to the couch. Empty. Since that night, the double hasn't left quietly. Sometimes it knocks on my door, calls me by my nickname, a nickname only my mother uses, which is Bug. Friends have heard it, and only old friends refused to video chat if my door was open. She would swear she would catch glimpses of somebody who almost looked like Mom drifting past. When we moved to a 2-story house, the voice began calling from the base of the stairs late at night, waking my real mom, even though she never remembered why she'd been stirred, which is, well... Aside from that, it never once used my actual name. It would only call me Bug. 2 years and another moved silent for now, but I still feel, at least some nights, that breath of presence just behind my neck waiting. The house that followed me. When I was between 5 and 7, my parents, my older brother, and I lived in a rented house that seemed stitched together from nightmares. Every night, shapes walked the halls. Shadows that weren't quite shadows. They weren't just patches of darkness. They stood upright, like people without faces, almost solid with limbs and the faint suggestion of eyes. My brother and I, being children, we treated it like a strange game, chasing the silhouettes, until they melted into the dark outline of a door frame and vanished. It might sound like the fever dream of an overactive imagination, except my brother swore that he saw them too. Years later, when I brought it up, my mother admitted that she sometimes glimpsed small gnome-like figures moving quickly in corners. My dad only muttered something about seeing things once or twice, but his tone said more than his words. My brother, grown and embarrassed, denied everything. But I remember the way he clung to me back then. He absolutely saw them. From ages 4 to 7, something else began visiting me at night, something far worse. I can only describe it as a creature I'd much later recognized in the Alien vs. Predator films, though I'd never heard of those movies at the time. The first night I caught a glimpse of it, I froze still, and after that I never dared look again. But I knew when it was coming. I'd pull the blanket over my head with my heart hammering. Then it would creep in, and I could feel its breath through the covers, heavy and cold, like it was tasting my fear. And for years after we moved, more than a decade, I still slept cocooned beneath my blanket, face covered. It's a reflex I can't quite shake. Sometimes I tried to escape by sleeping in my parents' room, but their room had its own menace. On the wall hung an old black eagle plaque, left behind by previous tenants, and at night it seemed to unhook itself and become a crow, circling in the room in slow, deliberate arcs. Whether it was real or a dream, I can't say, but I remember its beating wings and the sound of air moving. The house itself had a way of infecting others. We moved about 20 miles away, but each Halloween, we returned to trick-or-treat in our old neighborhood, and every time new tenants lived there, and every family's story ended pretty badly. The first couple we met, they seemed normal enough, but a year later, they'd split amid whispered fights and restraining orders. The next renters, they got caught stealing the landlord's appliances, one of them ending up in jail. It was like the house wanted chaos and kept calling new victims. For a long time, the haunting stopped. By 17, high school had replaced fear with routine, until the day that I saw her. She appeared in the hallway like somebody out of a dream you don't want to remember. A pretty girl at first glance, but something shifted like the closer she was coming. A subtle limp, a blank face, and around her, though invisible, a darkness I could feel, the same oppressive wrongness as the creature from my childhood. I forced myself to shrug it off. Weeks later, a friend who loved anything dark and strange told me about a quiet girl in her art class who drew disturbing pictures. She showed me sketches, figures with too many eyes or twisted bodies, all of them in impossible shapes. Before I could think, I asked, "Is this Ashley's?" And I didn't even know anyone by that name. She blinked, kind of surprised. "Yeah, how did you know?" Soon after, Ashley erupted during lunch. Witnesses said she climbed onto a cafeteria table and screamed, "I'm gonna rip your fucking guts out," before lunging at another student. Principal intervened, but Ashley never came back. Whew. Yeah. Even now I wonder, did the house follow me through her, or was it all a coincidence? Or does something dark, something that once stood breathing over my bed, still wander, waiting for another doorway to slip through? The quiet river beyond. In 2008, my aunt married a man who quickly became more like an older brother than an uncle. He spoiled me with kindness, remembered every small wish I ever mentioned, and always had a joke ready when I felt that life was heavy. Then in 2015, he passed away suddenly, in a way so astonishing and strange that it deserved its own telling someday. For a while after, I only met him in faint, forgettable dreams. But one night, during a season when I was drowning in hopelessness and dark thoughts, he returned, vivid and present. In the dream, he looked at me gently and asked, "Do you want to come with me?" I shook my head. He smiled and said he just wanted to show me where he now lived, and I agreed just to take a look. So we walked through what felt like a dark, endless tunnel, and yet it really wasn't frightening. At the far end, light poured in, but not from any sun. The sky itself seemed to glow. There were tall trees stripped of leaves, their silhouettes calm and dignified, and a perfectly clear river flowing over pebbles and silver fish. The air was almost still and almost sacred. I felt peaceful and uneasy all at once, and after a while, I told him I wanted to go back, and he nodded and I woke up. Months later, I dreamed of him again, and this time he sat together with me and we were beside that quiet river again. He said only this, "Here is home for me now." And then, as before, he brought me back. Years rolled by, and on a road trip with a friend, I met a stranger with scars and stitches running across his arms and neck. And over coffee, he told me of a terrible accident that left him in a coma. And then he described the place that he'd gone. A world with no sun, yet full of light. Bare trees, like something I can't even describe. And a clear stream lined with fish and stones. The only difference is he had seen a white, faceless figure watching from the shore, and I was stunned. How could two lives, one asleep, one suspended between life and death, cross paths in the same unseen landscape? Still can't name what that place is. Maybe it's a threshold, or maybe a promise, or maybe something beyond words. What do you think that river really is? We all got a name for that. Nice knowing there's fish, though, and rocks aren't alive. The black shape beyond the pines. It must have been about 6 summers back when I signed up for a military-style camp. It was a place hidden somewhere deep in Lithuania's pine-choked nowhere. The place was gorgeous. Tall, dark trees as far as you could see. The air sharp with resin. Our daily grind was standard. Dawn wake-ups, flagpole ceremonies, endless drills. Nothing special. Then came hiking day. We stuffed our packs and headed out with one of the counselors, trudging through forest trails for what felt like forever. Probably 3 hours until he stopped and grinned. "All right," he said. "This is home for tonight." Wait, tonight? Nobody had mentioned an overnight in the woods. But there we were, suddenly tasked with building shelters from branches and moss. While we sweated over makeshift huts, the counselor got creative, I guess you could call it. First, he pulled an animal jawbone out of the dirt. Then he lashed it to a stick with twine. It was kind of shaman style. Next came a rain-soaked frog, skewered with a knife and tied to the grisly staff like some woodland totem. Creepy as hell, but mesmerizing nonetheless. By sunset, the forest dimmed to a shadowy blue. We tried to spark a fire using a ferro rod and a knife, striking till our wrists ached. Everything was just too damp. There was no flame. So me and 2 friends, we volunteered to find drier wood. So we wandered maybe 7 minutes before spotting a lone birch in a little clearing. Almost too perfect, like a painting half remembered. We tugged and snapped at its limbs for 10 long minutes until a noise froze us. Sharp cracking of branches, somewhere deeper in the dark. We swung our one-weak flashlight toward the sound and saw it. A black shape, massive, hunched on 4 limbs, 3 meters tall at least. The light barely touched it. So at first it seemed like a dense shadow, a trick of tired eyes, until it shifted. One long limb slid forward with deliberate weight. Instinct took over. We bolted. Don't think I've ever run that fast. Back at camp, we tumbled into the circles breathless, blurting out something into the woods. No one believed us. A group of older kids grabbed the light to check, but minutes later they came sprinting back, pale and wide-eyed themselves. That's because they'd seen it too. Our counselor, still holding his nightmare staff, finally told us to pack. No fire, no food, just a hard 2-hour march through pitch-black forest, every step echoing with the thought of something being behind us. We reached camp huts well past midnight. Nobody in our cabin sleeping, so could it have been a shadow or a moose or pure exhaustion? Maybe, but even now when I walk alone in a forest, I sometimes remember that clearing and the black shape that leaned toward us. I'm always asking myself if it's a moose or pure exhaustion. The forest that breathed hunger. It was late September 2016, my 3rd year of college, and for 7 nights straight, my friend Bada and I had been sneaking into the Buli Batayari forest after dark, chasing the kind of thrill that makes you forget exams and sleep. Most nights were still, haunted by silence but harmless. But that first night, that night never left me. Bada's bike hummed along the dirt trail until he suddenly slammed on the brakes. His face hardened. "Want to see a dead body?" he asked, his voice low like he was daring in the dark to answer. I got a half laugh. "Hard pass, thanks." "Too late," he said, turning the handlebars so the headlight cut through a thicket of crooked trees. There it was, a man face down in the dust, his limbs bent as if somebody had forgotten how a human should fold. I edged closer and I nudged him with my shoe, waiting for a breath, a twitch or anything. Nothing. The stillness was so absolute it felt like the forest was holding its breath with him. I told myself he was just some drunk passed out cold, and I needed that story to be true. We left for our usual hangout spot. We roped a few friends into coming back to see the dead guy. But when we returned minutes later, he was gone. All that remained were long, dragging tracks leading deeper into the trees. Maybe his buddy carried him off, I muttered, forcing logic into the space where fear lived. But something inside me whispered a harder truth. The nights after, they sort of unraveled into a nightmare of small impossibilities. Shadows that didn't match their owners, voices that vanished when chased. And by the 4th night, no more bodies appeared. That should have been a relief, but it wasn't. So one evening, we gathered around a fire with 2 other wandering groups, laughter and smoke rising like we could out-joke the forest. And that's when I heard it, faint rustling, circling us in a perfect ring. Too deliberate to be wind, too patient to be an animal. The sound tightened its loop until it drowned everything else out. Then absolute silence. 2 minutes, maybe more. My pulse became the only noise. When it came back, it wasn't a circle. It was everywhere at once. Branches snapped in impossible directions. The trees themselves seemed to lean closer. My body froze under pressure I can only call predatory. It was the sensation of a hand almost touching the back of your neck, only colder and older and hungrier. Then something or someone, or maybe not someone at all, it brushed the air behind me, and I swear I felt its intent, heavy and sharp as teeth. Instinct broke the spell. I bolted for the bike and yelled at Bada to head for the Bangali Sahib Gurudwara, the only safe place I could name, and a difficult name to pronounce. But the eerie part is every other group ran too, as if chased by the same invisible hunger. And later, when asked why, each described the same suffocating presence, the same phantom breath of their necks. That was the last time I stepped inside Buli Batiyari. Some forests don't just hold secrets, they feed on them. Rover in the afterlight. My family's always been different. Some of us can sense lies the instant they're told. Others glimpse spirits, catch flickers of the future, or feel a room's energy shift like a sudden draft. My own knack is subtle. I feel vibrations and moods in a place the moment I step inside. Sometimes I even get flashes of what's to come. But my most unusual gift is the one I never expected. My spirit dog. Let's call him Rover to be simple. I call him my spirit because he's behaving like a real dog, playful and curious and aware of change, rather than a mere ghost or echo. He followed me when I moved apartments, padding faithfully across thresholds no living creature could cross. 3 years ago, the earthly Rover left this world, and he'd been with me for over 20 years now. And one quiet afternoon, his spleen ruptured from a hidden tumor. We rushed him through emergency surgery, and he survived this splenectomy. Even wagged his tail for me. But 6 days later at home, his heart finally just gave out. And everyone says their dog is special, and Rover truly was. He'd appeared in my life like a small miracle, abandoned in a busy part of town. Yet somehow he found me at midnight as if guided, and our bond was instant and unshakable. He ignored most people, even trainers. But one word had it for me, and he obeyed. He barked at things I couldn't see, especially at night, sending chills through me, and he mistrusted strangers instinctively, especially men. But even some women earned a wary growl. Eventually I found a roommate, one Rover actually liked, and during night walks, the roommate often looked uneasy. When asked why, he admitted he could see spirits and other entities. Some, he said, had never been human at all. Most were harmless, little flickers of mischief. But sometimes, especially when Rover barked into the darkness, he glimpsed tall, shadowy figures with white faces and burning red eyes. And those were not harmless. He also claimed these things were drawn to me, especially in the quiet of the night. I hadn't mentioned my family's gifts, so my calm reaction startled him. I simply said, "Good to know," went back to my Netflix. After Rover passed, I could still sense him. I'd hear phantom toenails clicking across the linoleum, or I'd feel a warm weight on the bed. One evening, my roommate told me that he'd seen Rover cross over, but not as an old, frail dog. He described a young, healthy Rover, wearing a shiny new collar marked with silver paw prints. A week later, while building a memorial photo album, I showed him pictures of Rover as a young pup. He paled, pointed at the collar in one blurry shot and whispered, "That's it." Curious, I dug through an old shoebox. I pulled out the real collar, silver paw prints and all. He just nodded, still pale. Another week passed before I felt something stranger. At night, my arms and legs tingled as if it brushed by like a faint current. I joked about restless limb syndrome over dinner. My roommate looked at me and asked, "Do you feel it right now?" And when I said yes, he smiled softly. "That's not a syndrome," he said. "That's Rover. He's curled up on your lap." So maybe my dog never really left. Maybe he chose to stay. A loyal guardian padding just beyond the veil. Proof that love in its purest form doesn't die. It only changes its shape. The doorway that waited. Last winter, I, a 31-year-old female, I worked a short stint in the environmental services department of a busy city hospital. Basically housekeeping with a lot of bleach and a little bit of mystery. After a couple of months, I got a regular route on the step-down ICU. Some rooms had cameras. They were streaming to the nurses' station, mostly the ones tucked out of direct sight. My job was a mix of the everyday and the eerie. Wiped down occupied rooms, tidy nurses' stations, freshen up doctors' cubbies, scrub public bathrooms, and when somebody was discharged, deep clean their room until it looked like nobody had ever drawn a breath in there. One gray morning, I was assigned a full clean on a monitored room that was at the far end of the hall, just around a bend from the main station. After an hour of mopping and disinfecting, I stepped out, glanced at the monitor screen, and I froze. Someone tall, motionless, stood in the doorway that I had just walked out of. My heart slammed. I doubled back immediately. Empty. Not just the room, but the neighboring one too. Anyone leaving would have had to pass me. Yet when I checked the feed again, the doorway was blank. I told myself it was a camera glitch, and I forced my day back into its routine rhythm. A week later, the room got a new occupant. An elderly woman, pale and gentle, with the kind of faraway eyes that seemed to see two places at once. Went in to introduce myself, start the daily cleaning. The curtains were drawn, leaving the room kind of softly dim. As I dusted near her bed, she asked in a thin voice, "How many of us are here?" I hesitated. "Just you and me. Why, do you see someone else?" She gave a faint, puzzled smile. "Oh, perhaps not." I reassured her, pointing to the card by the bed. "If you need anything at all, press the button. They can page me." Still uneasy, I slipped around the corner to the monitor. The feed was ordinary, bed, curtain, nothing more. But that prickle at the back of my neck stayed. And after that, I made a quiet habit of passing that room several times a day. And I never again saw a figure in the doorway. But sometimes when I walked past, I caught myself slowing, as if something or someone was still waiting just out of view. When the air began to glow. This is a story that my father of my friend told me years ago. To this day, he still claims to have a strange sensitivity to things most people can't perceive. And from this point on, I'll write it in his voice. Some people are born with a kind of psychic antenna, while for others it wakes up quietly, like something long asleep. I don't remember ever feeling special when I was little. I was just a regular kid who liked ghost stories. It must have been around 3rd grade. One afternoon, when I was flipping through an old children's science magazine in my cousin's house, I found an article titled "How to Train Your Eyes to See Invisible Light." The page showed a smiling woman in a white robe with her hands raised dramatically, explaining a simple exercise. I don't remember the entire article, but the gist was, first, turn off the lights in a room and stare at the shadow of your hand on the wall. If you kept your gaze steady long enough, a faint shimmer would appear around the edges. Then do the same with the mirror in low light. The outline of your body would flicker slightly, and if you didn't blink, colors might drift out of the smoke. I'd always liked supernatural stuff, so of course I tried it that very night. I sat cross-legged in my bedroom with the curtain shut, staring at my hands in the dim light from the hallway. Nothing happened in the first few minutes, but just when I thought it was pointless, a soft light, almost like a silver mist, began to form around my fingers. I gasped, and just like that, it vanished. The next day and the day after that, I practiced whenever I could. While waiting for class to start, I'd stare at my hand under my desk before sleeping. I'd sit in front of the mirror, barely breathing. And one evening, as I adjusted my focus, like squinting through a fogged-up window, everything around me dimmed. Just for a heartbeat. I didn't even need to try hard. It was like a tiny click inside my head. Then around my shoulders, and I had a faint light unfurl like a quiet flame. It wasn't bright, but it moved as if alive, pale blue, then yellow, then violet. And if I blinked or moved too fast, it disappeared. But once I got used to that dimming moment, I could slip into it pretty easily. It became a strange little game, tuning my eyes to an invisible frequency. After a few months, I didn't need a mirror anymore. I could see faint shimmers around my friends during recess, on the bus, and even in crowded places. I remember feeling proud, like I'd unlocked a secret door no one else could see. But one winter afternoon, something changed. I was riding home when the bus stopped at a red light, and as usual, I let my vision slip into that soft focus state. People were crossing the street, and that's when I noticed it by the corner of a convenience store sign. A shape standing completely still. It wasn't like the soft rising glow I saw around living people. It was like a cutout, perfectly human shape, but hollow and blurry at the edges, as if somebody had drawn a person in fog. Thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but when I looked further, I saw more, on a park bench next to a vending machine, inside the hallway of my school. Dozens of them, all human-shaped and always still. That night I told my father. He just laughed it off, and years later when I told this to a friend, her father chuckled and said, sometimes those aren't separate from people's orbs at all. Sometimes they're just what's left hanging around. Then he leaned closer and added, half joking, half serious, "There's actually one clinging to your shoulder right now, like it's trying to hitch a ride." And in that moment, the room suddenly felt colder. Well, I hope everybody's room is, as I like to call it, room temperature. Sweet dreams. See ya. Paranormal M takes you where reason fails. From haunted houses to eerie objects, the stories linger. Subscribe and enter the unknown with us. Hey, it's me, the ghost friend. I've experienced my fair share of odd, possibly paranormal events in life. This one is probably the earliest one. Even though the title might sound a little silly, I've always called the ghost I saw that day Oliver Oakley. You'll see why soon enough. From what I remember, he wasn't menacing, just unexpected, and here's the story of Oliver Oakley. When I was a kid, I grew up in a very religious household. We were Jehovah's Witnesses. I've since moved on from that. Good for you. Part of our regular ministry involved what we called return visits. If someone agreed to talk again after an initial conversation, we'd come back the next week at the same time. My mom had a return visit named Marjorie, a sweet elderly woman who lived alone in an old house somewhere in upstate New York. That's funny. I loved going with my mom to visit her because Marjorie ran a little side hustle selling old books. She always had boxes and boxes stacked on her front porch. And best of all, she kept a stash of my childhood favorite, the Goosebumps series. Every visit meant a new book for me. The celery stalks at midnight. The visit started like usual. We climbed the uneven front steps, pushed open the squeaky screen door, and stepped onto the enclosed porch. The air smelled faintly of old paper and pine. Boxes of books were scattered everywhere like a miniature library in chaos. Mom knocked on the inner door, and a minute later, Marjorie shuffled out wearing her usual cardigan and nasal cannula. Cannula? The oxygen tube trailing back into the house. She greeted us with a smile, and then she said something that gave me the chills even before anything weird happened. "Hope you don't mind if we have company today. Oliver's here." I glanced around, expecting to see someone else, but there was no one, just the three of us. Confused, I asked, "Who's Oliver?" Marjorie gave me the kind of look grandmothers give when they're about to tell a story. "Well," she said, "you know how in your scary books there are sometimes ghosts?" I nodded slowly. "Oliver's like that. He's a ghost." Mom immediately tried to change the subject. Marjorie, however, was delighted to explain. Oliver, she said, had lived there over 100 years ago. He wasn't famous or anything, just a wandering man who loved oak trees. Supposedly traveled across the country planting them. Then she pointed toward the side of the porch. And sure enough, I saw a huge oak tree I'd somehow never noticed before. "He planted that one himself," she said. "Every autumn he comes back to check on it." I found this weirdly fascinating. Mom, however, steered the conversation back toward Bible verses. And that's when it happened. The inside door had suddenly slammed shut with such force that it made us both jump. The oxygen tube under the door got sharply bent, and for a second, I thought Marjorie would panic. She didn't even flinch. "Oh, that's just Oliver," she said casually. "He likes to listen in." Mom whispered to me, "It's just the wind." And even at 7 years old, I knew that was nonsense. It was a calm autumn day, no breeze, no draft, and the slam had come from inside. While Mom and Marjorie kept talking, I wandered toward the book boxes. As I flipped through a book about robots, I suddenly heard slow, deliberate footsteps circling me on the porch. The sound was so clear I could feel the boards beneath me creaking. There was no one there, though. I froze, then quietly tiptoed back to my mom, and as I stood beside her, I glanced through the mesh at the porch toward the living room window, and that's when I saw him. A tall, shadowy figure stood inside the house. He wasn't blurry like some vague shadow. You could make out the outline of a long coat, a hat with a wide brim, and a sharp jaw. He wasn't moving, just watching. I told Mom later, but of course she didn't believe me. We left with a Goosebumps book in hand, and life went on. But sometimes, when autumn rolls around and the air gets cold and still, Mom and I bring up Oliver Oakley and laugh about how weird that day was. I never felt any danger from him, just like a quiet kind of pride, like a gardener checking on his favorite tree. Oh, and if anybody ever digs up an Oliver who planted oak trees around upstate New York in the 1900s, let me know. And to that one person who told me to look up mullion, it does kind of help. Thank you. Whispers in the kitchen. I come to y'all for some guidance, because honestly, I've never experienced anything like this before. Haven't even told my wife yet, since I don't want to sound like I've lost it. And this might be a bit long, so thank you in advance for reading. I'm 27. I have a stable job, and my wife and I have been married for almost 2 years now. We got a sweet little boy who's about to turn 6. Earlier this summer, around May, we moved into a new rental house. Not a fancy place, but cozy enough for us. 2 bedrooms and 1.5 baths, decent backyard for the kid. Felt like a fresh start. The first month was pretty normal. You know, the usual new place feeling, boxes everywhere and late night takeout, finding where things go. But toward late June, small things started happening. And at first, I didn't think much of it. My phone would end up in weird spots like on the kitchen counter when I could have sworn I left it in the charger in the bedroom. Shoes would be in the hallway, even though I put them in the closet. My wife and son said they didn't touch them, and I just assumed I was being forgetful. Then, lights started flickering randomly. We figured at the time it was old wiring. I mean, sometimes the bathroom sink would start running on its own. A little bit unnerving, but we blamed the loose faucet handle. The back door would be cracked open some mornings, even though I was sure I had locked it. We have an old house. I told myself old houses do weird things. Around the end of July, things got stranger. I began having these really vivid dreams, the kind where you wake up with your heart pounding but can't remember exactly why. And no matter when I went to bed, I started waking up at 2:17 a.m. every single night. I've never been that consistent with anything in my life, but somehow my body just snapped awake at the same time. Then came the feeling of being touched. Not a breeze, not a blanket slipping. Felt like somebody placing their hand lightly on my arm or shoulder. I'd jolt awake and ask my wife why she was touching me. And every time she'd say that she wasn't, and it wasn't nightly, but it was often enough to mess with my head. The worst part, constant feeling that someone is watching me. You know that cold pressure on the back of your neck when you know eyes are on you? It's like that, but every single night. And the thing that finally broke me happened just 3 nights ago. I got off work around 1:30, got home maybe about 2. My wife had an early shift. I decided to crash on the couch and watch a bit of a show I've been trying to finish. Fell asleep early, maybe 3:30, TV still's on. Stills. TV still on. I woke up with that same pressure on my shoulder, like somebody gently pushing down, and sat up fast. And our house has an open floor plan, so from the couch I can see the whole kitchen and part of the hallway. Every single cabinet door was wide open, oven door too. Even the closet door next to the pantry was swung out. I just froze. My first thought was someone's in the house. I grabbed my bat, and I don't keep a gun. I went room to room, and there was nothing. Every window locked. No sign of forced entry. And the weirdest thing is when I snapped a quick picture to show my wife later, the image looked distorted, like light had smeared. I don't even know how to describe it. I'm not exactly a superstitious person. I honestly don't know how to explain what's been going on. Planning to start praying more regularly. Maybe going to church more than twice a month, but right now I just need someone to tell me I'm not losing my mind. The room at my doorstep. I want to share a strange story told to me by somebody my friend once introduced me to. Let's call her Sarah. This was something that happened in the first house she ever lived in as a child. Right next to the front door, there's a narrow little room, not big enough for a living room, too awkward to be a bedroom. Had no windows, no furniture, just an old wooden floor and faint wallpaper peeling at the edges. The door to that room was always closed. No one in her family ever went inside. Sarah remembered that everyone quietly pretended the room didn't exist. Never said anything about it, but the air around that door was heavy, as if some unspoken rule kept it sealed there. One cloudy afternoon, when Sarah was 9 and home alone after school, a gust of wind rattled the house. For the first time, she noticed the door wasn't completely shut. It had cracked open just a little bit. Her heart was pounding, but curiosity pushed harder than fear. She slowly turned the doorknob and stepped inside. And the air was cold. Space was filled with cardboard boxes, an old wardrobe with peeling paint, the faint smell of dust, and something sweetly rotten. At the very back, on the top of a trunk, sat a single porcelain doll. It had porcelain white skin, blonde curls dulled with age. They were pale blue glass eyes, and they shimmered in the light from the hallway. The faded rose-pink dress frilled at the edges. Sarah felt certain those eyes would follow her. Not just stare, but noticed her. In a box near her feet, she found a photo album, heavier than it looked. She flipped through the yellowing pages and saw her parents smiling with a little girl she had never seen before. A girl about 6, ribbons in her hair. But Sarah was an only child. She closed the album quickly, shoved it back, trying to ignore the uneasy chill creeping down her spine. That night she woke with a start. Something pressed down on her chest. It was as though small feet were bouncing rhythmically on top of her. She couldn't move, couldn't scream, only stare at the dark ceiling, frozen as the pressure grew heavier and heavier. Happened again the next night, and the next after that, and for an entire week she barely slept. She finally told her parents. Their faces went pale, and just for a second before her mother forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, sweetheart, don't think about it." But something in their eyes told her they knew. Days later, she gathered her courage to peek into the room again. The doll and the album were gone. The strange nightly visits didn't stop. Her parents grew tense and quiet at dinner. And then one evening, her father called her and sat her down in the living room. Before Sarah was born, they had a daughter, and she had died in an accident about 6 years old. The doll had been hers, a birthday gift, and after the tragedy, they couldn't bear to throw away anything that belonged to her. Everything, the clothes, the toys, the photos, had been kept in that room, hidden and frozen in time. But lately, the room wouldn't stay shut. Shoes at the front door were found overturned, and some nights they heard soft footsteps in the hallway, like a child running barefoot. And the doll, even when locked in a glass case, would be found turned to face the door, as though waiting for someone to open it. Despite her parents invited a priest they trusted to bless the house, he told them something none of them wanted to hear. The doll, it had become a vessel for their late daughter's spirit, a soul still wandering because it had been left behind, unacknowledged. Her parents finally faced the truth, and together they gathered the things in the room, whispered prayers, held a small private ceremony. The doll was burned after a cleansing ritual at the church, along with most of their old belongings. Only 3 photographs were kept, framed, placed gently on a side table in the living room. Strange phenomena stopped. Sarah, she said she could never forget the night her parents stood in front of those framed photos, whispering through their own tears, "We're sorry, we should have told you sooner." And every year on her sister's birthday, they lighted candles and placed flowers beside the frames. And Sarah told me softly, like she was talking to someone unseen, "I think she still lives here, just in a different way now. You and me both." The light beneath the abandoned hospital. This isn't exactly a ghost story either. More like a memory of a strange and unsettling place. A place where something inexplicable happened and never quite left my mind. It was the summer of 1990. I was part of a youth drama troupe rehearsing a quirky adaptation of Peter Pan. Our director somehow managed to get us access to the old recreation hall at Hillside State Hospital. It was for the summer rehearsals and shows. The hospital campus stretched over acres of overgrown lawns, dotted with red brick buildings dating back to the 1880s. There were wards, offices, workshops, a small chapel, a laundry house, and a road shaded by massive elms. At first glance, it looked more like an old college than a hospital, quiet and dignified and eerily beautiful. By then, most of the hospital had been shut down. The building stood hollow and silent, peeling paint and windows like blind eyes. Recreation Hall was no exception. Shabby but sturdy and perfect for a makeshift stage. Anyone who'd ever been in a community theater knows there's plenty of downtime. When you're not in the scene, you're sitting around, and in our case, sitting around quickly turned into exploring. After we'd crept through the costume storage room and discovered the abandoned cafeteria, we stumbled upon a narrow service corridor. That's how we found the tunnels. These concrete tunnels stretched like secret veins beneath the hospital grounds, linking building to building. Some were unlocked, though pitch dark, dusty, and carrying a damp metallic smell. Daring each other on, we climbed past wire gates and slipped into forgotten basements. Being 16 and reckless, it felt like we were walking through the set of our own horror movie. The old wards were worse than we imagined. Cracked green tiles, rusted beds with straps still attached. A hallway jammed with wheelchairs. Floors seemed to sag underneath your feet. And there were bathrooms where porcelain sinks hung at odd angles and sunrooms with broken windows. They let in just enough light to make the shadows feel alive. And it was fascinating, sure. But, well, it was deeply sad. You could almost feel the lives that had once filled those spaces. And we ended up in the basement of a building. It felt like a maze. The walls were flaking, air was heavy, silence complete. It was clear no one had stepped down there in years. We managed to slip back out and avoid the single bored security guard who barely looked up from his radio. Rehearsals stretched late that night, and around dusk, a few of us wandered outside, strolling between buildings with the heat of the day fading into a cool, soft wind. That's when I saw it. One of the basement windows of the building we'd explored earlier was glowing faintly. A light, steady and warm, sort of shone from inside. shouldn't have been on. There's no working electricity in that part of the hospital. No reason for anyone to be down there. I cut into my friend's conversation and said, "Hey, look." We turned just in time to see the light snap off. The building fell back into darkness. There was no sound, no footsteps, no beam of a flashlight moving away. Just the sudden heavy silence of a place long abandoned. The hospital was torn down years later, swallowed by weeds and time. I still think about that glowing basement window and the fact that someone or something was down there with us that summer. The man in the corner. I was in my bedroom one night, door wide open, half watching TV, when something caught the corner of my eye. Right there in the middle of the living room, a pair of men's boots. Not just boots, they were glowing faintly like old lantern glass. And this thin wisp of smoke was swirling around them. There was no body, no legs, no boots. Well, rather, just boots. Slowly, they turned and walked out of my line of sight, silent as fog. And I know how this sounds. Smoky boots walking off into the night. But weird stuff is practically part of the rent here, so over time, every time something got knocked over or disappeared, we just shrug and blame it on our house ghost that we named Leroy. Fast forward about 3 years. I was moving some heavy, dusty wood panels that had been leaning against the entry hallway since forever. I always thought it was just a solid wall behind them. Turns out it wasn't. A hidden utility closet. It was surprisingly spacious, like somebody had sealed away a little piece of the house a long time ago. That night, after the little quote-unquote discovery, I flopped down on the living room couch. The lights were dim, and then there he was, a man, sitting calmly in a wooden stool in the corner, like he had been there forever. His body shimmered like those boots, semi-transparent and bluish and misty, and he was wearing overalls, a work shirt, a hat, and the exact same boots, and he was tall, African-American. A face I could clearly make out, hair, eyes, the shine on the buttons on his shirt. And actually, truly was unreal how real it was. I whispered to my roommate that there was someone in the corner. My roommate, bless his curious soul, he asked me what I was seeing. And that's when the man spoke. "I like the name you gave me," he said. The voice was low but clear. "But it's not my name." And just like that, something clicked in my head like someone whispering inside my skull. One word, Leonard. He then added, "You found my space. You can keep it open during the day, but close it at night." I froze, and he looked toward the window and said, "The man outside can't come in. He never will." And my stomach dropped because, I'd seen someone out there before. A man with his palms and face pressed against the glass, always outside and always watching. One of the creepiest things I'd ever experienced. Before fading, Leonard said one last thing. "Be careful what you find in the backyard." And honestly, that's not vague for me. I've dug up weird things back there. An old mirror from the 1930s and rusted coins and shells and even a liquor bottle that made me violently sick when I stupidly took a sip. God knows what else is buried under that dirt. Leonard, he isn't a menace. He's more like a silent guard. He doesn't go to the backyard, and he was in my room once, just once. But after I asked him to leave, he quietly disappeared. I always felt like he'd been chasing something away. Never seen him again in person. Still follow what he told me. I think this house used to be some kind of utility hub for the neighborhood, and Leonard might have been the technician here. The house was built in 1904 by architect Julia Morgan, and maybe, just maybe, never really left his post. The Girl at the River's Edge. I heard this story from a guy I met completely by chance one evening at a small, quiet pub. We're both sitting at the counter, and somehow our casual talk over whiskey turned into something deeper. And as always, I asked him my favorite question. Have you ever seen a ghost or something not quite normal? He paused, fingers tapping lightly on his glass, and then he said with a crooked smile, I don't know if it was a ghost, but there was one night I almost crossed over. And this is what he told me. About a year and a half ago, he had a near-death experience. He was working at a dockside warehouse, and while unloading some steel beams, one of them slipped. It swung down, cracked him hard in the side of the head, and he blacked out instantly. They say people see a tunnel with light at the end, he told me. I didn't see a tunnel, I saw a meadow. He found himself standing in the middle of darkness, so heavy it felt almost wet. And ahead of him was a glowing stretch of pale yellow wildflowers swaying gently. It was like it was in a summer breeze. A small river shimmered beside the field. He could hear the soft murmur of running water. Across the river stood faces he recognized. His grandmother, an old friend from high school, his childhood dog even, waiting quietly. They didn't speak, but their hands reached out toward him, urging him to come closer. In that moment, he just knew if he stepped across, he'd never return. And something primal in him screamed, no! So he spun around, ran in the opposite direction toward the void. The strange thing was, the glowing meadow, though beautiful, filled him with a dread deeper than anything he'd ever felt. Every instinct pushed him back into the black. Then, a girl appeared in front of him. She looked about 12, wearing a plain summer dress. Her hair was tangled, but her smile was strangely calm. He tried to sidestep her, but his legs wouldn't move. Who are you? He asked. The girl tilted her head and said softly, I'm just someone in a dream. This is your dream too. If you go into that dark space, it'll twist. It'll turn into something ugly. It's safer if you stay here. A lady in white told me the same thing. In that, his panic eased just a little. So it's just a dream, he thought. He stayed with her for a while, talking about nothing in particular. Sunlight and rivers and things that didn't make sense but felt comforting. And then, without a sound, she vanished. Silence fell. And then from the direction of the meadow came a whisper. Help me, help me. The girl's voice. He ran toward the river. What he saw wasn't the peaceful field anymore. The flowers were dead and blackened. The water ran red. Chains, dozens of them. They slithered out of the ground like metallic snakes, wrapping around the girl's limbs and digging in and lifting her up like a broken marionette. Her mouth opened in a silent scream. Behind her, the people he'd recognized stood again. Family, friends, but their faces were wrong, skin too pale, clothes soaked in blood. Their smiles stretched far too wide. That was the moment he understood that this wasn't a dream. Terror ripped through him, sprinted back into the dark. Faces emerged in the black, distorted and howling, brushing against his arms like cold hands, but he didn't stop. Then with a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes. He was lying on a hospital bed, The white figures around him made him scream before he realized they were just nurses. "I've never been so happy to see someone alive," he said. And later, when he told his friends, they made jokes like, "Was Freddy there too? Sounds like you met Pinhead." He just smiled, because whatever that place was, it wasn't just a dream. "If I'd stepped into that river," he told me, "I don't think I'd be here now." He touched the side of his head right where the scar was hidden underneath his hair. "I don't ever want to hit my head again," he added quietly. And for a moment, the busy noise of the bar faded, leaving only the sound of his voice. The Man with the Crooked Smile. For background context, I've never really had any weird or paranormal experiences before this. And this happened earlier this year, probably around late February, early March. I was finishing some work late at night in my basement, and by the time I wrapped up, I was too tired to climb upstairs to my room. There's an old couch down there that folds into a bed, so I just decided to crash there for the night. At first, I had a totally normal dream, kind of random, long one with different people coming and going. But near the end of it, things got strange. My dream started zooming in on each character's face one by one. It was like the curtain call at the end of a play. One person after another smiling blankly. Then it zoomed in on this one guy I didn't recognize, maybe mid-20s, pale skin, long black hair. They were wearing what looked like an old wool sweater, and he was grinning. But something was wrong. His eyes weren't round. They were stretched into upside-down triangles. The scene moved on to the next character like nothing happened. Something inside of me screamed, "Wait, that wasn't right." Instantly, the dream snapped back to the man with the black hair. And this time, he was facing me directly. Same grin, but the edges of his mouth looked sharper and wider, and his eyes flickered like there was a small fire behind them. He knew I saw him. I jolted awake and my face burning hot like somebody had just been hovering close over me. And right then I heard it. The sound of heavy footsteps sprinting across the floor away from my bed, straight into the pitch-black hallway. I didn't even try to be brave. I ran upstairs and locked myself in my room. The next morning, I felt unsettled. But work was piling up and I couldn't waste time thinking about some creepy dream and weird footsteps. I shoved it to the back of my mind. That night, I ended up back in the basement again. Same reason, too much work and too little energy. Didn't even think about the night before. I fell asleep fast. But at around 4 or 5 a.m., I woke up suddenly, and again footsteps. Clear as day, rushing away from the bed. Turned on my phone's flashlight, started walking toward the stairs. But halfway down the hallway, something hit me. Not fear exactly, something worse, a wave of cold, heavy dread wrapped around me like a wet blanket. My heart wasn't racing. It was like it had forgot how to beat. The light was on. I could see the hallway was empty. But every part of my body screamed that something was standing there watching. My legs simply wouldn't move. The only thing I managed to do was press call on my girlfriend's contact. She picked up, confused but awake, and I begged her to just stay on the line. That tiny bit of human presence helped. The dread faded just enough for me to take a couple of shaky steps toward the stairs. And that's when I felt it. The back of my hoodie lifted, not brushed, not tugged, but lifted. It was like somebody had hooked a finger under the fabric and was pulling straight up on it. That snapped whatever freeze I was in, and my legs unlocked, and I sprinted like hell up the stairs. I slammed the door and didn't stop running until I was back in my room. After that, nothing else happened. I've been down in that basement plenty of times since. No footsteps, no weird feelings. There was nothing. But I haven't slept down there once. Still think about that man, and his grin wasn't human. His eyes looked like they were trying to fit in, but didn't know how. And the creepiest part is it felt like he wasn't part of the dream. It felt like he entered it and didn't expect to get caught. Whispers above Astoria. Alright, so I've mentioned the Astoria Underground before as the place where we first crossed paths with Wyatt's brother, Thomas. But what often gets overlooked is that not all the ghosts in Astoria prefer the dark. Some wander beneath the open sky. Before my husband and I settled in Washington for good, we used to drive down to Oregon every few months to visit his family. On one of those summer trips, we decided to stop by the Astoria Column. If you've never been there, it's this tall, spiraling monument that's perched up on a hill. It's almost like a lighthouse within the beam. It's dedicated to Lewis and Clark's journey. Or a lighthouse without the beam of light. The trip just happened to fall on my birthday in July, which ironically is the one day of the year I'd rather pretend doesn't exist. Before heading up to the column, we wandered around downtown. My brother-in-law, who is way too good at keeping secrets, was off buying something behind my back. So while my mother-in-law and I drifted from shop to shop admiring the displays. And that's when I thought I heard my husband call my name. Clear, sharp. The kind of call that makes your stomach drop. I turned, expecting to see him behind me. The sidewalk was empty. Rolled my eyes at myself, hearing my name called when no one was there. It's practically background noise in my life. Kept walking. A minute later, as we paused in front of a window, there was this display of vintage photographs. And I saw a man's reflection standing right behind me. My pulse jumped like it had a life of its own. He wasn't just a shadow or a trick of the light. He was there watching me through the glass. Here's the thing. At that time, only my husband knew about the whole I sometimes see dead people situation. So I did what I always do. I pretended to be looking for my husband and brother-in-law, hoping the man would just blink out like they usually do when they realize I can see them. But he didn't. He stayed, still as a photograph, his mouth just barely moving like he was trying to speak. When my husband and brother-in-law finally came back, I turned around to face the sidewalk, and there he was, inches away, his eyes locked onto mine. I forced myself to look through him and straight at my husband. He must have read the panic on my face. He hurried over, wrapped his arms around me, and just like that, the man was gone, like someone had flipped a switch. And that's when my brother-in-law handed me the small gift bag with earrings that he swears to this day he didn't buy. And he's a terrible liar, by the way. After that little encounter, I insisted we drive up to the Astoria Column. Maybe it was the adrenaline, maybe it was something else, but I needed to stand somewhere high and solid, somewhere where I could see everything below me. The wind was sharp that day, and as it rushed past my ears, I could almost swear I heard a faint whisper trailing behind it. Ghosts aren't just in dark corners. Sometimes they stand right beside you, waiting for someone to notice. So the last time I told you about Astoria, it ended with me spotting a man I'd seen earlier wandering the streets. But this time at the Astoria Column, if you've never been there, the Astoria Column isn't exactly a lighthouse, but it stands tall like one, perched on top of a hill in Astor Park, Astoria, Oregon. The outside spirals upward with scenes from Oregon's early history, from Lewis and Clark to the arrival of pioneers. and climbed the narrow staircase inside to an open deck at the top. And fair warning, it's always packed, and those 164 steps can feel endless. But the view, it's breathtaking. For the first time I noticed him, I thought nothing of it, just another stranger in town. But on our next trip to visit my husband's family, things were different. This time his brother and girlfriend joined us for the climb. I remember feeling healthier and more energized back then. So the idea of climbing didn't bother me, and honestly, I tucked away that odd encounter in the back of my mind, almost forgotten at that point. We parked near the column, picked up those little wooden planes you can launch from the top. A sweet, simple tradition. I was laughing with my husband, his brother, his girlfriend. That's when I walked straight past the base of the tower, and that's when I saw him again, sitting on the steps, head slightly tilted, watching me. Didn't register it right away. I actually walked through him. The realization sent a cold shiver down my spine. And suddenly, that memory, the first time I saw him, came flooding back to me. I turned casually, pretending not to care, and there he was, grinning at me like he'd been expecting me all along. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest. I forced myself to keep walking. Inside, the staircase spiraled tightly upward. Every creak of my shoes echoed, and with each step I could feel him behind me, not touching, but following me. By the time we reached the halfway point, I felt dizzy from trying to keep my focus forward while pretending he wasn't there. I leaned against the wall, trying to steady my breath. My husband noticed and paused with me. I whispered about the man. Without missing a beat, he leaned closer, pretending we were having a normal conversation so I could respond without looking like I was talking to air. The man didn't seem threatening, and if anything, there was a tiredness in his eyes. Kind of waiting, and then it clicked. He had been waiting for me to come back. He said others like me, people who could see, had ignored him, and I was the only one who'd ever acknowledged his presence. As the narrator's headphones fly off of his head and land behind him. Excuse me. And so, step by step, as we climbed that narrow stairwell, he began to tell me a story. My name is William, born in a small fishing village near Chesapeake Bay, Virginia. When I was 10, Father decided we'd leave everything behind and follow a caravan west. Not on the Oregon Trail this time, but a lesser-known wagon route that snaked along the Columbia River. I was the youngest of 5. My sister Margaret was the eldest. Then came Elias, Caroline, and the twins Henry and Harold. Henry and Harold were fragile children, prone to fever and chills. They didn't make it past the first winter on the trail. We buried them beneath a grove of cedar trees. He rubbed the back of his neck slowly. When we reached Fort Tillicum, Margaret married a carpenter stationed there. Elias left to trap and trade upriver. Caroline became the village midwife, and I stayed with Father at the forge. In time, Margaret and her children moved to the coast to follow her husband's work. Elias never returned. Some say he became a part of a native tribe far upstream. Caroline stayed, stubborn and strong, helping to build a clinic next to the church. Mother had passed from fever long before Margaret left. And Father didn't take it kindly. He drowned himself in whiskey, and his anger always found me. I was the last one left to absorb the weight of his grief, and when war rumbled in the east, Margaret's letters arrived regularly. They were little anchors telling me and her family were safe. But Father grew crueler. He beat me for not being a soldier like Margaret's husband. I tried to enlist for the Union troops who passed through the fort. I was too thin and too weak and too far from the front. Then came Dr. Langford, a man who had been wounded in the fighting back east. He saw what Father did to me. He and his wife gave me room above their small apothecary. I took it, half out of desperation, half out of pride, and under their care I grew stronger. By the time Father died, I had enough muscle and skill to keep the forge alive, but by then the war had nearly ended. My chance to fight was gone like smoke in the wind. I lived a quiet life after that. I gifted the smithy to Nathan, Father's apprentice, as a wedding present. Margaret wrote from the coast. Caroline brought bread and fresh herbs and scolded me like only a stern midwife could. She always reminded me to write Margaret back, and I always told her no. Truth was, my heart had been broken long before. Nathan and I, we shared something that had no name back then. I chuckled softly at the memory. He stared at me unsure, and I told him I wasn't Christian. I wouldn't hold his love against him. His face lit up like a boy seeing the first snow. When the silence became too heavy, I crossed the river to look for Elias. The native tribe there told me a man matching his description had died during a hunt, buried under the watch of their ancestors. They said he had taken a woman as his wife, and they had 2 children, Thomas and Eliza. They brought me to a small cedar cabin my brother had built himself. I stayed there for a few years, watching my niece and nephew grow up among the whispering trees. Then word reached me. Margaret was gone. Caroline followed not long after, and I was alone. Eventually, Eliza's wife remarried, and I returned to Fort Tillicum, older and quieter, and still remembering the heat of the forge, though. He smiled at the distant tree line. I helped raise the beams of the bell tower, he said. I'm glad it still stands. He paused and looked at me. Nathan, we never spoke again of it. Never stopped thinking of him. I pointed down to the base of the hill. An indigenous man stood there, looking up at him, and his eyes were soft and full of years, and William whispered a name I couldn't catch. And just like that, he was gone, down the slope. His steps light for a man who had carried so much weight. They disappeared into the forest, arms wrapped around each other, and sometimes when I look toward the old bell tower at dusk, I still see their silhouettes, 2 souls finally walking side by side. Whispers in the quiet morning. So my grandma passed in late March, and I kept pushing off writing this down because it still it stings when I think about it. And even now I still get emotional remembering those days. People, my parents included, keep giving me crap for not being at her memorial. Just to explain a little, I've always been spiritually sensitive. Graveyards or spiritually heavy places drain me fast. It's like my chest tightens and my energy just gets pulled away from me. That's why I usually just keep my distance. A week before she passed, my grandma went to urgent care once. Then the ER a second time when things got worse. My cousin Kai, not his real name, rode with her in the ambulance along with her caregiver. On the way there, she suddenly sat up straight, almost like she was startled, and then slowly laid back down. Later, they said it was a small heart attack, and it wasn't fatal, but it sped everything up. Doctors explained she didn't have long left. Her lungs were already failing from a chronic illness. They could only keep her comfortable. She stayed in the hospital about 10 days. And early one morning, my aunt, her eldest, called everyone to come because Grandma had been asking for all of her kids and grandkids. I didn't go. Hadn't slept properly for days and felt something pressing in on me, like I already knew it was her time. Not long after everyone left, my head was flooded with thoughts, dark and heavy ones I didn't even recognize as being my own. Depression and self-hate, intrusive ideas that actually scared me. I managed to fight them off, and at some point, exhaustion knocked me out. At 7:46 in the morning, I jolted awake like somebody had shaken me. I couldn't breathe properly for a minute, and as I sat up trying to steady myself, my phone buzzed with the message, "She's gone." At first, I didn't believe it. I just stared at the screen like it was lying to me. But reality hit slow and cold, and she was gone. From that time onward, I wouldn't hear her laugh again. Everyone came back home to mourn. I was told I could stay behind, but honestly, I didn't want to be around my parents. Grandma practically raised me. I knew they'd throw that fact at me to make me feel guilty for not being there at the end. I didn't have work that day, but I needed to get out and clear my head my own way. While I was changing into my work clothes anyway, something happened. As I slid my arm into the sleeve, I felt a hand on the inside of my elbow. Gentle and warm, like someone trying to comfort me. I just froze there. I placed my other hand in the same spot, but there was nothing. The door to my left was closed, window to my right blocked by boxes, and behind me was her old bed. No one else was there. I honestly believe it was her, reaching out not to scare me, but to let me know she wasn't angry, that she understood why I couldn't be there. And even now, months later, I still get chills remembering that touch. Strange how love can still find a way to speak, even after everything goes quiet. Whispers in the Oh no, I can't say words in Thai. Whispers of the Figa. Anyway, so I once heard this story from a friend's older cousin who spent a summer in a quiet rural town near Chiang Rai in northern Thailand. Back then, he was a third-year student, and every long break, he and a circle of friends would travel to random places together. But that particular summer, his buddy Kiet couldn't join the group trip because he had to return home to help his family with their small farm. So instead of going south with the others, the cousin decided to tag along with Kiet. He'd never been that far north anyway. Kiet's father agreed but reminded them, quite seriously too, make sure you're home before 7 p.m. The cousin thought it was just one of those village curfews or something to do with wild animals. When they arrived, Kiet's family greeted them warmly, and his father, a gentleman with a loud laugh, his aunt who cooked with unmatched skill, and an elderly woman everybody called May Noi. At lunch, May Noi had her own bowl of a crimson-red soup. She slurped noisily and clearly enjoying every drop of it. Curious, the cousin asked what it was. "It's Lu," Kiet's father said. "Raw pig's blood with minced meat and herbs. We've been eating it for generations." The cousin forced a polite smile. He'd had pig's blood before, but never raw. Yuck. That afternoon, Kiet took him around town on an old motorbike. Before they left, Kiet's aunt repeated, "Back before 7, okay?" He nodded absent-mindedly. On their ride, they passed by two strikingly pretty girls, hair flowing behind them on a blue Honda Wave. One glanced at him and smiled, and he smiled back, and that was it, a fleeting summer moment. I know that bike. Or so he thought. Later that evening, at the night bazaar, they bumped into the same girls again. And this time they were near a fruit stall, laughing about something only they knew. Cousin didn't dare to speak, just exchanged another shy smile. But when they asked the vendor nearby, they learned one of the girls was the daughter of the herbal medicine shop owner near the river. Jackpot, he thought. That night, something happened. Passing through the kitchen on his way to the bathroom, he caught May Noi's reflection in the glass cabinet. Or rather, not just hers. There was a second face hovering beside hers. It was blackened and peeling, and its mouth open in an awful grin. He spun around, and there was nothing. The kitchen was empty, except for her quiet stirring the pot. The next day, Kid egged him to visit the herbal shop. "Just buy a drink and say hi," Kid teased. He finally worked up the courage. The bell above the door jingled as he stepped inside. A woman was at the counter writing in a ledger. "Excuse me, I'd like to pay," he said awkwardly, holding a bottle of chrysanthemum tea. The woman looked up and his stomach dropped. She wasn't the same young woman he saw last night. She looked at least 45. "We saw each other at the bazaar, didn't we?" she said, with her lips curling. He mumbled something, paid, and fled outside, where Kid was laughing so hard he nearly fell off the bike. Turns out those girls weren't girls at all. And in that village, many families secretly kept a Fee-Ka spirit, an old practice. The spirit, they said, licked its host's face at night, making them appear young and beautiful by day. A free skincare routine, courtesy of a ghost. "I will take one of those, thank you." Don't know about the licking part, but apparently it came with a price. Once bound, it could never be abandoned. Had to be passed on, and if ignored, it would turn violent. And that night, Kid convinced him to look at the shopwoman the right way, as they put it. So at the bazaar, Kid dropped his keys, signaling the cousin to bend down and peek at her through his legs. An old trick to see spirits in their true form. Okay. And there it was, a small monkey-like creature clung to her back, its long tongue dragging across her cheek. "Alrighty then." He shot upright, horrified, and she caught him staring, and they bolted. And on their last night in the village, the family gathered for dinner. Laughter filled the house until he mentioned the Fee-Ka, and the air instantly tightened. May Noi, with a gentle but unnerving smile, asked, "Do you believe?" He joked and said, "Of course, if I had one, girls would like me too." Later, just as he was headed to bed, May Noi stopped him. She opened a small wooden box and pulled out a delicate gold bangle, the kind that shimmered even in the dim light. She whispered, "If you believe this can be yours." Something inside of him hesitated, but before he could even speak, Kid's aunt burst in. "Don't touch it!" He was rushed to his room. No explanations that night. The next morning, Kid's aunt told him the truth. May Noi wasn't Kid's real grandmother. She was a mistress of Kid's late grandfather, who had fallen hopelessly in love with her under the Fee-Ka spell. Now old and frail, she needed a successor, and he, the outsider, was the perfect candidate. The bangle wasn't just jewelry, it was a vessel, the transfer medium for the spirit. And that 7 p.m. curfew I told you about wasn't about wolves or wild animals. Some spirits, neglected and wandering, roamed freely after sunset. So if someone ever offers you something glittering and free, think twice. You might not just be getting a gift. You might be getting a ghost. I'd still take it. Whispers in the Garden. Keep your voice down, sweetheart. Daddy needs some quiet. I nodded and turned back to the worksheet, where a long division problem stared back at me like a quiet dare. I pressed my pencil harder than I meant to, tip squeaking against the paper. My younger sister leaned toward me, whispering, "How do you do this one again, 7 times 9? I hesitated, glancing over to my father slouched in his recliner. The TV flickered with the baseball game, announcer's voice competing with the steady hum of the ceiling fan. "Shut the hell up," my father muttered, rubbing his temples. "Go make noise outside. "But I need help with my math," my sister said softly. She never quite learned when to stop. The next thing we heard was the crack of his beer can hitting the table. "Get out!" he snapped, his foot shoving the footstool hard enough to knock over a half-eaten sandwich, mayonnaise smeared across the rug like a bruise. "And clean it up before your mother sees," he barked. We didn't clean it up. We bolted through the screen door, letting it slap shut behind us like a full stop. Outside, the air was thick and green with summer. Our backyard wasn't big, but to us it was a kingdom. The sagging wooden fence marked the border between safety and everything else. There were plum trees near the back and a rusty shed that became our fortress during imaginary wars against dragon kings and plastic sword-wielding armies. I slowed as I approached the garden, and there as always was Nene. Her sun hat was too big and the brim drooping like an umbrella. Her hands were busy coaxing stubborn weeds out of the soil, and she spoke no English, and my Tagalog was only a scattering of nouns. "Nene, help," I said, pointing to the weeds and mimicking her motion. She laughed, her shoulders shaking like wind through leaves, and handing me a small trowel. Even from the garden, we could hear my father's voice rising again inside the house. She didn't look up, she just kind of pointed at the soil, showing me to dig deeper. I pulled at a dandelion and it snapped. She gently took my hand, pressing it down into the earth, and showed me how to feel for the root. I imagined the weeds were enemy scouts, and the eggplants and tomatoes were peaceful villagers relying on us for protection. It made the work lighter. The memories of Nene were always quiet ones. Hands in the dirt, smell of mint and soil, soft hum of her voice as she worked. She was patient in a way no one else in the house was. She taught me how to keep something alive even when everything around us felt like it might fall apart. I didn't know then that the colorful scarves she wore were covering the absence of her hair. I didn't know she was sick. One night I woke up and the house was wrapped in silver light. She stood at the foot of my bed, her hat replaced by a bright green scarf and her smile calm and soft, exactly the way she always smiled when the world was loud. She lifted a finger to her lips and mouthed the words I understood without translation. "Okay, everything will be okay." The next morning, I told her she had passed away at my aunt's house across town. Never told anybody that she'd come to see me, but for all the years after, through every storm life sent my way, I never doubted it happened. Nene had found a way to say goodbye to me. The Mirror-site. It lives in your body, feasting on your mind. The first time I noticed it at the time was at my mom's birthday. It was raining. The wind and water slapped against my window as the wind wipers clung on for dear life, desperately trying to erase the rain. I got out of the car, excitedly standing on the front doorstep with presents in hand. I gave the door 3 sharp raps when I was met with my mom's sleep-deprived face. Eye bags hung below her baby blue eyes, and her matted blonde, grayish hair hung sorrowfully down her shoulders. "Hi, son, why are you here?" I cut her off with an excited yell. "Happy birthday, Mom." She stared at me in confusion, as if somebody had just told her that I wasn't her son. "What do you mean?" she exclaimed. A tinge of worry stained her words. "Isn't it your birthday?" I questioned, pretty perplexed. "No, don't tell me you forgot my birthday. Did you hit your head?" "No, it's your birthday today, isn't it?" I said. Annoyance flushed my brain. "No, it's not. Go home. It's pouring down. What are you, insane?" I accepted my losses. I walked back to my car. It was her birthday today, I was sure of it. I felt wrong, and something was definitely wrong. Deep inside my body, I chalked it up to a simple mistake, but deep down I knew something was wrong. The same night I sat down on my couch, I listened to the now gentle rain patter against the glass panes. I felt myself dozing off to sleep. I knew nothing. I couldn't walk or talk or even speak. I stumbled around in a daze, clueless of where I was or who I even was. I don't know anything, but I knew what I felt, and it was true fear. I clung on to anything I'd get my hands on. I didn't know how to use them. Dishes clattered to the floor. I slipped and fell, and I woke drenched in sweat. I clutched my heart as if it would burrow out of my chest. Stumbled up off the couch when I spotted something. It was me. It wasn't me, but it looked like me. Copied my movements, but it wasn't me. I watched my double. My mouth became intensely dry and the blood drained from my face. I raised a hand and it copied. I darted to my bedroom and slammed the door behind me, nearly knocking it off of its hinges. I hastily shut the deadlock. I breathed a sigh of relief. I lay in my bed completely still, too scared to move or make any sound. I tossed and turned for the rest of the night. The rest of the week went as normal, other than the dates and work I had oddly forgotten about. I'd arrived home from work one night. The golden sunlight poured through my windows when I noticed somebody pulling up in my driveway. I stared in confusion as I watched a person get out of the car. They looked familiar, but I couldn't place who it was that they were. I watched as they speedily walked up my garden path. I watched in horror as the woman pulled out a key and unlocked my front door. How did they have my house key? As the door unlocked, I hastily snatched a kitchen knife from my counter, stepped back as the intruder entered my house, my safe place. "Get away, who are you? Get out of my house," I frantically yelled. My voice quivered as fear engulfed my body. "Honey, calm down, it's me." They replied pretty calmly, too calmly. They spoke as if they knew me personally. I'd never met her in my life. No, I'm not your honey, go away," I yelled, fear stinging my throat. The woman stepped forward and I stepped back, and in disbelief. Primal instincts flooded my brain as my fight-or-flight responses came into action. I felt the knife plunge into her abdomen as shrieks of terror rose from the intruder. She kept screaming, "Oh my God, help me!" I listened as her voice grew fainter and gargled, and her breath became shallower. It was soon replaced with frantic wheezing as she violently convulsed. I stabbed and stabbed and stabbed. Blood splattered on my white shirt and my carpet, dyeing it bright red. She was completely still. My hand shook violently as I'd realized what I'd just done. Sprinted to my room, not looking back, and the metallic tang of blood covered the air. Just as I reached my room, I felt my legs give way. I tried to stand, but I couldn't, and it was as if I couldn't remember how to do it at all, really, and I dragged like myself, and my useless legs went to bed where I lay, processing what I'd just done. I stared at my wall when I noticed a small framed photograph. It was of me and the woman. She was in a beautiful white dress with thin cloth covering her face, and I was standing next to her in a black blazer. My attention quickly diverted as I listened to my horrified whisper quickly turn into murmurs. I couldn't speak, and I tried to call for help, but I couldn't remember my password. When I eventually logged on, I couldn't remember the emergency number. I dragged my body over to my laptop, desperately tried to log on. Frantically searched for answers as more of my memory fell slightly out of grasp. And that's where I learned about the marasite. It's a type of species that's ingested by the host, where it then feasts on the mind and memories. When you eventually thirst to death, it lays eggs which gnaw through your tissues and spread like wildfire. I'm using the last of my sanity to type this out before I forget how to spell, and soon all I know will be gone. Someone or anybody, please help me. What's wrong with me? That has to be A fiction story, if not, well, that was interesting. My household ghost talked to my niece and daughter. I, a 25-year-old male, moved into a new house in November. I'm renting, so I have a 12-month lease. And honestly, I love the house, but there's definitely something paranormal here. It started with small things, like lights flickering and my bedroom light turning off when it wasn't even touched. I chalked it up to electrical problems. Then, about a month into us living here, my 27-year-old girlfriend started saying she felt like something was watching her, and the house was creepy when she was alone. Allegedly. Excuse me. A few weeks after that, we started randomly hearing footsteps on our ceiling, like someone was upstairs. We would also regularly hear a singular knock on our front door every now and then, as when nobody was there. And also that light that would turn off in our room started turning off whenever we were getting dressed. Our cat started meowing at the ceiling in the laundry room every day, which is between our living room and the garage, and it also shares a wall with our bedroom. In January, I'm home alone with my 2 kids, S, a 10-year-old male, and E, a 6-year-old female. Back this up. Your son is 10 years old and you are 25. Alrighty then. Moving on. We were on the couch, which is on the opposite wall of our TV, when the TV was off. My son was telling my daughter and I a joke when suddenly, in the middle of it, the TV remote moved on the TV stand. It knocked over a Harry Potter wand to the ground. Our cats were asleep on the couch with us. It was unexplainable and freaked me out. The worst event was in March, during spring break. I had my niece, R, a 6-year-old female, over spending the night. And her and my daughter E were in the garage, which we've converted to a playroom. They were playing games. I was on the couch inside the living room. My girlfriend was outside smoking. My son was at his grandma's house. Suddenly I heard my daughter yell, "Yeah?" I didn't respond because I didn't say anything to her, so I thought she was talking to R. Then my daughter and niece both ran into the room and asked what I needed because they heard somebody call to them. My niece said it sounded like my mom. From her perspective, you know. I told them I didn't say anything. Nobody said anything, and they both explained to me that they definitely heard someone say both of their names, and to tell them to come here. They said it sounded like a whisper, but they were convinced it was my sister's voice, R's mom. I immediately called my sister and explained this to her because I was shocked, and these 2 little girls were both so sure of what they heard and were so scared that they wouldn't go back into the garage, or even go to get their shoes and toys. This is not the first time these girls have talked to the paranormal, unfortunately. My sister and I moved very close to each other in 2021, and I moved into my house first. The girls were 2 at the time, and my daughter didn't speak for the first 3 years of her life. But I caught her on the baby monitor talking to her ceiling in babble talk almost nightly. My niece spoke perfect words, and when they moved into their house, I watched my niece at my house while they moved their things in. A few days later, my niece told my sister and I that the demon that lives in my house came with her home to her new house. She explained that he got into the car with her and came home with her. This whole thing freaks me out. I got summoned to purgatory last night as a guide. I don't normally dream. I usually go to sleep and wake up with no recollection of any dream whatsoever. Occasionally I'll get a nonsensical dream about my daily experiences. Last night was different. My dream was so vivid and cohesive, and I truly felt like I was serving a purpose there. I was brought to purgatory to be a guide to people that had trials there. All of these people were attempting suicide or on the brink of suicide. They were between life and death and were faced with different trials. If they passed their specific trial, they got a second chance at life. If they failed, then they passed on. My job was to give hints to them about how to pass their test. They had to realize what in their life could help them out of their situation. I was able to save 2 people, but I lost 1. The first person I helped was a teenage girl. Her specific trial was an obstacle course set in a bog type of thing. The water wasn't water, but was a slime that could cling to your skin, slow you down if you touched it. She was being chased by a shadowy being. Her only goal was to not be caught. I was helping her though, and this going over and over again until she realized that she was able to face the monster with the help of her friends. She woke up from her attempt in her bathtub with a pill bottle in her lap. She tried to OD, but earned her second chance at life. I could only speculate, but the monster was either her mom or bullies at school. I think it uttered the phrase, "commit to gun mouth," at one point, making me think bullies. Never heard that sentence in my life. The second person was a man, mid-30s, and very obviously had a manual labor job by his build. He was digging in a mine, but kept getting buried by cave-ins. In this one, I told an anecdotal story about how family is one of the pillars of healthy life, and he was able to realize that he could use his family, spirituality, and other aspects of his life to lean on, just to kind of help him out of the trouble. In his case, for everything he realized, he could rely on it, physically manifested as a pillar to help hold up the mine. The strongest being his wife and daughter. She was about 3 and cute as a button. He woke up in his recliner with an empty bottle of Jack at his feet and a revolver in his hand. He cried for a bit and he went to hold his family, and I'm guessing his trial represented all the things in his life he was trying to deal with and felt overwhelmed. The last guy in the room was suffocating. Literally darkness. I was there trying to get him to realize that even the smallest of things could be the light of your life. He had a tuxedo cat that adored him. He was supposed to realize that even small things could light up his darkness and provide warmth. Would have literally spawned a light, then he could see the way out. But he didn't listen. The darkness got him and snuffed him out. I saw him jump off the top of a building, and he passed on. His trial was supposed to represent his struggle with depression. Well, pretty sure anyways. It was a surreal experience to have something like that. And if you were one of the people that I helped above, well, keep it up and I believe in you. It's been a year. A little backstory. I've always been a bit sensitive when it comes to paranormal things, but mainly it's dreams. Over the last year, I've become scared to walk around the house at 3 a.m. I know it sounds cliche, but that's when most of it starts and ends at 4 a.m. My family moved into the home 7 years ago, and within the past year, I've had the most encounters ever. Nothing harmful has happened, but it's more of a "I'm here" type of thing. It first started when both me and my husband heard something talking. Nothing was on, and we assumed it was one of the kiddos' iPads. We went back to sleep and were wakened by a loud boom, assuming something fell. Ow. There was nothing. So it's been months at this point. I have an art studio downstairs, not fully a basement due to the design, but I take a break to use the half bath. Out of habit, I close the door. Then I heard 3 knocks at the door. Assuming it was somebody, I opened it quickly. Nothing was there and everyone was asleep. Maybe I shouldn't have opened it. And my house was built in the 70s, so you can hear creaks on both sets of stairs. No evidence because you would have to run fairly quickly. Weeks later, you can hear voices and sounds like two people are talking, but not loud enough for you to make out what they're saying. When approaching, it goes away, and again, nothing that could have done that. My husband said it sounds like a video game playing on an iPad. You can hear it, but not make it out. No iPad or electronics were on to even play something. My son has heard the man as well. I've had small things go back and forth, like an unplugged wire or a single leaf on a fake plant. And this week, Monday actually, 3 a.m., my senior dog began walking back and forth on the ottoman, like he's following something. He usually jumps on it when he's playing or excited. No tail wag, just going from end to end and calling his name. Still did it, so I decided to get up and let him out, and he didn't potty, so we went back in. He then laid with me, and by that time it was close to 4 a.m. I'm not sure who or what it is and why, and I believe it's a man and a woman. I sense a woman, while the man is only felt when they're talking to each other. My husband's childhood home was haunted, but he chose to ignore it. I can't. I don't want to make things worse, but it does freak me out at times. Whispers in the Pillow. This is a story my friend told me. Something his mother went through when she was still very young. I'll tell it the way that he shared it with me. When my mom was about 19, long before I was born, she had a tiring job working at a busy clothing store in the city. Every morning she'd take 2 buses to get there, and by the time she returned home, her shoulders would feel like they were carrying rocks. She soaked in warm baths, used herbal patches, and even had her best friend crack her back. Nothing truly helped. Finally, decided to visit a chiropractor near the station. Throughout the session, the chiropractor made small remarks like, "This muscle's been tight for a long time," or, "You must stand lopsided when you walk." My mother smiled politely, though she was growing a little tired of his observations. Then out of nowhere he said, "Your pillow doesn't suit you." She froze. Growing up, she never had a proper pillow, just bundled up t-shirts or folded towels under her head. And even at that age, she used the same habit. And hearing that from a stranger made her feel strangely exposed. That night, she decided to buy a real pillow. At the store, the down pillows were too expensive. Soft cotton ones didn't feel right. And then she noticed something a little bit unusual. A firm pillow filled with buckwheat husks made a faint rustling sound when she pressed it. She liked how she could shape it under her neck, and she brought it home. The first night she slept on it, she sank into the kind of sleep she hadn't felt in years. She woke up late the next morning, something she almost never did. A week later, her coworker noticed how rested she looked and asked why. My mom told her about the pillow, and that coworker bought the exact same one. Not long after, coworker began oversleeping too, so much that she started arriving late to work every other day. At first, my mom thought it was just a coincidence, but then she too found herself dozing off during lunch breaks, barely able to keep her eyes open in the evenings. Her own mother started to worry. "You've been sleeping too much lately," she said. Half asleep, my mom mumbled something back and pressed her cheek against the pillow. That's when she felt it for the first time, a strange faint breath of cold air against her skin. She sat up fully awake. Heaviness vanished in an instant, leaving only a cold prickling along her spine. Without thinking, she grabbed a pair of scissors and tore open the pillow seam. Buckwheat husks poured out in a soft wave, but mixed in the filling with something else. A dark reddish stain that soaked through the inner fabric. and there was a small curled Polaroid photo. It showed a middle-aged man standing in what looked like a foggy forest. He was waving at the camera with his face blurry. But that wasn't the worst part. Along with the photo, there were several strands of coarse black hair. They were stuck together with something that looked disturbingly like dried blood. And inside the lining of the pillow were 4 faint, dragged finger marks, as if somebody had clawed their way out. My grandmother screamed. She immediately sprinkled holy water around the room, whispering prayers under her breath. They stuffed the husks, the photo, and the hair into a trash bag and rushed to the nearest church. The priest went pale when he saw the contents, then quietly began a cleansing prayer. The next day, my mother told her coworker what happened. The woman raced home to check her own pillow. Inside, she found another photo. This time, a man on a pier waving. The 2 long finger marks inside the fabric and the hair was different and thinner, but the dark stains were the same. When they reported it to the bedding manager, he simply said, "Oh, only had a few of those in stock, all sold out." No one believed them. Supplier was just a regular company. No explanation and no follow-up. And the other 3 pillows were never found. My mom never bought another buckwheat pillow after that. And even then, when she tells the story, she always ends it the same way. The man in the photo looked like he was waving at someone just behind the camera. Who was taking the picture? It certainly wasn't me. Or whoever's voices come on in after me. I don't even know what's going on anymore. But from the silent abyss of curiosity, I bid you farewell. Sweet dreams. See ya. Fear and fascination collide at Paranormal M. We dive into the darkest tales the world has hidden. Subscribe now. The mystery awaits you. The ghost in the courtroom. For those of you who don't know, I work at a county jail. And over the years I've been here, I've seen more odd things than I can even count. I've shared a few before. Among the veterans, there's a little saying that we like to tell to rookies who claim they don't believe in ghosts. Give it time, you will. This most recent incident happened just a few weeks ago. Toward the north end of the building, there's a room that used to serve as a small courtroom. The county built a new one not long ago. So this old space is mostly used for storing extra uniforms, random boxes of files, and broken equipment. What most of the newer staff don't realize is that behind the judge's bench, there's a little hallway. It leads to a single bathroom. It's quiet and rarely used. The veterans like me, we prefer it over the more crowded restrooms. We usually keep the courtroom pretty dim, and there's a soft glow that slips in through the glass panel on the door, enough to find your way around without bothering to flick on the overhead lights. Plus, the light switch is halfway across the room from the bathroom. Anyway. A few weeks ago, I'm on the night shift. Headed into the old courtroom, used the bathroom, and as I stepped out, the open door cast just enough light to spill across the benches. That's when I noticed someone or something sitting toward the back of the room. The figure was hunched slightly forward, facing the judge's bench, absolutely still. As the bathroom door swung shut behind me, the room fell back into darkness. I could only make out the outline of what looked like a man. My first thought was that one of the night crew was pulling a prank. I clipped my flashlight and aimed it straight at him. The beam caught the back of a man's head. Short, dark hair, broad shoulders. "Hey," I said. There was nothing. I hit the strobe setting on my flashlight, figuring it would be enough to startle anybody sitting there. The light blinked once, then twice, and on the third flash, the figure was gone. They were just gone. No sound, no movement, no nothing. I crossed the room, heart hammering in my throat, and flipped on the main light. Empty, not even a creak of the floorboards. Checked under the benches, the corners, even the narrow hallway to the bathroom. There was no one. But when I reached the bench where the figure had been, I rested my hand on the wood. It was warm, like somebody had just been sitting there moments ago. The next morning, brought it up to my supervisor. He'd been here since the place opened back in the mid-'80s. He's a practical man, not the type to spin ghost stories, but when I mentioned the old courtroom, he gave a little nod like he'd been expecting me to ask him. He said, when the courtroom was still in use, staff often came in the morning to find papers scattered and chairs moved and drawers open. They eventually installed cameras to keep an eye on things. And the weird part was, once the cameras were up, the activity stopped completely. But after the remodel, when they removed them, it all started again. Now whenever I use that bathroom, I turn the lights on first, every single time. The Whispering Pillow. This is a story my friend shared with me. Something his mother experienced back when she was young. I'll tell it just the way he told me. When my mom was about 20 years old, long before I was born, she worked at a clothing store a bit far from where she lived. She had to take 2 buses every day. By the time she got home, she was completely worn out. Her neck and shoulders always ached, and she tried everything. Hot baths, massages, and stretching. Relief would never really last long. One day, she finally decided to visit a chiropractor. During the session, the chiropractor kept making casual remarks. "This spot's really tight." Or, "You lean on your right leg a lot, don't you?" She smiled politely, though she was starting to get irritated. Then he said you should get a better pillow. And that hit her and the narrator at the same time, because he could have sworn he just read this the other day. Let's find out, I guess. All of her life, she'd never owned a real pillow. Just bundled up some clothes or towels and used that. It was a small, private thing, and somehow it felt like he'd peeled back a curtain and looked straight into her room. Right then, she decided she wouldn't go back to that clinic. The next day, still feeling lighter after the adjustment, she went to the bedding section at her store and picked out her very first pillow. At the time, memory foam wasn't around, so the options were pretty simple. She ended up choosing a firm buckwheat pillow, the kind that makes a soft rustling sound when you shift it. That night, she slept like she hadn't slept in years, as the narrator recognizes this story very fervently. For the first time in forever, she woke up feeling rested, and a few weeks passed. A coworker noticed and said, "Hey, Susan, you seem so much better lately." My mom mentioned the chiropractor, the pillow, and the whole thing. The coworker laughed and bought the exact same one. But after that, something odd started happening. Her coworker began showing up late to work almost every day. "Why are you so tired lately?" someone asked. She laughed it off. "I just can't wake up. It's like I fall into this bottomless sleep." And strangely, my mom was the same. Even on her days off, she'd sleep straight through the morning, sometimes until late afternoon. Her shoulders didn't hurt anymore, but the sleep felt heavy, as if the pillow was holding her down. Her mom, my grandmother, eventually noticed and said, "You've been sleeping too much and it's not normal." My mom mumbled a half-asleep reply, face pressed into the pillow. And that was the moment she sensed it. Something was off. Not a sound she could name, not a smell she could place, just a wrongness that made the hairs on the back of her neck rise. She bolted upright and the sleepiness was gone in an instant. Without thinking, she grabbed a pair of scissors and sliced open the pillow. Buckwheat holes spilled out like a burst grain sack, and mixed in with the dark brown husks was something else. My grandmother gasped, because inside was a faded Polaroid photo of a man standing at the edge of a forest waving at the camera. And tangled among the buckwheat were short strands of hair with a bit of pale skin still clinging to them. Ew, last time I read this there was no skin stuck to it, but alrighty then. When they looked inside the fabric of the pillow itself, they saw 3 dark, dragged finger-like marks as if somebody had clawed the lining from the inside. And they didn't hesitate. My grandmother grabbed the holy water she kept in the cabinet, sprinkled it everywhere, muttering a prayer. My mom shoved all the contents into a plastic bag and took it straight to the church. The priest didn't even ask many questions. He blessed it right away. That night she couldn't sleep at all. She kept seeing that man's hand waving in the dark. The next day she rushed to tell her coworker. Woman went home, checked her pillow. Inside that pillow was another Polaroid, and this time of a different man on a rocky shore, and another lock of hair. 2 dragged finger marks this time. They brought it to the same priest, and he said prayers over it too. The store manager just brushed it off when they reported it and said, "We only got 5 of those pillows, and they're all sold already." The supplier, a completely ordinary bedding company. Nothing suspicious, no trails to follow. To this day, no one knows whether it was a cruel prank or something much darker. But on my mother's pillow, there were 3 marks, on her coworkers too. No one ever found the other 3. Became one of those stories my mom tells on stormy nights, half joking and half serious. Never touched a buckwheat pillow again. I don't see why we have to judge the buckwheat itself. Kinda hungry now, though. The Rooftop Voice. This is the story of Emma, a pseudonym, a colleague of my nurse friend. Read it if you have the time. That night, Emma was working a quiet shift with another nurse in the ward. A few days earlier, one of her assigned patients, Margaret, also a pseudonym, they were scheduled for a heart procedure. So she accompanied her to the pre-op area in front of the operating room. Margaret was in her late 60s. She often mixed up faces and called me Lily, which I later learned was her daughter's name. Every time she saw me, she'd smile faintly and grip my hand like she was afraid of losing it. Even when I helped her change gowns, she'd suddenly stroke my arm and whisper something soft I couldn't quite catch. Sometimes got in the way when I was busy, but couldn't get annoyed. She reminded me of my own grandmother. Often found myself stopping for a little chat with her. Although Margaret's memory was a bit cloudy, she seemed to understand she was heading into surgery. And on the stretcher, she held onto my hand with a fragile but determined grip and her eyes wide with fear. "You're safe. I'll be right here until the door," I told her. Even after the surgical team took over, she wouldn't let go. She shook her head stubbornly, tears in her eyes, until finally, after a few minutes, her fingers slowly loosened and the door closed. The surgery took longer than expected, but it was successful. Later during rounds, I checked every room, and at the very end, I decided to peek into Margaret's room again. She was awake, her face pale but calm, and she asked to talk. I got permission, went back to sit beside her. Her voice was clearer than I'd ever heard, and she said she'd realized I wasn't really Lily when she saw my name badge. But somehow she felt safe with me, and she thanked me over and over for holding her hand before surgery. So I told her, "You'll get stronger each day when you're ready. We'll go outside for some fresh air." She smiled as if that small promise was enough. The way she said thank you before I switched off the lights stayed with me. That night ended with a single emergency. When I got home, I collapsed into bed without dinner. And then the dream came. Margaret, she was on the hospital rooftop, dangling over the edge. My hand locked with hers, and at first I thought I could pull her up easily. Then I saw dozens of shadowy figures clutching her legs, pulling her down. So she screamed at me not to let go, and, "Please, I don't want to go down there." Her grip was burning into my skin. The weight grew heavier, my arm trembling like it would snap, but I couldn't let it go. Everything I had, I pulled her back up. The shadows were gone, below only darkness stretched endlessly. I turned, wanting to get her back into her room, but a violent wind roared up from the void. Then near my ear, a low voice, made of many voices twisting together, whispered, "You shouldn't have interfered." I woke up gasping. I was drenched in sweat. When I checked my right wrist in the shower, a dark bruise circled it, exactly where she had held me in the dream. So I rushed back to the hospital. Morning nurse said she almost crashed last night, but she's stable now. Relief and unease tangled inside me as I remembered that voice. Then Mia, one of the day shift nurses, invited me for breakfast. We went to a small diner nearby, and she was quiet. After we finished eating, she finally asked, "Emma, did you have a strange dream?" My heart was frozen. She had seen something too, I think. She whispered, "I let go in mine," and tears welled up. The patient in her dream had died, a real patient years ago, and ever since the same figure kept appearing, begging her to help. She said that there were always shadows clinging to the patient's legs. I shivered. What if I hadn't pulled Margaret back? And less than a year later, transferred to another hospital. I didn't want to spend another night shift in that ward. Years afterward, I heard Mia had taken her own life. My old coworker said she'd never recovered from her guilt, and she kept repeating it wasn't my fault, till the day she jumped from the hospital stairwell. Margaret, meanwhile, is still alive, and every Christmas she sends me a handwritten card, always ending with the same words, "Thank you for not letting me go." Whispers on Maple Street. I just wanted to share a few moments of my life that I still can't quite explain. Sorry if the story runs a bit long, but over the years I've come to believe not every spirit lingers to scare us, extra plural, to scare us. Some stay to keep watch, and my childhood was quietly shaped by the ghost of a boy in a striped pajama set that we're going to call Eli. These are just a few of my strange, unforgettable memories. Some neighborhoods have picket fences and friendly porch lights, and ours had that too, but it also had something else. Growing up, I always had the sense that something unseen moved around our street. From the boy in the striped pajamas to whispers in empty rooms, the whole block felt like it was holding on to an old story. The first time I saw him, I'm sitting on the living room floor next to my brother, waiting for the school bus. Morning cartoons were flickering on the TV. The light soft and warm, and then a creak. We heard slow, deliberate steps coming down the hallway upstairs, heavy enough to make us both glance at each other. He appeared at the top of the stairs, a boy with messy dark hair wearing blue and white striped pajamas. He didn't look lost, he looked at us like he already knew who we were. My brother and I froze, and then nothing. We vanished between one blink and the next. Just the quiet hum of the TV remained. And that was the beginning. A couple of years later, on a stormy summer night, My brother and I were curled up in our shared room watching old Disney tapes. Rain smacked the window, thunder rolling somewhere far away. I was nodding off when a shadow crossed in front of the TV. The screen went dark, whole room swallowed by black. "Dylan, quit it," I grumbled, thinking he had stepped in front of the player. Then I heard his voice drifting from the kitchen downstairs with my parents. Remember the cold that crawled up my back then, and whoever passed in front of that TV, it wasn't him. One afternoon I passed by the laundry room door and caught a glimpse of Eli again, standing at the bottom of the basement stairs. He didn't move and neither did I, and by the time I blinked, the space was empty, just the faint smell of detergent hanging in the air. Naming him made things easier. Eli made him feel less like a monster and more like a neighborhood kid who never left. It wasn't just our house either. At my cousin's place 3 doors down, we're making chocolate cupcakes one Friday night. Early 2000s pop songs were thumping from the radio, warm smell of cocoa filling the kitchen, and suddenly the front door creaked open all the way, slammed shut so hard the windows rattled. We all just stared at each other, hands still covering in batter. Nobody laughed and nobody moved, and even my best friend Riley, who lived at the corner house, they had her own stories. One sleepover we heard footsteps in her attic crawl space, light and quick, like somebody pacing. The thing was, as her attic was so low no one could stand up there, yet the steps kept going until they stopped just above our heads. Riley used to say a ghost in her house was a woman named Eloise. Over time, it felt like Maple Street itself was haunted, but it wasn't until years later that I learned why. My grandma's neighbor, who had lived there since the 1940s, told us a story once. A boy had lived near the end of the street when he got pneumonia one winter, passed away right at home. He'd been around the same age as me. We had called her ghost Eli, and Riley's ghost Eloise. All names started with E, and then, to learn his real name had been Elijah, I still don't know what to make of that. As a kid, I thought that pajama boy was the strangest mystery I'd ever face. Now I wonder, was it really Elijah, and was Eli ever real? Or did the house just whisper back what it remembered? The Boy in the Elevator. Today, I want to share the true story of a friend of mine who swears he has zero sensitivity to anything paranormal. It happened when he was hospitalized after breaking his ankle. According to him, this took place sometime around 1984, right when Footloose was on every radio station. The hospital was a sprawling concrete building with 6 floors, and he was staying on the 3rd one at the time. Each floor had its own smoking lounge back then. That's awesome. But after 10 p.m., patients could only use the one in the 1st floor lobby. It sounds unthinkable now, but at that time, hospitals still smelled faintly of tobacco smoke after dark. That night he couldn't sleep. His leg was throbbing, and more than anything, he was craving a cigarette. So he slipped a cigarette into his shirt pocket, shoved a crumpled dollar bill into his sweatpants, limped toward the elevator lobby. The indicator showed one elevator resting at the 1st floor, the other on the 6th. When he hit the button, the one on the 6th floor started moving down toward him. With a soft chime, the doors opened and he stepped in and pressed 1. The lobby was quiet and was eerie. Only the vending machines hummed steadily, the sound hollow in the empty space. So he bought a 75-cent can of orange soda, pocketed the quarter change, sat in the smoking lounge. The light above him flickered once he lit a cigarette. Didn't think much of it. When he finished, The first elevator just sort of sat exactly where he had left it in the first floor. But when he pressed the button, instead of that elevator opening, the one from the 6th floor started descending again. Weird. Why that one? He stepped inside anyway and pressed 3. The elevator glided upward, 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. But instead of stopping, it kept going. 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor, ding. The sound was sharper than before. The doors slid open. The lights in the hallway were off except for a faint orange glow at the far end. The corridor stretched on like an endless tunnel, and a chill crawled up his neck. He jabbed the close button and there was nothing. He pressed 3 again. The elevator didn't move. And then from the darkness something clicked like a small foot slapping against an linoleum floor. 3 tapping sounds. Then a soft giggle echoed faintly. He heard the laugh and his stomach dropped. He pressed the close button again and again and the doors wouldn't close. The sound grew louder. He heard the laughing again. Then he saw a small boy, maybe 8 years old, barefoot, wearing striped pajamas. His head hung low, but his mouth was wide in a grin that almost reached his eyes. He laughed again. The boy sprinted toward the elevator. The laughter grew sharper, like a skipping record, and he kept pressing the button, and the floors didn't move. The boy ran closer and closer and closer, and just as the boy reached the threshold, the doors began to close. For a second, relief flooded through him. But the boy slipped inside with impossible speed. Cold hands wrapped around his waist. Gotcha! And the lights went out. When he opened his eyes again, he was in his hospital bed. Morning hadn't come yet. The window was still tinted gray with night. His heart raced. His hospital gown was soaked with sweat. That was a dream, he said. But in the quiet of the room, he heard it again, soft and close. He heard the laughter. He sat up trembling, and in his pocket something jingled. He reached in and felt 3 coins, the same change from the vending machine. He really had gone downstairs. He forced himself to look around the room. No one, no boy. But something inside him twisted like a gut feeling, and he slowly lifted the blanket at his feet. The boy. He was curled up underneath, grinning, his teeth too white in the darkness. He laughed again. Blacked out. Asked for a transfer the next morning. Never seen anything like that again. Even if you think you're the most rational person in the world, some nights in hospitals, they hold things that don't quite belong to the living. The Vanishing Dinner and the Missing Setup. Okay, kiddos, this is honestly one of the weirdest nights I've ever had in this house. Still get chills thinking about it. About 5 or 6 years ago, I decided I didn't want to go anywhere. Made myself a little self-care night. Pajamas, Netflix on my phone, and the intention of not moving from my bed until morning. I actually enjoy cooking, but when it's just me, I normally grab some crackers or fruit or something simple. And that night, though, I felt inspired and I decided to make myself a real meal. My painter roommate was home too, but he was always in his studio with his doors closed, headphones on. He never wants to be bothered. So I cooked, like really cooked, homemade pesto pasta, boiled the noodles, toasted pine nuts, sauteed zucchini, and made the sauce from scratch. Took about 40 minutes, and I was proud. I plated it nicely on this deep ceramic bowl I'd gotten at the thrift store, grabbed a fork and a napkin, walked into my room with the plate balanced in one hand and my foot gently pushing the door shut behind me. My bedroom has 2 doors. One connects to the kitchen, The other leads to the back hallway with the bathroom and a small patio. I set the plate carefully on my bed. It was close to my phone, dead center of the mattress. Headed to the bathroom. It was maybe me being gone 10 seconds. I didn't even close the bathroom door. No need to. Just me and my hermit roommate, after all. I could see most of my room from there anyway, so I walked back in. My plate was gone. It was just gone. Fork and napkin still sitting neatly on the bed like nothing happened. The smell of fresh pesto still hanging in the air, too. I froze and I started doubting myself. Did I leave the food in the kitchen? Did I imagine setting it down? Did it somehow slide off the bed by itself? I mean, the plate wasn't even slippery. Checked the floor, nothing there. I knocked on my roommate's studio door, which already felt weird because we barely talked. He opened it with this, "Why are you interrupting my genius?" face. "Hey, you mess with me?" I asked. "My food disappeared." His eyebrow lifted and he said, "What?" I explained and he sighed, and curiosity replacing his usual annoyance, and he followed me back. We checked everywhere, under the bed, behind my nightstand, under my blanket. Nothing. And then I noticed the plate on the other side of the room, behind a stack of laundry like 9 feet away. I picked it up and it was completely empty. The sauce smeared across the bottom looked like somebody had dragged their fingers through it, not fork marks, but fingers. We searched like idiots. The food had to be somewhere. Next to my bed was a woven basket I used for scrap paper and sketches. No trash bag, just crumpled paper. I lifted the top layer, and there it was, my dinner, sitting under the paper balls like somebody had gently tucked it in. No sauce on the paper, but perfectly hidden. At this point, my roommate gave me this look like, sure, and Santa helped too. I got so frustrated I actually teared up, which I never do. I'd worked hard on that dinner. It wasn't funny to me. He mumbled something like, "Your night gets better," and just walked off. After 5 seconds, he reappeared in my doorway, and he was pale and shaking a little bit. "This isn't funny. Are you pranking me?" "No, what happened?" Went to his studio, and his entire computer setup, the laptop, monitor, and speakers was gone. And this guy treated his gear like his firstborn. He would never leave it unsecured. We searched everywhere. Eventually found it in the laundry room at the back of the house, 25 feet away. The laptop flipped upside down, speakers placed neatly on either side, like somebody arranged them with purpose. No noise, no footsteps, no nothing. We stood there, and it was quiet in the house. Ended up eating a bag of chips in bed while staring suspiciously at every corner of my room. The only explanation that made me feel slightly okay was convincing myself some weird ghost had saved me from accidentally poisoning myself. Better a weird ghost than an invisible pasta thief. Whispers beneath Carnley Park. And I might pronounce that wrong, so I'm gonna try a different way to say it. I'm 15. I live near Carnley Park, and to most people, it's just another quiet pocket of Victoria, Australia. It's a suburb with winding streets, neat houses, and playgrounds where children run without ever wondering what lay here before. But to me, Carnley Park is something else entirely. It is home, yes, but it's also a place that hums when no one is listening, where shadows seem to breathe and where history does not sleep beneath the soil. This series, Whispers Beneath Carnley Park, is not make-believe. These are simply fragments of what I've seen, what I felt, and what I learned. They tell of the ground I walk on, of the suburb that wraps around me, and of the past that still stirs beneath it. But what's done here hasn't been laid to rest, at least not for me, and, well, I don't think for anyone. Long before houses and driveways appeared, this place was not meant for families. It was once fenced, locked, and kept in silence. It was a wartime storage site, a production ground for things that buried and tore and roared. Munitions built here for a world far away. But not everything built here left. Not everything burned the way it was supposed to. The Albion fires. Few speak of them now, but the ground remembers. The explosions left no headlines that lasted. Only records buried underneath more records, and bodies buried with no names said aloud. Women and men were lost in the quiet of duty. The air then was smoke, and it hasn't forgotten. Soil, it holds more than dirt. Silence, it holds more than nothing. Silence is simply waiting. And there are places where people live on top of unfinished stories. Cairnley Park is one of them. In daylight, it's harmless. Playground, laughter, chatter of birds, and footsteps of those who believe the ground is just ground. Maybe a gecko screaming in the distance. But when darkness folds itself over the streets, the earth thickens. It isn't just the night, it's memory. The wind here doesn't just chill, it carries something bitter. Rooms that look ordinary feel heavier at night. A corner of your vision doesn't clear as fast as it should be, and the earth shifts as if remembering too much. Iron and soot lie under every step. Regret seeps through every quiet evening, and a past that does not rest watches. It does not forgive, it does not go away. These are the whispers beneath Cairnley Park. Whispers at Black Creek. When I was 17, in 2004, something happened to me and my friend near an old stretch of train tunnels. A place people in town liked to whisper about but never really stayed after dark. A dark history. The area had a heavy history. Years ago, a father and daughter drowned in the creek that curled through the forest like a black ribbon. An old caretaker was found hanging from a crooked sycamore tree leaned over the water. The kind of tree that already looked haunted without needing a story behind it. There had also been a shootout between local police and poachers at an abandoned cabin not far from there. And before all of that, when the train tunnels were being carved through the hillside, there was cheap laborers who had died in collapses. Their unmarked graves were rediscovered only a few years earlier. The tiny forgotten cemetery at the edge of the woods. The night we camped. 4 of us, me, my cousin, and 2 friends, decided to camp there the week before graduation. One last dumb idea before real life split us in different directions. We set up on a flat patch of land near the creek, a good 20 yards from the water, fire crackling, stars overhead. Everything felt strangely quiet. My cousin and I wandered down to the creek to shine our flashlights into the water, hoping to spot fish. And that's when we heard it. 3 sloshing sounds. The sound of somebody walking through shin-deep water, slow and steady and deliberate. But when we swept our lights upstream, nothing was there. What we did see were ripples, perfect and even like footsteps moving toward us. When we killed the lights, the sound returned. Light on, silence. Light off, sloshing. That was the moment my stomach nodded. It was responding to us. We didn't say anything. We just hurried back to camp. And as we turned, the sloshing raced toward where we had just been. Too fast for any person or animal we knew. By the time we reached the fire, the noise stopped at the bank. Then the tall grass behind us bent and shivered like something unseen was running the perimeter of our camp. Too fast to be a deer, too smooth to be the wind. The voice. It began as static, like the hush between radio stations. Then a man's whisper right against my left ear. "We shouldn't be here," I said before realizing no one had spoken to me. My friend's eyes went wide. They'd heard it too. The whisper grew clearer and deliberate. "You need to leave." We froze because for a second I thought a group of people was out there circling us. And in the woods at night, there was more terrifying things than ghosts. But we turned toward the ATV, and all four of us saw this man. A black figure, tall, lean, wearing what looked like a brimmed hat. They leaned against the front of the ATV like it had been waiting. No feet. Legs shimmered like heat over asphalt. And though it was a shadow, it stood out darker than the night itself. When it straightened, the girl with us, she just screamed, and that broke us out of our paralysis, and the shadow zipped like it was pulled backward, disappearing toward the train tunnels. The ATV, which had started perfectly fine earlier, mind you, struggled to turn over like the battery had been drained, and it finally caught, and we got the hell out of there. Echoes in the dark. Later, after sharing the story, we found out dozens of people had felt something there. A trapper once told my uncle it was the only place in the county he refused to walk alone after sundown. "Even the raccoons clear out at night," he said. A few weeks after that night, my uncle went raccoon hunting there. His dog dislodged a rock from a ridge and it struck him in the neck, paralyzing almost his entire body. Somehow he dragged himself back to his ATV and drove out alone, and he never explained how. Years later, around Halloween, when my story started circulating on Facebook again, my uncle texted my mom. "I never told anyone this. That man in the hat, the one the kids saw, he's the one who picked me up and put me back on my ATV." One final thought. For years I believed the shadow wanted to scare us away, and now I'm not sure. Maybe it wasn't the danger, maybe it was the warning. Whatever else was in those woods that night might have been worse. The blue door and the man in overalls. A few summers back, my dad told me that we were taking a trip to see my grandmother in Virginia. She'd lived there for years, ever since she left the old house in the countryside. I asked if that was where my dad grew up. He shook his head and told me, calm when he does when the story's about to begin. He said his childhood home was actually an old boarding house in the hills of West Virginia. "Used to be a farmhouse," he said. "Then a boarding house, and then some things happened there." The voice in the attic. When my dad was a boy, he and my grandma moved into the place with the help of her own mother, and while unpacking boxes upstairs, their cat, Muffin, slipped past and ran into the attic. Grandma pushed the attic door closed, ready to head downstairs. That's when she heard a voice from inside the attic sing-song softly. "Here, kitty, come here, pretty kitty." And the strange part is, at that exact moment, my great-grandmother, still on the phone with her, they gasped and asked, "Who's talking on your end?" Grandma whispered back, "That's what I was going to ask you." Then the attic door creaked open on its own. Muffin shot out like a bullet, tail puffed up, eyes wide, hissing as she fled outside, and she never came back. The bookcase. For a while, nothing else happened. Then one afternoon, when Grandma came home from the store, she found the great oaken bookcase in the parlor. the one that had been bolted to the wall, lying twisted in the middle of the floor. But the china plates had been inside, they weren't broken. They were lined up perfectly in a single row on the kitchen counter, as if somebody had carefully placed them there. Dad once told me that some people say spirits don't like certain objects, and he himself doesn't particularly believe in ghosts, but I do. The stain. Near the sink in the kitchen, there was always a reddish-brown stain on the floorboards. No matter how many times Grandma scrubbed it, it stayed. And when somebody stepped on it, the floor creaked in a way that made the hair on your neck stand up. Long before it became their house, it had been a small hotel. And a story went around about a traveling businessman shot by another guest in the kitchen. My dad never knew why, and he did say that on quiet nights, lying in bed, he could hear footsteps crossing that spot, slow and measured like someone pacing. Moving out. After the bookcase incident, Grandma started hearing shuffling in the halls when she was alone. And once she even saw a figure, just a shape really, moving toward the kitchen. And that was enough. They began packing to leave. While clearing the old freezer they used as storage, Dad opened a drawer and found their missing embroidered plates, a lighter, even a pack of cigarettes, things they had lost months earlier. No one could explain how they got there. Uncle Peter. When they left, the house went to my Uncle Peter. He was a retired truck driver. And at first everything was quiet, and then one night sitting in his reading chair, he heard footsteps in the hallway. A short man with messy dark hair and sad blue eyes, blue overalls. They appeared in the doorway. The man didn't face him at first. He was staring at a faded painting on the wall. "Hey!" Uncle Peter shouted. The man turned and then vanished like smoke. Grandma got the call a minute later. "Someone's in my house." When she arrived, Uncle Peter was sitting on his bed, hand shaking, shotgun pointed at the door. The night after. From then onwards, Peter claimed the invisible man would drag him from his bed into the hallway, slap and punch and even bite him. But the man never crossed into the parlor. That was quote-unquote safe ground. When Dad was about 14, they spent a night there. Peter handed him an old patchwork quilt, the so-called magic blanket, and then he said, "It doesn't come past the parlor, you'll be fine." Dad stayed up trying to catch the man. Around midnight, he said he felt a presence before he saw anything. Figure stood in the doorway staring, and then it was gone. When the grandfather clock chimed 6, footsteps echoed toward him again. Uncle Peter appeared, smiling weakly. "See, the blanket works." The last sight. Years later, after Peter passed away of natural causes, Grandma saw him or something again. A short man in blue overalls with a black goatee, walking up the front path. He paced on the porch, stopped at the door, and disappeared. Grandma always said it was like a family ghost, and I don't still really know what that means, but I at least do know that none of us ever set foot inside that house again. The Midnight Call. This happened in late October 2022, just a few days before Halloween, actually. My girlfriend and one of her closest friends have owned a small beauty salon since late 2020. And for everything business-related, from Instagram posts to client messages, they use a single iPhone. It's always left at the salon overnight. That year, to celebrate the season, they decided to decorate the place with an altar inspired by Dia de Muertos, or the Day of the Dead. If you've ever watched Coco, you know the idea. Families families build altars with photos, candles, flowers, favorite food of their deceased loved ones, believing their spirit returns to visit for one night. That evening, after finishing up at the salon, my girlfriend came home as usual. We had dinner, talked a bit, and went to bed early. She stayed up watching a series on Netflix because falling asleep quickly has never been her thing. Sometime around 2:40 a.m., she shook me awake, absolutely terrified. At first, I thought she'd seen a jump scare on TV. Couldn't even get the words out. Just kept pointing at her phone, and I held her for a while until she calmed down enough to speak. She told me she'd just gotten a FaceTime call. Not from anyone random, but from the salon's iPhone. At first, she thought maybe her friend was there late doing inventory or setting up decorations. So she answered. But the only thing she saw was the salon ceiling, the angle they always leave the phone charging at. She called out her friend's name, and there was silence. Just the faint red glow of the nightlight in the corner. She hung up feeling a chill down her spine, opened the security camera app. If it was a break-in, she'd see it. But the place was empty. Then she rewound the footage from the moment of the call, and it was clear as day. iPhone screen lit up on its own, unlocked somehow, and dialed her number on FaceTime. I don't think anybody touched it. What made it worse was that the phone was password protected. Only she and her friend knew the code, and it hadn't just glitched. It had chosen her contact specifically. The next morning, she showed everyone the footage. Nobody had an explanation. Some whispered it might have been connected to the altar, since in some beliefs you're inviting spirits to cross over. And that was the first and last time they ever put up a Day of the Dead altar at the salon. Even now, 3 years later, whenever the story comes up, everybody gets goosebumps. Has anybody else ever experienced something like this? Not me. A demon passed on by telling a story. So I want to clarify that this experience happened before my little footstep story. This happened when I was in middle school, so roughly 2002 to 2004. Not sure exactly when, but I was a bit younger. Also happened in the same house. This house I grew up in from grade 3 to graduation in high school, so plenty of stories to tell. Okay, now I will tell the story that I was told. The experience my at-current middle school boyfriend crush had happened to him. He had this happen to him because his friend told him their story, and now it was his turn to tell me his. So my friend told me that this cat, or what seemed like a cat, was in his room one night. He didn't own any cats, so it was confusing. But funny enough, when he got a good look at it, it didn't have fur and definitely had red eyes. Well, last night I had an experience that I will never really think I'd have happened to me. My cat Larry was a black female cat, was in my closet and just kind of sitting there staring out. He told me the eyes were like Larry's, yellowish green. So it was getting close to bedtime, and I know she likes to cuddle with me, so I went to pick her up. Called her name, did the whole pss, 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 pss. But she seemed comfortable where she was. But I wanted to cuddle her, so I reached out to pick her up, and she took a swing at me. And Larry wasn't an aggressive kitty, mind you. He had taken a breather, and he was quite shook as one would be if their cat suddenly took a full clawed swing at them. But I don't think it was Larry. When she swung at me, the ball was larger in the claws. There was only 3, and they were big and jet black. Yeah, I know she is black too, but it wasn't fur I saw. Looked more like leather or hairless. Definitely not my girl. Anyways, I'd pulled my hand away fast, or I thought I did, but I got scratched before seeing one of the claws strike the floor. A little mad, I got up and went to bed, and I honestly thought I was dreaming. Didn't feel real. Well, come morning, when I was getting ready for school, I saw the scratch in my hand, and then last night came back to me. Checked my closet, and there was a small hole in the floor. Carpet bits beside it, but Larry wasn't in the closet. Apparently, she was sleeping with my parents, so I think I now know what it was. So he told me his friend's story after his, and I was highly intrigued by it all. But I clung in slowly, as I was now told a story about his cat creature and perhaps a demon. I mean, leatherish skin, 3 thick-toed claws, and color-changing eyes. And apparently, the tail was long and slender, much like a lizard's would maybe be. Some details are still fuzzy, but of course I remembered the story aspect. Kinda sticks with you. But hey, I've told this story many times, and so far it hasn't happened to anyone else. So now, I'll tell my part of the story for you. So after my friend told me all of this, it was a few days before I had my own experience with this creature. Now I lived with my parents, my brother, and we had one cat. One black one who was more my parents' cat than anything. So one night I'm asleep in bed when I hear a little growl. Now our cat didn't really growl at anything, so I stirred a bit hearing it, but a bit louder. Slowly walking, I sat up a bit and leaned over, reaching out to try to coax our cat over. His name was Bandit. Bandit would always come when called, but this kitty, or what I thought was a kitty, didn't come. It was pitch black in the house, and all I saw was a faint outline from the outside light peeking underneath my window curtain. And this creature was larger, but not much bigger than a normal cat. Its eyes were staring at me, bright yellow with a tinge of red as it growled once more at me. Its tail thumped and then hissed at me. I don't remember the sound it made exactly, but it definitely wasn't a normal cat's hiss. Fed up, I just told the cat to go away, as I thought I, too, was just dreaming and seeing stuff. I fell back asleep till morning. But crazy enough, this I remember. After I pulled my blanket back up and rolled over, I felt something jump onto my bed and lay down. Okay, so yeah, I know this sounds crazy and possibly made up, but no, all of it's true. When I woke up the next morning, I asked my mom if she heard the growling sounds, and she did. I asked if Bandit was with her all night, and she said yes again. I left it at that, knowing it was real and not a dream or hallucination. Well, I told a friend the same story. She then had an experience. I don't know what happened after that, so far from time to time, till this day, I'll still feel a phantom cat jumping up where I'm sleeping and lay down next to my feet. Hope you enjoyed my story. Don't worry, I don't think this demon kitty follows anyone anymore. The Lost X-Files episode, and A Man in White, a paranormal encounter that shook my reality. Complete summary of my unknown X-Files episode. One evening while watching TV, I came across a very strange episode of The X-Files. This episode was presented as a special, which immediately caught my attention. What was particularly odd was that it seemed to be linked to the Twilight Zone, a crossover that never actually existed. The episode began with an aerial shot of a deserted road, surrounded only with electric pylons, filmed as if by a drone. The camera slowly advanced down the road and a man's voice began to speak. Welcome to a special episode of The X-Files, linked to the fourth dimension. Tonight you will enter another dimension, an unknown and unexplained world filled with inexplicable phenomena. This episode is unique and special, and it will only be broadcast on this channel, nowhere else. Settle in and enjoy. Tonight, welcome to the fourth dimension, in connection with the X-Files. The atmosphere was already unsettling, and this feeling of strangeness intensified. The camera then rose to reveal a small town isolated in the middle of a desert. In the next scene, Scully arrived in this deserted town. She parked in the town center and got out of her car. It was nearby. And there was another car parked as well, carrying a family. A father, a mother, a boy about 9, and a 7-year-old girl. The family seemed disturbed, especially the father, who was telling his son to calm down. The family headed toward a store across from the phone booth where Scully was making a call to Mulder. During the call, Scully explained to Mulder that she had stopped in this small town for dinner and would return late that evening. Mulder talked about a recent case that they had investigated, but Scully has always remained skeptical about the paranormal conclusions. Mulder tried to convince her to be more open-minded. While on the phone, Scully noticed something odd. The family inside the store was acting strangely. She saw the father, and then in an instant he vanished. The mother then hurriedly exited the store with her children, but without the father. Intrigued, Scully cut off her conversation with Mulder and rushed toward the mother, asking her where her husband had gone. The mother, nervous, asked Scully to leave them alone, but as she placed her hands on Scully's shoulder, she suddenly whispered desperately, "Help us, please." Before she could say more, the boy insisted that they get back in the car. Scully got into her own car and decided to follow them discreetly. After about 15 minutes of driving, Scully arrived at the family's house. She got out of her car and knocked on the door. The mother opened it. Scully showed her FBI badge and explained that she was investigating paranormal phenomena. The mother, frightened, replied that everything was fine, and that Scully was just an old friend, to avoid alarming her son, who was watching from the doorway. But as soon as the door closed, the mother panicked and quickly whispered to Scully that her son wasn't normal, that he had terrifying powers. He confided that the boy had made his father disappear, and that she feared for her life and that of her daughters. The conversation took a dramatic turn when the boy suddenly appeared at the door and said to his mother, "That's not your friend, Mom. It's the lady we saw earlier." In a chilling tone, he ordered his mother to go inside the house, and instantly she obeyed as if controlled by an invisible force, while the boy added, "You lied to me. You will be punished." With a wave of his hand, he made his mother's mouth disappear, preventing her from speaking. Shocked, Scully tried to reason with the boy, but he forced her into the house. What followed was a disturbing scene. The boy's sister, concerned, asked what was happening, and furious, the boy made his little sister disappear with a snap of his fingers. The mother, in a panic, attempted to grab a weapon of some kind, probably to attack her own son, but before she could do anything, she also disappeared. Scully suddenly found herself transported to the boy's bedroom. He was sitting on his bed crying and confessing that he didn't want to hurt his family, but that he always felt rejected and unloved, and Scully tried to comfort him, explaining that his powers were extraordinary, but that he needed to use them for good. Finally, the boy stood up and opened a door that led to infinity, as if it opened to the universe itself. He stepped inside, leaving Scully alone in the room, and everything returned to normal. The house, the town, and everything around seemed restored as if nothing had happened. But the family had completely disappeared. Scully, still shaken and troubled, got back into her car, and resumed her journey, and the episode ended. Well, that certainly was a description of an episode, and I almost remember that. I'm a little bit confused, though. Weird paranormal activity keeps happening in my house. Some unusual things have been happening to me lately in my house, and I figure this might be a good place to discuss them. Let me give you a breakdown of everything. In August of last year, my grandmother passed away. It was devastating, but I've gotten better as time moved on. However, some creepy things keep happening in my house. I honestly have a difficult time trying to wrap my head around it. Now, I know this is going to sound like I'm making this up, and I don't have any photos or videos to back up what I'm going to say, but multiple members of my family have been experiencing creepy things as well, and I just need to share it with everybody here. 4 major events have happened to me, and I'll share them. I live in a 4-bedroom house, and there's 6 people, including me and 3 cats. And the first paranormal event happened when my siblings and I were talking to our mom about chores. And as the conversation was starting to become more argumentative, our Alexa, out of nowhere, started playing Baby Shark, which was strange since nobody in our conversation said any words, at least anything similar to the song that was playing. Also, what makes it more interesting is the fact that my grandmother used to play Baby Shark all the time for my baby cousin, either on her phone or the Alexa. It makes me believe that my grandma played that song to prevent an argument that was about to happen. The second event that happened was when I was working on my computer. I was completing college assignments, and I was at my desk in the living room, and as soon as I was finished writing a paragraph, I looked up and saw my back door randomly open. I know that door was closed because 10 minutes before it opened, my dad fully closed the door shut when he was bringing in laundry, and my mom was also there. The third event happened when I was home alone. I got back from watching Goodfellas. I was at a friend's house. My family left to help my aunt prepare for her upcoming pregnancy. I was sitting at my desk watching some YouTube until I thought I heard something coming from the dining room. As soon as I looked over, the chair from my kitchen table was pulled out right in front of me. It wasn't any of my cats because one was sleeping on the couch and the other 2 were put away. And finally, the creepiest event is the kitchen light. The light in my kitchen is interesting, to say the least. The light bulb is just dying or almost dead, but it doesn't blink or anything until it does. My sister and I are cleaning the dishes one night until we start noticing the light blinking. The light's above the kitchen sink, and as a joke, my sister asked me to ask a question to the light. So I asked the cliché question, "Are you there?" The light stopped blinking and blinked twice. When that happened, my sister and I looked at each other and she asked me, "Did the light answer your question?" And after being shocked, I told the light to blink once for no and twice for yes. The light blinked 2 more times. I started asking it questions and the light was answering all my questions. My sister started becoming more uncomfortable and finished up the dishes. I was going to leave until I asked her to stay. I asked the light if it was here to talk to someone, and it blinked twice for yes. So we went down the list of names who the light wanted to see until he mentioned my dad. The light blinked twice for yes. My sister decided enough was enough. Went to bed. But before I left, I asked the light if it was somebody I used to know, and it said yeah. And the only name that came to my mind was Grandma, and I asked, "Grandma, is that you?" And the large light blinked twice. Now I don't know what I should do, whether I should ignore all of this or try something to do about it. But now what worries me is that if it's my grandma, like is she trying to communicate from beyond this world, or is it something more sinister? I keep being lured by something in a local abandoned church. In my local area, there's a church, long since abandoned, left to rot. I've been inside it once, years ago. It left me with reoccurring surrealist nightmares about being trapped in it with a vicious, obvious, hostile force, almost always resulting in my death before waking. Most commonly by throwing myself from the steeple, always waking either before that end or just as the force makes contact with me physically. Since then, any time I walk past it, I can feel something within me watching me. And more recently, any time I've been stood, just beyond its fencing, I can feel whatever it is beckoning me closer. It's hard to describe. It's been fine until today, when I stood beyond the fence for around 15 to 20 minutes before stalking around the property looking for a way in, almost as if compelled to get inside it. And even now I find myself looking at the corners on the wall of my home, distance away from it, and I figured out that the corner I'm looking is essentially the abandoned church. Just kind of wanted to type that. Not sure if anybody has any advice or conclusions which can be given without the specifics of the church and her location. Not sure if this is the right place for this, though, or with the right flair. I probably shouldn't give the specific church and location because it might narrow me down too, so all I can say is it's not that old compared to most churches in Britain, only around 100 years old. It's disused and boarded up with metal fencing keeping the general public away. Had its graveyard removed around 3 years ago now. Help me make sense of the paranormal history of my late grandmother's house. So without further ado, whether you're looking for a ghost story or looking to debunk some stuff, I'll start my account. I am a 20-year-old male, and this all started before I was born. I'll do my best to state the order of events chronologically. But these stories all come from different people in my family, so it might be a bit messy. My grandma's owned a trailer in Broomfield, Colorado for nearly 40 years. My father, his 2 brothers, and his 2 sisters grew up in this house. And me and my father also lived in this house with my grandma and grandpa later down the road. I'll give each story an account, a name, and an approximate date, as well as say who told me the story. 1985, Three-Fingered Lady. This one comes from my grandma, and at a separate point in time, my dad as well. My eldest uncle Ryan, when he was young, was just about 10 or 11. Had just got his own room, and he would tell my grandma about a 3-fingered lady in his closet that would talk to him at night. And one night, my grandma heard banging on her door in the middle of the night and screaming. Opening the door, she found Ryan, who was screaming and crying with blood coming out of his leg. He told her the 3-fingered lady tried to drag me into the bed, tried to take me to hell. And after that night, they never heard about her again. Well, that's good. This one, at least, is a kind of distant layer of truth to it, because after his passing in the hospital 30 years later, I saw a scar in his leg and 3 lines going down to his calf. 1990. My favorite year. Open the door. This one comes from my grandpa. My grandma was a nurse, so she used to get home really late. And one night, my grandpa woke up to the doorknob on his bedroom door jiggling. He could hear my grandma saying, "John, let me in, the door's stuck." But when he opened it, my grandma wasn't on the other side. He looked down the hallway and didn't see my grandma anywhere. Coming back to bed, he said that my grandma was asleep next to him already. Year 2000. The Man in the Corner. This one also comes from my grandpa and my great-uncle Rick. It was late night and Rick and John, my grandpa, were up late watching cable. John went to grab a beer, Rick went to take a piss, and on his way down the hallway after pissing, Rick passed who he thought was his grandpa, standing in the hall. He said, "The fuck are you doing, John?" Before continuing to the living room where John was drinking his beer. John said, "Who are you talking to?" Then they searched the whole house, but nobody was inside except the kids and my grandma, all a bit asleep. The year 2000 again. Moving furniture. This one comes from my dad and my youngest Aunt Jamie. Once every couple of months, upon returning home from days out, the family would find rooms, and one time the TV was knocked off the entertainment center broken. In 2005, The Face. From my brother's twin Aaron, I'd like to note that I was born this year, and I was the first grandchild of my family. My grandma once said that I was having grandchildren made the devil angry, or having grandchildren made the devil angry, because things got worse in the house after I was born. My uncle was homeless at the time, and my grandma let him stay on the couch, and apparently kept hearing breathing. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would see a face looking at him. 2007, The Seance. I've seen a video recording of this one, actually, and I'll be honest, I have no idea what's happening in the video. The recording's on a camcorder somewhere. My whole family decided to do a seance where they read the Bible and try to get rid of the demon in the house. In the video, you can see my family reading the Bible into a dark room, and I swear to God, you can hear growling come from the video. It's really weird, but maybe one of my family members made the noise, I don't know. A plate fell off a shelf in the video and breaks as well. 2007 and onward. Crosses fall off walls, people see things out of the corner of their eyes. People feel like stuff is clinging to their backs. Things move slightly and stuff breaks randomly. And my own personal experience. I've never seen anything overtly sinister happen in this house, but something strange has happened to me, and I rarely dream, almost never. When I do, it's always good. But there has never ever been a night that I stayed in that house that I didn't have a nightmare. They started when I was about 6. From then on, they only came back when I slept in that house. Also, I fully believe that my family believes that that house is haunted. Since I was a baby, I've been taught that, well, honesty is a core value, and my father's number one peeve is when, well, pretty much when I lie. I can't see my family lying about this stuff and keeping the lie up for decades, even though bad fallouts and arguments and everybody agreed that house was evil. I'm making that post because my grandma passed recently, and in her final hour she told us to take her somewhere else. She didn't want to die in that house. She refused. It's strange, but I'm sure it can be explained. If you have any questions or theories, please tell me. I want everything to be finally debunked. If you have nothing, enjoy the stories, I guess. I got summoned to purgatory last night as a guide. I don't normally dream. I usually go to sleep and wake up with no recollection of any dream whatsoever. Occasionally I'll get a nonsensical dream about my daily experiences. Last night was different. My dream was so vivid and cohesive, and I truly felt like I was serving a purpose there. I was brought to purgatory to be a guide to people that had trials there. All of these people were attempting suicide or on the brink of suicide. They were between life and death and were faced with different trials. If they passed their specific trial, they got a second chance at life. If they failed, then they passed on. My job was to give hints to them about how to pass their test. They had to realize what in their life could help them out of their situation. I was able to save 2 people, but I lost 1. The first person I helped was a teenage girl. Her specific trial was an obstacle course set in a bog type of thing. The water wasn't water, but was a slime that could cling to your skin, slow you down if you touched it. She was being chased by a shadowy being. Her only goal was to not be caught. I was helping her, though, and this going over and over again until she realized that she was able to face the monster with the help of her friends. She woke up from her attempt in her bathtub with a pill bottle in her lap. She'd tried to OD, but earned her second chance at life. I could only speculate, but the monster was either her mom or bullies at school. I think it uttered the phrase, "commit to gun mouth," at one point, making me think bullies. Never heard that sentence in my life. The second person was a man, mid-30s, and very obviously had a manual labor job by his build. He was digging in a mine, but kept getting buried by cave-ins. In this one, I told an anecdotal story about how family is one of the pillars of healthy life, He was able to realize that he could use his family, spirituality, and other aspects of his life to lean on, just to kind of help him out of the trouble. In his case, for everything he realized, he could rely on it, physically manifested as a pillar to help hold up the mine. The strongest being his wife and daughter. She was about 3 and cute as a button. He woke up in his recliner with an empty bottle of Jack at his feet and a revolver in his hand. He cried for a bit and he went to hold his family, and I'm guessing his trial represented all the things in his life he was trying to deal with and felt overwhelmed. The last guy in the room was suffocating. Literally darkness. I was there trying to get him to realize that even the smallest of things could be the light of your life. He had a tuxedo cat that adored him. He was supposed to realize that even small things could light up his darkness and provide warmth. Would have literally spawned a light, then he could see the way out. But he didn't listen. The darkness got him and snuffed him out. I saw him jump off the top of a building, and he passed on. His trial was supposed to represent his struggle with depression. Well, pretty sure anyways. It was a surreal experience to have something like that. And if you were one of the people that I helped above, well, keep it up and I believe in you. She turned, not slowly, not unnaturally. Well, not naturally. She spun around in one smooth, unnatural motion, like a puppet on a string, and her face locked onto ours. Her eyes were shadowed but fixed, her expression blank, yet somehow furious. Her skin was pale and too pale, stretched too tightly across her cheekbones and pointed chin. The second she looked at us, the world seemed to drop. A coldness slammed into my chest, sudden and bone deep. My skin prickled and every hair standing on end. My stomach lurched like I was falling, but I hadn't moved and I couldn't move. It felt like time stopped, but only for a second. Then everything in us screamed, not out loud, not even in words, just run. That wild animal panic that lives deep in your gut. The kind you can't reason with. The kind that keeps you alive. We bolted. No warning, no signal, just instinct. Legs pumping, breath catching in our throats, the echo of our footsteps, loud in the stillness. Down into the tunnel walkway we went, the lights overhead flickering dimly like they might die at any second. The air was thicker down there, like breathing through wet cloth. Our footsteps slapped against the concrete, and we didn't speak, and there was nothing even to say. Halfway through, we slowed just enough to glance behind us, and she was there, still following. Closer. Too close. And she wasn't running. She was walking that same slow, deliberate walk. But somehow, she was nearly right behind us. Her arms hung loose by her sides, her shoulders stiff and her head tilted slightly, like she was studying us. Like she didn't really need to run to catch us. Her movements were silent, not a sound was made. It made no sense. She made the tunnel feel longer than it was. We ran harder. Our lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. The exit was just ahead. The stairs leading back up to the street. We scrambled up them 2 at a time, nearly tripping, hearts thudding like drums in our ears, and I turned and she was there on the steps, still walking, still gaining. I didn't understand it, like how? We were running flat out and she had moved faster than a crawl. But there she was, her face still calm, still blank, eyes locked onto us like we were already caught. We hit the street and kept going, sprinting down the sidewalk, past shops and shuttered houses. The lights above us blurred and our feet thundered on the pavement. I looked back again. She was still there. Not running, not stopping, still walking, and somehow closer. We didn't stop until we saw them. 2 men standing near a crossing, smoking. talking softly under the weak glow of the street lamp. We made a beeline straight for them. Our fear was plain in our faces, and they looked confused and, well, startled even. And when I turned back, she was gone and vanished. Not behind a corner, not retreating, just gone. We wanted to chalk it up to her being somebody that was high or something, but I couldn't explain the fact that she had just vanished. Well, she got too high. But I swear it didn't feel like she'd left. It felt like she'd just stepped out of sight, like she was still nearby and watching, just out of reach, waiting. And even now, when I pass that street, or see a cat staring from a window, I get that same cold twist in my stomach, that pressure in the air, that feeling that something unnatural is near, that if I turn too slowly or blink too long, she'll be there, still walking, still catching up. The woman in the hallway. My best friend, let's call her Mara. I've known her for almost 25 years. She isn't exactly an atheist, more like somebody who doesn't think too much about spiritual things. She grew up in a regular home. No religion, no rituals. She doesn't have any issues with me or other friends who believe in something. But she herself doesn't buy into ghosts, karma, or anything quote-unquote beyond. To her, the world is what you can see and touch. Ironically, she loves horror movies, haunted house attractions too, Halloween decorations and everything spooky, but only in the fun way, like a carnival. Mara and her ex-husband Ben, they used to live in a small 2-bedroom house built in the early 1940s. It had been slightly remodeled in the 1980s, but it still felt like an old house. A narrow hallway, wood floors that creaked, and a big oak tree in the front yard. This particular story happened around 12 years ago. Ben had a teenage son from a previous marriage, and he and Mara also had a little boy who was about 4 at the time. That evening, Ben and the team went to watch a basketball game. So it was just Mara and her little boy at the home. She ran a bath for him and was sitting cross-legged on the bathroom floor. She was scrolling through her phone, looking at some kind of program detailing the specifics about beaver nuggets. The bathroom door was open. From the corner of her eye, she saw this tall-looking figure, and it glided past the hallway. She caught a glimpse of long, dark hair and a pale sweater. Someone heading toward the smaller bedroom. For a split second, she thought Ben had come home early. She called out, "Ben?" No answer. Something about the silence made her uneasy. She stood up, wrapped a towel around her son, and carried him to the bedroom. Then she went down the hall to check. No one. Living room empty, front porch empty. Car wasn't in the driveway. That's when she said a strange coldness washed over her. Not just goosebumps, but a deep chill that made her hand shake. She checked every door and window, and all locked. She called Ben, and he said that they were still at the game. Wouldn't be home for another hour. "Why? What happened?" she said. "I swear I saw someone in the house." That night, nothing else happened. Turned on all the lights, put on cartoons, and tried to shake off the feeling. A couple of months later, something even stranger occurred. One night, Mara and Ben were watching TV in the living room. Kids were asleep. She said Ben suddenly went stiff and his head dropped forward. He began making a low groaning sound, almost like he was choking, but not quite. His eyes were wide open, arms twitching. So she panicked, screaming his name. And when he snapped out of it, he looked confused and weak, like nothing had happened. Mara rushed him to the ER, terrified he'd had some sort of seizure or stroke. But after hours of tests, the doctors found absolutely nothing wrong. moved out of the house later that year, not because of what happened, but because they'd found a bigger place. But Mara told me years later, I never really felt alone in that house. When I asked Ben afterward if he believed in ghosts now, he said, I honestly don't know, man. I don't want to really believe it, But I believe it. I'd probably never sleep again. Well, I hope the opposite thing is happening for you guys. And to anybody else who is alone tonight, you got this. Sweet dreams. See ya. The unknown doesn't stay silent. Paranormal M listens to the whispers and tells their stories. Subscribe. Hit that like button if you feel like it. And let's let the darkness unfold. The Ghost in the Stairs. When I was still a student, I once heard a Japanese ghost story. It made hospitals feel different ever since then. It was about a night guard in a quiet little clinic. A young man had just been hired to cover the night shift. His task sounded easy enough. Walk around the building, then pick up the phone if it rang, and then rest until dawn. The clinic had a simple security system. There was a soft green light, and it meant everything was normal. But if the light turned red, someone was inside. One night, the young man leaned back in the chair, half asleep. That's when a flicker caught his eye. The lamp, it glowed red. Then almost immediately it returned to green. He exhaled, told himself it was probably just some faulty wiring. But minutes later, red again. And this time it didn't change back. Heart pounding, he called the director. The man on the other end spoke calmly, promising to come right away. Relieved, the guard glanced out the window and spotted the familiar figure walking toward the rear entrance. The security system beeped softly, then powered down, just like when the director used his key. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, something changed. A foul, wet stench seeped through the air, thick enough to choke on. Then came the noise. It was coming from below the stairs. Not a song, not really quite a prayer, but a sound that wavered between both things. And then it showed itself. Skin pale like spoiled milk, long limbs too long, joints bending in ways they shouldn't bend. It swayed its body as it climbed the stairs, humming that strange, broken chant. Halfway up, the guard's phone suddenly rang. The figure froze. Slowly, its head twisted toward him, followed by its entire body, turning like a broken doll. Its clouded eyes rolled, and then a grin stretched across his face. It laughed. It lunged. He slammed the glass door shut just in time. The smell grew unbearable. Thuds hammered the door. Head, elbows, knees. Every hit made the glass groan. And then silence. Shaking, he forced open the window and jumped. Bone shattered, arms, legs, fractured of the skull, but he lived. Days later in the hospital, the nurse whispered something that froze his blood colder than the night itself. Even when unconscious, every night his eyes opened, his mouth moved, and he sang, The Woman by the Gate. I want to share something strange that happened to me just past midnight. An old classmate of mine happened to be passing by my house. sent me a message right away. He said he'd noticed someone sitting quietly on a low stone bench right outside my yard, the front gate wide open as if it had been waiting for someone. From where I was standing inside, the shadows blurred everything. Switched on the porch light and opened the door. By then, the figure was no longer sitting there. It had moved just outside the gate, standing half in the light, half in the dark. I stepped out while I was still on the phone. I was trying to see more clearly. That's when I saw her. A woman in a pale blue dress, standing not too far from me. Well, she wandered slowly up and down the street. The soft sound of her sandals, they were scraping on the pavement. Every few steps, she'd stop and tilt her head toward the house ahead, as if listening for something. She moved gently, but there was something oddly deliberate about the way she did it. After a moment, she drifted closer. She must have realized I was talking about her with my friend. She lifted her head and said in a low, trembling voice, "Don't be scared of me." And then she added, "I'm just waiting. Someone promised they'd come." Her voice seemed to crack on the last words, like she was holding back tears. I told her she couldn't come any nearer, but gave me this faint, almost sad smile and whispered, "But the gate was open." Taking one step closer, slowly, I shook my head and said firmly, "No, it was not. Please keep your distance." She didn't argue. She only murmured, "Don't look at me like that." She turned away and walked down the road with the same calm, strange stillness she had when I first saw her. And I can still picture her perfectly. Shoulder-length black hair, light blue dress fluttering the night breeze, a small clutch bag clutched in both hands. And about the gate, I'm certain I locked it. It has a heavy bolt on the left side. Always takes a good push to open. But that night, it had been shoved ajar and the iron latch scraped out of place. Not long after I went back inside, my friend called again. From where he lives, a bit further down the street, he said she kept pacing up and down for at least another 20 minutes. And then, just like that, she was gone. The shadow that followed us. So many strange things unfolded through the years, and at first, thought it was something tied to the house that we lived in. But when we moved, the paranormal came with us, and this might be a long one. I'll start with the memory I've shared elsewhere before. I was born in Manchester in the late 80s. My mom was always a deeply spiritual person. She read tarot, used pendulums, and burned incense in the kitchen like it was an everyday ritual. We lived in a small flat built sometime in the early 70s. Odd things were just part of daily life. Toys being found in weird places, knocks on walls when no one was there, and once, what I can only describe as a perfect voice imitation. When I was little, I didn't understand that. Imaginary friends were supposed to be visible only to the one imagining them. But as long as I can remember, I always saw a little girl with black hair cut in a neat bob, pale as chalk, polka-dot dress. They'd be playing silently in the hallway. I thought she was someone from another floor. I never did recognize her from school. Back then in the early 90s, most neighbors kept their doors unlocked during the day. I remember going downstairs one afternoon, seeing the girl standing in the doorway. She stared at me blankly, turned, walked away. She never spoke, not even once. My mom often whispered with her friends about my older sister's imaginary friend. She was 5 years older than me and had started kind of acting out, which wasn't like her. she'd blame it on Dottie, the name she gave the girl. One night, I'm heading to the bathroom. I had one of those cheap sliding doors that never shut properly. I heard my sister whispering inside, and curious, I peeked through the gap. She was kneeling on the floor, talking softly to someone. And in the bathtub, sitting perfectly still, was the girl. Same dress, same hair. My sister spoke as if they were having a full conversation, but the girl said nothing. Later that night, I asked her about it. She was shocked, and I could see Dottie. Years passed. We moved away. Then one day, as we sat in her kitchen, she was scolding her young daughter over something. Her little girl looked straight at her, shrugged, and said, "Dottie told me to do it." The Imitation. Christmas '97. My mom was fussing with the cassette player. My stepdad was at work. Two of my siblings out with friends. My sister went upstairs to the bathroom. About half a minute later, my mom laughed and said, "That was quick, didn't even flush." We all turned to the doorway. My sister was standing there smiling, and then the toilet flushed upstairs. She faded like steam, and moments later, the real sister walked in, confused why Mom stared at her like she'd seen a ghost. And my sister looks exactly like her grandmother, who died in 1989. Moved a few months after that. The cards, the cups, and the signs. Mom's tarot cards had a habit of being knocked off the table by seemingly nothing. And once she left them laid out on a velvet mat. She was gone maybe 2 minutes. When she returned, beneath one card was a small, neat pile of what looked like dry skin flakes. No one else had been in that room. Another time, every teacup hanging from the hooks beneath a cupboard shattered, one after another like a chain reaction. I'd always sensed things others didn't, and sometimes I just knew things I shouldn't. Like that night in August of 1997, when I jolted awake in panic, shaking my sister and crying that Princess Diana is dying. She turned on the news to prove me wrong, but within minutes, the breaking news confirmed the accident. The healer's words. A few months later, Mom took me to a spiritualist center. A Reiki healer came over after the session, saying that she was drawn to me. When she placed her hands near me, the air felt electric. She told me I was a bridge, that energy on the other side used mine like a doorway. She told me to wear obsidian for protection, and I didn't for years, but I have now for 2 decades. The plain dream. The night before 9/11, I'm staying at my eldest brother's place. He says I shook him awake, asking why anyone would fly a plane into a building. And I don't even remember this, but the next day when the news came, he dropped his coffee and stared at me. The house with footsteps. As a teen, I stayed with my dad in a quiet town. The house felt wrong from the start. One night after midnight, while chatting online, my dog stiffened and whimpered. I touched her head to calm her, and then a violent bang came from upstairs. She growled, another bang. Footsteps thundered down the staircase so hard they knocked a pair of decorative muskets from the wall. They stopped at the door. The handle shook violently, and the wood cracked. No one was there. That night, even my online friend watching through the webcam was terrified. Still a bridge. I don't always see or hear things anymore, but I can still feel them. A friend has a child spirit in her house that hates the vacuum cleaner. I told her about it before she mentioned it, and she laughed and said, "Yeah, I know." And about 14 years ago, I woke to find an elderly South Asian man in traditional clothes standing beside my bed, looking lovingly at my sleeping husband. I didn't feel fear, only warmth. And months later in India, I saw his face again, in a photograph on a shelf. My husband's late grandfather. So, am I haunted, or am I just what the healer said, a bridge? Maybe a doorway. I'm a bridge. Whispers Beyond the Pines. I'm watching ghost stories from Reddit on YouTube, and I figured I should finally share my own. This happened somewhere around 2008 or 2009. And back in 2006, I moved into an old rental house on the outskirts of Cleveland, Ohio. It was a strange place. A single home left standing in what used to be a quiet neighborhood, now wrapped by parking lots and offices and a 24-hour diner. The old owner, from what I was told, had refused to sell the land. The house itself was tiny, maybe 900 square feet. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, slanted wooden floors, a crawl space that smelled like wet leaves. Oddly, it had its own private well, even though the whole block had access to city water. Gave the place a damp, heavy feeling that never quite went away. A few months in, I invited a couple of close friends to move in. So there were 4 of us total, 2 couples sharing this little creaky house. It was fun at first, and I was in my early 20s. We were broke but happy, throwing weekend hangouts and playing music way too loud. I wasn't the first to notice it. My roommate's girlfriend was. We started talking more and more about the figures that would zip past the hallway or stand by the kitchen doorway. Shadowy shapes that never seemed fully solid. Outside the house were thick pine trees that blocked out most of the city light. And at night, the place felt like it was alone in the woods. At first, it was only flickers. I'd be on my computer late with my headphones on, playing some online game. When I'd catch a shadow just at the edge of my vision, I'd hear whispering, faint, like a radio between stations. If I paused the music, it would stop too. I started talking to the empty air. I can hear you, just leave me alone, okay? Then I'd turn the music back on, and it would start again. I always had that feeling that someone was watching, especially when the others weren't home. And one night, somebody joked about using a Ouija board, and I shut that down fast. My aunt had one when I was 13, and what happened after that is something I still don't like to talk about, to be honest. So I tried something different. I started reading books about hauntings and energy and people who claim to be sensitive to spirits. I started meditating, trying to see if the feeling was real or just my nerves. And it turns out my roommate's girlfriend was quietly doing the same thing. We didn't even know until weeks later. During my meditations, I sensed 2 clear presences. A young boy, maybe 7 or 8, and a tall man in a long old-fashioned coat. The man didn't feel threatening, more like he was guarding the boy. I figured maybe I was just losing it, so I said to the air, if I'm wrong, nothing will happen, but if I'm right, give me something I can't ignore. A week later, my workplace threw its big winter party. I worked for a quirky little online shop that sold collectibles and weird pop culture memorabilia. Because the owners were eccentric, they always invited local quote-unquote personalities like tattoo artists and actors from indie horror films, that kind of crowd. After too many cocktails, my coworker dragged me over to a woman she wanted me to embarrass myself in front of. She was a horror actress, dressed like she stepped out of a gothic movie. But instead of laughing at me, she stared at me like she already knew my face. Then she said without even blinking, Ethan's going to be fine. I froze. Ethan was my roommate. She shouldn't have known that name. Then softly she added, but the boy near her house is lost. Every bit of warmth left my body. She mentioned one more thing I can't remember clearly, something about the woods behind the property. We ended up talking for nearly half an hour. She told me she practiced spiritual work, that she'd felt something when she shook my hand. She showed me a tattoo of her zodiac sign, which is a Scorpio. Damn straight. I met her again at another party a year later. Still won't share her name, but I'll never forget her face. That night I came home tipsy and passed out fast. Around 3 a.m. I woke to my girlfriend shaking me and cops in the hallway. Blue lights were flashing outside. Ethan had been caught in a sting operation. I didn't know he'd been dealing small amounts of pills. He'd driven across the state line that night and was arrested in our driveway. He did eventually walk free with probation. The actress had said that he'd be fine somehow, and she'd been right. The boy's spirit, though, took longer. Eventually contacted a local medium, the kind older woman who did a small ceremony at the crawl space. After that, the whispers stopped. House felt lighter. Hadn't realized how heavy it felt until it wasn't anymore. I don't seek that other world anymore. Once was enough. When it's my time to cross, I'll take that step, but not before. Shout out to my fellow weird Scorpios. We're misunderstood, okay? The man who came back from the ground. I work in an assisted living center. It's for people living with dementia. And this morning, I sat in a room with one of her residents. She's still very early into her dementia, clear and often very sharp. She told me quite calmly that she wanted to share something she'd never told anyone outside her family, and I said okay. She leaned back in her chair, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her blanket, and said, "My second husband is dead, sort of." I asked her what she meant. She shook her head slowly. "I have to start from the beginning." What followed was a long, winding story about 40 minutes, full of old photographs and newspaper clippings. She kept these all in a small box underneath her bed, and a voice that didn't waver once. She told me about 2 husbands before him, both who had hurt her, one through fists, the other through betrayal. Then she came to the last one. He had been kind to her at first. He brought her roses every Sunday. Then cancer came, and with it a storm of grief she said she couldn't stop. One winter evening, in what she called the quietest night of the year, he shot himself. He didn't die right away, and they kept him in the hospital for weeks, but eventually he passed. There was a funeral and people wept, and the cemetery took him. Everything seemed final. Until 3 nights later. She told me she woke up at 3:17 to the sound of knocking, not on the door, but on the side of the house, near the cellar window. She swore to me, her voice trembling now, that when she opened the door, he was standing there, mud caked to his hands, suit still torn, eyes like wet glass. She said she let him in. Apparently, he didn't speak. He walked straight downstairs to the basement, the place where he had tried to end his life. She followed, but couldn't bring herself to touch him. She called her sister the next morning, but no one believed her. They thought it was grief or early confusion. For weeks, she said she brought food and water to the basement door. Plates disappeared, cups came back empty, and sometimes she heard humming, an old war song he used to sing when they cooked together. Her daughter eventually forced her into assisted living. "You're imagining it," she said, but then the daughter moved into the house. A month later, she told her mother in a whisper, "I saw him too." She locked the basement door. No one went down after that. No one spoke of it again. As she told me this, tears filled her eyes. "He must be gone by now," she said softly. "Or maybe he's still waiting." My hands were cold. I've worked here for 6 years. I sat with dozens of residents telling me stories. Some real, some lost in fog, but this one was different. She's early in her dementia. She's never told me anything strange before. She told it in perfect sequence, like reading it from a book that she lived. And I don't believe in ghosts, and I'm not religious, but that night I whispered a prayer on my drive home. The man who came back from the ground. I work in an assisted living center. It's for people living with dementia. And this morning, I sat in a room with one of her residents. She's still very early into her dementia, clear and often very sharp. She told me quite calmly that she wanted to share something she'd never told anyone outside her family, and I said okay. She leaned back in her chair, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her blanket, and said, "My second husband is dead, sort of." I asked her what she meant. She shook her head slowly. "I have to start from the beginning." What followed was a long, winding story about 40 minutes, full of old photographs and newspaper clippings. She kept these all in a small box underneath her bed, and a voice that didn't waver once. She told me about 2 husbands before him, both who had hurt her, one through fists, the other through betrayal. Then she came to the last one. He had been kind to her at first. He brought her roses every Sunday. Then cancer came, and with it a storm of grief she said she couldn't stop. One winter evening, in what she called the quietest night of the year, he shot himself. He didn't die right away, and they kept him in the hospital for weeks, but eventually he passed. There was a funeral and people wept, and the cemetery took him. Everything seemed final. Until 3 nights later. She told me she woke up at 3:17 to the sound of knocking, not on the door, but on the side of the house, near the cellar window. She swore to me, her voice trembling now, that when she opened the door, he was standing there, mud caked to his hands, suit still torn, eyes like wet glass. She said she let him in. Apparently, he didn't speak. He walked straight downstairs to the basement, the place where he had tried to end his life. She followed, but couldn't bring herself to touch him. She called her sister the next morning, but no one believed her. They thought it was grief or early confusion. For weeks, she said, she brought food and water to the basement door. Plates disappeared, cups came back empty, and sometimes she heard humming, an old war song he used to sing when they cooked together. Her daughter eventually forced her into assisted living. "You're imagining it," she said, but then the daughter moved into the house. A month later, she told her mother in a whisper, "I saw him too." She locked the basement door. No one went down after that. No one spoke of it again. As she told me this, tears filled her eyes. "He must be gone by now," she said softly. "Or maybe he's still waiting." My hands were cold. I've worked here for 6 years. I sat with dozens of residents telling me stories. Some real, some lost in fog, but this one was different. She's early in her dementia. She's never told me anything strange before. She told it in perfect sequence, like reading it from a book that she lived. And I don't believe in ghosts, and I'm not religious, but that night I whispered a prayer on my drive home. Whispers in the dim light. I'd never had a single brush with anything paranormal before I met my boyfriend. We crossed paths in late summer 2024, and not even 3 months later, found myself moving into his place. And yeah, it was fast, but it felt natural. We clicked, we shared bills, we shared space, and everything felt easy. At least at first. Oh boy. He didn't tell me about what he believed was a quote-unquote attachment until well after I moved in. One night during our first real argument, something strange happened. We were sitting in the living room, my voice maybe a little bit louder than usual, when suddenly from the kitchen a heavy wooden chair toppled over with a thud. No breeze, no one near it, sent a cold rush going through me. My boyfriend didn't look shocked, and instead he sighed and said, "Yeah, it does that sometimes." I froze and said, "It?" He explained almost casually that sometimes things fell or would move when emotions were tense, sometimes for no reason at all. That night's fight had actually started over something kind of stupid. Me and my best friend had gone to a thrift shop earlier that day. We bought an old Ouija board, thought it would be funny. He didn't find it funny. I remember rolling my eyes and saying, "It's just a board, it's not real." I couldn't have been more wrong. We ended up getting rid of the board that same night after he finally told me about his history. His first encounter. When he was about 12, his family dog passed away. He was a quiet kid, the kind who spent hours in the woods behind his house digging and building forts. And one day, while wandering around, he found a warped, dirt-stained Ouija board lying face down near a hollow tree. No planchette, no box, just the board. Desperate and grieving, he tried to talk to his dog. He never told me exactly what came through, but he said he got a response, and this part made my stomach twist around. He didn't say goodbye. And from then on, things in his childhood home turned dark. Doors would open, footsteps creaked when he was alone, and once he swore something shoved him down the back stairs. Moved out before high school, but he always felt like something had followed him. The apartment. By the time I moved into his apartment, he'd already lived there for almost 2 years. Before me, his best friend had been his roommate. Things had been, well, weird there, too. I mean, chairs would overturn, cheap mirrors falling off walls, shadowy figures in reflection at 3 a.m. And his friend swore he'd seen someone pacing in the living room when no one was home. When that friend moved out, another took the room. Same mirror, same figures, no explanations. When I moved in, the activity had nearly stopped, and for months nothing more than the occasional soft creak or unexplained whisper in the kitchen. It felt dormant until that night. The move. We decided to leave the apartment anyway. It was falling apart, and the cheap rent wasn't worth the mold growing under the washing machine. We packed up and started staying at my parents' mother-in-law suite until we could move into our new place. And I had lived in that suite before after my parents' house fire in 2023. The space was cozy, detached, and familiar. The lights had dimmers. I used to leave on low at night. I'd never experienced anything strange there, not once. And that changed the second night. We were having dinner with my mom when a glass vase. A heavy one filled with pebbles, too, slid across the table a couple of inches toward me. Thought maybe I imagined it until I saw my boyfriend's face, completely serious. And after dinner he told me something else. The night before, while I slept, the lights in the suite had brightened and dimmed on their own, not flickered or shifted like somebody had their hand on the switch. As we spoke, the lights above us dimmed, Just a little, enough to make my stomach knot. The lights. Now it's Sunday night, or technically early Monday morning. 2:14 a.m. 2 hours ago after my shower, I sat on the couch wrapped in a towel. I was watching the lights pulse again, soft, then bright, then soft. I tried to joke. Maybe it's just faulty wiring. And right on cue, the lights flared to their brightest, making my skin prickle. My boyfriend, half asleep, muttered, "Maybe it didn't like your tone." When it went completely dark, I could feel my heartbeat in my fingertips. My chest was tight. I don't know what this thing is or how long it's been with him, but for the first time, it feels like it's not just following him anymore. It's paying attention to me. Whispers in the dim light. A story retold, but the fear stays the same. The shadow behind aisle 27. So I started working at the company when I was just 16. I left last week since I've got a new job starting soon. I'll be turning 24 by the end of this month. That means I spent nearly 8 years there, long enough that now I'm out, I might as well share this. When I first joined, everybody used to joke about the place being haunted. They tell stories about boxes sliding off racks, equipment vanishing in the warehouse, voices echoing at night, and that creepy feeling like something was right behind you. I thought it was all nonsense, to be honest, and in the first few years, the only weird things I noticed were flickering lights and the occasional bottle toppling off a shelf. I brushed it off as bad wiring or air pressure changes. Everything shifted in early 2020, right at the start of the pandemic. An older gentleman came into the store and strolled down aisle 2. That's where we kept alcohol and soft drinks. They suddenly collapsed. He'd had a heart attack, and the deputy manager at the time, Josh, rushed over to do CPR. We blocked off the aisle with sheets so customers wouldn't see. But when the paramedics arrived, they told us the man had already gone, and he'd likely died instantly. The store was evacuated, and management decided to close for a few days. The manager went in alone the following Friday to clean up. When we returned Monday, the entire aisle was soaked. Every bottle on that aisle had mysteriously burst overnight. The CCTV footage showed nothing. One minute everything was normal. The next, every bottle shattered at once. And right on the aisle where somebody had just passed away. Paranormal stuff went quiet after that. And Josh, by the way, never came back to work, and I don't blame him. Then came 2021. The store underwent massive refurbishment. We expanded into the unit next door and doubled in size. The old entrance on the left was sealed, and a new one opened on the right, and, well, the aisles flipped entirely. What used to be aisle number 1 was now 28 aisles away. And guess where aisle 27 landed? Exactly where the man died. Management turned it into the toy aisle. Yeah, the toy aisle. I didn't get a say in it, but still, probably not the smartest idea. And that's when things picked up again. Toys would fall off the shelves for no reason. Random noises would play, even when the shelves were empty. And sometimes toys would go missing and show up somewhere else hours later. Sharon, who managed that section, once screamed because she felt somebody breathing down her neck. Later, she found deep red marks on her shoulder. It's like somebody had grabbed her hard and she'd been completely alone at the time. The worst moment for me came a few months ago, around 11 p.m. The store had been closed for an hour. I was finishing up in the warehouse alone. It's always freezing in there because it's all concrete, but that night the air felt different. I felt cold breaths on the back of my neck, and then came the tapping, slow rhythmic taps on the shuttered door from the outside. No one could have been there. It's an isolated industrial estate. I checked the security cameras and there was nothing. I told myself I was overthinking and went back to unloading pallets with my headphones on. What I didn't notice was the shutter slowly rising behind me until a gust of cold air hit me. I spun around and the door was wide open. The only way to open it was with a key that also disables the alarm, and that key was in my pocket. I ran to check outside. No one. Locked it up again and checked the footage, and that's when I froze. The camera above the loading bay, it clearly showed me stepping outside to look around. My shadow stretching behind me. There was another figure, a dark human-shaped shadow standing directly in front of me. It vanished the moment that, this shutter came down. I didn't finish my night shift that night. Locked up early, posted the footage in the staff group chat, and went home shaking. No one could explain it. Nobody even tried to. I left the job now, but don't have the footage anymore. I've asked a friend to send it, and if I get it, I'll post it in the comments. Even after all this time, the thought of that shadow makes my skin crawl. The girl at the landing. My wife has always thought it was kind of an odd thing how much I enjoy watching supernatural horror movies. She often says, "You wouldn't be laughing at them if you'd seen what I've seen." And I used to joke about her sixth sense all the time, until something happened that changed everything. It was a quiet Sunday evening at my aunt's house. We were downstairs watching TV, just the three of us. That's when my wife went upstairs to grab her water bottle from the guest room. She was only gone for maybe a minute, but when she came back down, I could tell immediately something was off. Her face was pale, her hands were trembling slightly, and she was breathing like she'd just run a marathon. She tried to act normal, but I know her too well. She didn't say a word about it until later that night when we were alone. She told me she had paused at the top of the stairs because she saw into the old sewing room. Standing just inside the doorway was a little boy, maybe 6, maybe 7. They were dressed in an old-fashioned school uniform. She said the strangest thing wasn't how real he looked, but the expression on his face, utter surprise, like he hadn't expected her to see him. They stared at each other for what she swore was at least 10 seconds before she bolted down the stairs. She didn't mention it to my aunt or my younger cousin, who were still downstairs, because she didn't want to scare anyone who actually lived there. The next morning, I gently convinced her to tell my aunt. She didn't want to. She hates feeling like she's making things up. But she did eventually do it. As my wife described the boy, my aunt's face froze and her hand went over her mouth. Then she just started sobbing. And after a long pause, she whispered, "That sounds exactly like Leo." Leo was her little brother. He had died when he was 7 years old and falling from the wooden bridge behind their house. No pictures left of him. Most were lost in a house fire decades ago, And this was the first time my wife had ever heard the story. The old tragedy. My aunt told us how back in the 1960s, Leo had been playing near the river with the neighbor kids. One boy, a cousin of theirs, had gotten into a fight with him over a toy boat. When the other kids returned home later, and Leo didn't, a search party found his body caught in the reeds under the bridge where they'd been playing. My aunt had also believed that the cousin had something to do with it, though nothing was ever proven. She carried that guilt her whole life, convinced she could have protected him if she had been sick in the bed that day, or hadn't been. The nightmares. Here's the part that still makes my chest tight when I think about it. When I was a kid up until around age 9, I used to wake up in the middle of the night unable to move at all, really. It felt like invisible hands were pressing down on my throat. I couldn't scream, I couldn't breathe, I couldn't even blink. It would last maybe 20 seconds, then disappear. It never happened when someone else was in the room, only when I was alone. I told my wife about this one night, not really connecting it to anything. She looked at me and said softly, "What if that was him? What if he was trying to tell you?" She thinks Leo might have been held underwater by the boy he fought with. I had never even considered that possibility before, but something about the way everything connected and the look on her face and my aunt's tears and the memory of that feeling shook me to my core. I don't know if it was really him. Maybe it's all just coincidence. But after that night, I stopped laughing at people who, say that they've seen things. Some things you can't explain. You're darn tootin'. Whispers down the hallway. During the final 2 years I spent living in the house where I grew up, something odd started to surface. A newer friend of mine once told me that she didn't like walking on the side of the house where my parents' room was. I laughed at first, thinking it was nothing. Curiosity got the better of me. I asked a few of my old friends, the one who'd been over countless times. And to my surprise, they all said the same thing. That side of the house gave them all the creeps, so... To get this going, we would always come in through the back door near my parents' bedroom and the laundry room. I'd walked through there so many times I stopped noticing how unsettling it really felt. But when they said it out loud, some memories started trickling back to me. When I was a kid, we'd sometimes hear the door to the laundry area slide open and shut, even though nobody was leaving or coming home. It eventually stopped happening, but the strangest thing was these figures. My brother and I used to catch glimpses of something tall, dark shapes gliding from my parents' hallway toward her bedrooms. They'd always flicker at the edge of her sight, and every time I turned around, nothing was ever there. When my friend mentioned those bad vibes, it felt like whatever was lingering there noticed. Little things began happening more often. One night, I'm home alone making popcorn with this old plastic machine. I turned around to grab some salt, and bang! The lid launched off the machine like somebody had smacked it, and I froze. Then I laughed nervously, and because humor is how I deal with fear, I decided to name the ghost Kathy. A few weeks later, my brother and I are watching a movie in the family room. All the lights in the house were off except for the oven clock glow, and I felt a shift in the air like somebody had walked into the kitchen. Figured it was Mom getting water. When I looked up, something was standing in front of the microwave light. I blinked, and just like that, the shape melted into the dark. The last encounter is the one that still makes me uneasy. Getting ready to head out for a birthday party, and Rusty, my beagle, may he rest in peace. Indeed. He was wagging his tail for me for a second and stiffened the next, and his ears shot up and fur raised along his back. A low guttural growl came from his chest. He was staring into my brother's empty room. I didn't see a thing, but the air felt heavy and like the room was holding its breath. My hand shook as I grabbed my keys. I called Rusty to me and got out of there fast. Just was tight the entire drive. Looking back, nothing ever really hurt us. But the unease was real, and my parents are deeply religious. House carried a lot of tension back then. Space was always cluttered, whether it was a ghost or just energy of everything we'd been through. The side of that house never felt still. What do you think? Coincidence or something else? Coinky-dink. The Whisper at the Closet Wall. I moved into my current house in 2016, fully aware that something strange had once happened here. My friend and neighbor, Chuck, he rented this place more than 20 years ago. He told me back then the house was haunted, not by a friendly spirit, mind you. Chuck isn't the kind of man who jokes about this stuff. He runs a successful electrical company, never drinks, never exaggerates. So when he told me pictures had slid off walls or doors slammed by themselves and footsteps echoed in empty rooms, I believed him. According to him, the activity got so bad they eventually called in someone. Not just a priest, but a whole team to cleanse the place. Chuck didn't stay long enough to see how it ended. He packed up and moved out before they finished. When I moved in, the house was feeling heavy, like the air was holding its breath. The far wall of my bedroom closet gave me the worst feeling, especially the left corner, as if the temperature there dropped a few degrees. I tried cleansing the house with sage or walking from room to room, whispering for the spirit to leave, but nothing would change. Months later, my son and his family came to visit. And one evening, as he wandered through the sunroom playing his guitar, he stopped mid-song and glanced toward the closet wall that backs up to my bedroom. He pointed and said almost absent-mindedly, "Somebody died right there." I froze and I said, "What do you mean?" I had never told him anything about the haunting. He strummed another chord and said, "Somebody hanged themselves in that corner." Hairs on my arms rose, and for a long time after that, the ghost was quiet, except for the dogs. They'd stand growling at the closet at random hours, and the metal clothing rod fell down 3 times without reason. We ended up suspending it from the ceiling with chains, and ironically, right at the spot where the man supposedly had died. 2 years ago, something else happened. Plugged my phone into a charger like always, turned away, and then a loud crack split the silence. My phone was on the floor 3 feet away from me, cord whipped in the opposite direction, and the charging block was dangling. No smoke, no short circuit, and the TV plugged into the same outlet was still on. Felt like somebody had hit the wall with a sledgehammer. And after that night, the strange energy seemed to fade, or at least it lay low. Then 2 weeks ago, while I was making dinner, the metal strainer hanging on the pegboard above the stove started swinging. Slow and deliberate, like an invisible hand was pushing it. I turned, half laughing, and said, "All right, I know you're here." Then I went on cooking like nothing happened. And that night, lying in bed watching TV, loud music suddenly starts playing. Thought it was my husband on the computer in the living room, but no, it was the Alexa on my nightstand. Told it to stop, and it didn't, and the volume went up. And the song, As She Talks to Angels by the Black Crowes, wasn't just playing in the bedroom, it was blasting on every smart speaker in the house. Still proud I don't even know what an Alexa looks like. I may not be old, but I'm old-fashioned. My household ghost talked to my niece and daughter. I, a 25-year-old male, moved into a new house in November. I'm renting, so I have a 12-month lease. And honestly, I love the house, but there's definitely something paranormal here. It started with small things, like lights flickering and my bedroom light turning off when it wasn't even touched. I chalked it up to electrical problems. Then, about a month into us living here, my 27-year-old girlfriend started saying she felt like something was watching her, and the house was creepy when she was alone. Allegedly. Excuse me. A few weeks after that, we started randomly hearing footsteps on our ceiling, like someone was upstairs. We would also regularly hear a singular knock on her front door every now and then, as when nobody was there. And also that light that would turn off in our room started turning off whenever we were getting dressed. Our cat started meowing at the ceiling in the laundry room every day, which is between our living room and the garage, and it also shares a wall with our bedroom. In January, I'm home alone with my 2 kids, S, a 10-year-old male, and E, a 6-year-old female. Back this up. Your son is 10 years old and you are 25. Alrighty then. Moving on. We were on the couch, which is on the opposite wall of our TV, when the TV was off. My son was telling my daughter and I a joke when suddenly, in the middle of it, the TV remote moved on the TV stand. It knocked over a Harry Potter wand to the ground. Our cats were asleep on the couch with us. It was unexplainable and freaked me out. The worst event was in March, during spring break. I had my niece, R, a 6-year-old female, over spending the night. And her and my daughter E were in the garage, which we've converted to a playroom. They were playing games. I was on the couch inside the living room. My girlfriend was outside smoking. My son was at his grandma's house. Suddenly I heard my daughter yell, "Yeah?" I didn't respond because I didn't say anything to her, so I thought she was talking to R. Then my daughter and niece both ran into the room and asked what I needed because they heard somebody call to them. My niece said it sounded like my mom. From her perspective, you know. I told them I didn't say anything. Nobody said anything. And they both explained to me that they definitely heard someone say both of their names, and to tell them to come here. They said it sounded like a whisper, but they were convinced it was my sister's voice, R's mom. I immediately called my sister and explained this to her because I was shocked, and these 2 little girls were both so sure of what they heard and were so scared that they wouldn't go back into the garage, or even go to get their shoes and toys. This is not the first time these girls have talked to the paranormal, unfortunately. My sister and I moved very close to each other in 2021, and I moved into my house first. The girls were 2 at the time, and my daughter didn't speak for the first 3 years of her life. But I caught her on the baby monitor talking to her ceiling in babble talk almost nightly. My niece spoke perfect words, and when they moved into their house, I watched my niece at my house while they moved their things in. A few days later, my niece told my sister and I that the demon that lives in my house came with her home to her new house. She explained that he got into the car with her and came home with her. This whole thing freaks me out. I got sick from a town full of witches. Doctors found nothing. An old man in a hidden house cured me. My stepdad's side of the family is from a province I won't name for obvious reasons. People there are different. The place has a reputation. Locals say that there are Mankukulam living there. Folk witches, both good and bad. Everyone in the area is careful about how they act, and what they say and who they look at. Even my stepdad warned me, always be respectful and never let your guard down. Anyway, we went there for a short visit. One afternoon, I bought a sealed bag of chips and was walking and snacking when I felt somebody behind me blow air directly at the back of my neck. It wasn't just wind, it was like somebody exhaled on me. I turned around, no one was there, and just a few old houses and quiet streets. And I brushed it off. A few hours later, I started feeling really weird and dizzy and heavy. I lost my appetite completely, and my sense of taste disappeared. I couldn't enjoy food and couldn't sleep well. just felt drained. My chest was tight, but no fever. We went to a hospital the next day for blood tests and vitals, and everything came back as normal. Doctors told me I was fine, maybe just stressed or tired. But I knew something was wrong, and I felt off, and I wasn't the only one who thought so. My stepdad immediately took me to somebody he knew, an old man who lived in a hidden house far from the center of town. No signs, no lights, just a path locals apparently already knew. And this guy was quiet and calm. Didn't ask questions, just told me to sit. Placed his hands on my head and muttered something in a language I didn't recognize, then blew gently over the top of my hair. And he handed me a small shot of some kind, some bland-tasting oil, and told me to drink it. I don't even know what was in it, but I followed along. Nothing happened instantly, but about a day later I started feeling normal again. Appetite came back and taste returned, and the fog in my head lifted. Whatever that old man did, spelled prayer or placebo, well, I don't know, but it worked. I'm not saying I believe in kulam or spirits, but I can't explain what happened either. I just know that something invisible messed with me, and science didn't catch it. Be careful out there, especially if you're visiting places with deep-rooted traditions. Some things can't be explained, and sometimes the old ways still have power, whether you believe or not. I'd let that guy blow on my head. Just wouldn't be any hair. How is the baby? I've lived in the same small, rundown trailer park since birth, essentially. It was rampant with drugs and shady characters. The most popular drink and drug of choice at the time were heroin and beer. When I was 8, my mom married a man named Paul. Paul had been in a pretty bad car accident shortly before meeting my mom, and was prescribed oxycodone for the pain. He quickly got hooked, so soon after the authorities began cracking down on overprescriptions for opioids, and Paul was no longer able to legally get his fix. He turned to the streets, and at $30 a pill, he had to find something else. Eventually just graduated to injecting heroin. Is that cheaper? Anyway, Paul had a friend named Luke, whom he met when he first started using heroin. Luke was a seasoned drug user and a drunk. Luke and Paul got along well, and since I grew up in this trailer park, Luke had been around just as long as I had. He knew me when I was a child, and he knew me as a teen. I'd pass by Luke often, especially when I went to check the mail. He'd be walking the opposite way, heading to a neighbor's house, and would always say, "Hey, sweetie." Luke could be drunk as a skunk and barely able to walk from being high, so he'd always straighten himself up just enough to slur out a "Hey, sweetie" when he saw me. Luke was around when I had my first child, a daughter at 16. I was still in high school, and "Hey, sweetie" eventually turned into "How's the baby?" Every time I saw him, whether or not I had my daughter with me. About a year after having my daughter, I went to school, and when I came home from the bus stop, I saw tons of police near our trailer. I was still a few yards away, so I kept approaching, trying to see what was going on. There was caution tape around the house, and the back door was hanging open. And as a teenager, I brazenly started up the 3 steps that led into the trailer. But a deputy stopped me and told me I couldn't go inside. "What do you mean I can't go inside? I live here," I said. The deputy responded, "I can't let you in. It's a crime scene." When Paul appeared, much to my dismay, and by this time Paul was a full-blown addict who had broken my mom down mentally, emotionally, and financially. And if Paul was here, my mom was at work as a preschool teacher, and my daughter was at that same school, so what was going on? Paul explained that around 10 a.m., Luke had come over to hang out. Paul was sitting in the recliner strumming his guitar, while Luke stood in the kitchen. The kitchen had a countertop that separated the living room from the kitchen, so Luke was out of Paul's direct line of sight. Paul said that Luke came over extremely intoxicated with a beer in hand, and after a few moments, Luke fell down, and Paul assumed that he had just passed out drunk. Luke was lying there for 2 to 3 hours, and Paul continued strumming his guitar, even singing a song about Buddy Luke passing out and puking. It wasn't until Paul had to use the restroom that he noticed Luke wasn't just passed out, he was blue. Paul immediately called 911. They instructed him to perform CPR, which he did, and he described it as the single most foul thing he'd ever attempted to do. Luke had died and vomited, and every time Paul tried mouth-to-mouth, vomit would come out. And after a while, Paul couldn't continue and just waited for emergency personnel. The call to 911 was made at 1:12 p.m. By the time I got home around 3:45, the body had been removed, but the scene was still treated as suspicious. Because of that, nobody was allowed inside. Eventually, the police let Paul back in, but it wasn't until after 6:30 p.m. that my mom came home. She was very angry, and my daughter and I were just waiting to go inside. Paul said he'd go in and clean up whatever mess was left behind. According to him, there's a lot to clean up, and about an hour later, he said that we could come in. The kitchen floor was so sticky you could hear your feet stick to the linoleum when you walked across it. Heroin addicts aren't exactly the best maids, so we lived in that trailer for at least another year, but I never walked across that floor barefoot, nor did I let my child walk across it either. No matter how much we cleaned, it would always feel sticky. About 6 months after Luke passed away in our kitchen, I was standing outside, leaning on the bed of the truck and talking to a friend. The trailer I was standing outside of happened to be the one Luke had lived in for many years before moving to a different one, where he was living at the time of his death. My friend now lived in that same trailer. We were just hanging out and talking when I heard a very clear, very familiar voice. "How's the baby?" Fate of Paul. Paul later confessed to me that when Luke passed away, he had taken Luke's used syringe out of his sock and used it to inject himself later that night. After leaving the trailer, we lived in a small rented house for about a year before my mom left Paul. Paul went back to the trailer park, dragged the mattress him and my mom shared into the overgrown, now wooded area of a destroyed playground. It's a playground that belongs to the church next door. He had a large tent, and that's where he lived, and he lived for 6 months after my mom left him. He shot up in his tent and nodded out with a lit cigarette, like I'd seen him so many times. Usually it was just wind up burning his leg and he'd wake up, but this time it caught the mattress on fire. He asphyxiated due to an overdose of heroin laced with fentanyl, and burned, only being found 3 days later by a friend who couldn't see the top of his tent anymore, as he put it. He was identified by dental records. Yucky. My time in the Caribbean. So this happened when I was around 8 to 10 years old, visiting my grandma's house in Trinidad. And it was me, my grandma, a couple of uncles, and my sister all staying there. The house already had a reputation. Everybody always talked about seeing or hearing ghosts there. But I just brushed it off as family superstition. Caribbean people always talking about spirits and duppies? and I thought it was just old folks being dramatic. But anyway, one night I'm sleeping in the guest room while my sister's with my aunt, and I start hearing this soft crying voice like a young girl sobbing. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it was definitely a child's voice, and younger than anyone in the house. I was the youngest, so it made no sense. It freaked me out immediately. Now, the guest room was right across from the stairs, and to get to my grandma's room I had to run up the stairwell. So what do? I wrap myself up like a burrito in my blanket. I make a run for it. Not looking at anything, just my feet hitting the floor. I bust into my grandma's room, turn on the light, and slam the door, and she wakes up instantly, like she knew something was off. Before I could even say anything, we both hear the crying too. She just pulls me in and holds me, tells me it's okay and that she knows how to help her, the spirit. Caribbean grandmas are scary calm when it comes to this voodoo stuff, man. Then she gets up and I literally beg her not to leave, and I didn't care that the lights were on. I didn't want her to just be out there alone. But she closes the door behind her and goes anyway. I'm in bed, still wrapped in a blanket. Can't even look around the room. Every little creak makes me feel like I'm about to die. Then I hear her voice, my grandma. She says she's back and everything's okay, and I feel somebody sit on the edge of the bed. But there's no sound of the mattress creaking, which is a red flag. I ask her to put her hands on the mattress so I can see them before I come out, and she does. I slowly lift the blanket. I check everything in her hands and arms and nightgown. All normal, till I get to her neck. Her skin is pitch black, like unnatural shadow black, and I lose it. Blanket goes back over my head, and I'm silently sobbing, full on snot faucet mode. Eventually, the weight on the bed lifts, and now the mattress creaks. When my real grandma finally comes back, I hear the door open this time, green flag. She says, "Mama, I'm back." I still don't trust it fully, so I ask her to put her hands down too. She sits next to me, springs creak again, which is a green flag, and number 2, and pulls me in for a hug through the blanket, and I can feel it's really her. I rip the blanket off. She calms me down and tells me that she helped the little girl find the light. I tell her about the fake version of her that came back while she was gone, and she hugs me tighter. She tells me to feel her chest. Her soft skin and steady heartbeat honestly grounded me again. Then she picks me up, and Caribbean grandmas are strong. Tells me she needs to get some things from downstairs, and this time she's bringing me with her. I'm terrified, but I hold on to her tight, and her heartbeat keeps me calm. And here's the creepy part. She doesn't turn on a single light going down the stairs or back up. Could have, just didn't. And her heartbeat stayed completely steady, like she wasn't scared at all. And back in her room, she sits me down and starts placing all these spiritual items around. Like stone statues and paper with writing and cups with sand or something. I keep begging her to close the door because I can't stop looking at the pitch black hallway, but she tells me, "Doors don't keep spirits out, your mind does," and says she'll be making sure nothing gets in. She tucks me in and turns off the lights. I panicked, but she kept her hand on my head, covering my eyes gently like she always does when she sings me to sleep. I eventually pass out. Next morning I wake up to sunlight and voices in the house, and my uncles are talking low in the kitchen. I go out, and my grandma's just sitting at the table like always. I've been too scared to ask her what really happened that night. We don't talk about ghosts, unless she brings it up. But yeah, that's my Caribbean ghost story. The Oz Effect Experience. That silence feeling, being watched. Yeah, I'd recommend you listen to it. Last summer I had this feeling, in the middle of the woods in a spot in the Caribou goldfields. Caribou, maybe. Where a triple murder and robbery took place in the 1860s. I was on the Old North Trail in an area called Murderer's Gulch, on a secondary road into an abandoned mine. This place is deep in grizzly bear country, in thick forest. It was a hot, sunny summer day. No people live within miles of this place. One can Google for the story of the murders and robbery. My girlfriend and I wanted to check the area out after hearing the story. The main roads washed out, so we took the Old North Trail. That's where the robbery took place over a century ago, which is now an old deactivated logging road down to the opposite side of the main road past the washout. That leads into the abandoned mine. The main road had been totally washed out at Murderer's Creek several years earlier. The secondary road we took was not great, which had small washouts and was very overgrown. We spent 2 days clearing and fixing the road, and on the second day, we decided to walk the rest of the road, to get a sense of whether it was worth continuing trying to fix said road to get down to the abandoned mine in my truck. But anyway, before we went down on foot, my girlfriend wandered down the road a bit and came running back as I was digging away past a small washout in the road. She asked me if I heard that sound, in quotes. Well, I had not heard anything as I was shoveling, just filling the small washout to a point to get my truck further down said road. We walked down to the abandoned mine to see how much work was ahead of us. I had my .45-70 lever-action guide gun with me, since we were in bear country. It was a steep grade with a cliff down to the mine site, hundreds of feet below and thick forest on the other side of the road. Basically, it's a bottleneck the whole way down for about 1.5 miles. We got down and looked around the abandoned mine for about an hour, before heading back up the steep road to my truck, and on the way back I had an off vibe. I stopped before the V onto the bypass road that we came down. I felt something was off, like we were being watched. A big danger feeling where my hair stood up. My girlfriend asked if everything was okay, and I said, yeah, not wanting to freak her out. But I stood still listening, and I could tell she felt it too. And that's when I noticed it was silent. No sounds, no birds chirping, just silence. Then a squirrel lost its shit, chirping the danger sounds that they do. Then we heard 3 very loud knocks up the road back to the truck coming from the woods. Loud and spaced about a second apart between each knock. It was like somebody smashing a big rock on a tree not far behind the tree line. This being up the way that we had to go to get back to my truck. We kept walking toward it. There was no choice if we were to get out of there. It was hot and steep, and there was no way we could run due to the grade of the hill. Then we heard something. It was following us off to the left in the forest. Then 5 loud knocks 200 meters up the road from the last knocks. We were in the bottleneck, steep cliff to the mine on the right, close knocks to the forest on the left. I looked at my girlfriend and said, we have to get the fuck out of here. We pushed up the steep road, me keeping an eye on the forest, ready to shoot whatever it was that was following us. It was the scariest walk of my life, but we got to the truck and got out of there. The sound my girlfriend heard prior to heading down turned out to be the same knocking sound we heard in the walk back up. My ghost story. I still get chills thinking about what happened during my senior year of high school. It all started with this rumor about our school theater being haunted. I know. Haunted theater, tale as old as time. But I swear, this is at least my experience. When I was going through the theater program, older students used to talk about a ghost circle. A circle drawn in chalk on the backstage wall. They said it was there to bind a ghost, and everyone was warned never to break it. No one ever explained exactly what would happen if you did, but even the skeptics wouldn't mess with it. The summer before my senior year, the school started remodeling the theater. They repainted the entire place, including the wall with the ghost circle. Painted right over it, as if it never existed. And that's when the strange things began. Almost immediately, weird stuff started happening. The janitor, usually very professional, suddenly refused to clean the theater at night, wouldn't go near the prop closet anymore. She seemed genuinely spooked, and the prop closet would make banging noises like pipes clanging. But the moment somebody opened the door, the noises stopped. Props would disappear or turn up in odd places, and there was often a shadowy figure on stage, which we tried to blame on the lighting. Never felt right. I got really curious after everything creepy started and did some research about the ghost story. Found out that a former student, deeply involved in the theater program, had died in a car accident years earlier, right before a show. And out of respect, I won't share more details about him, but knowing this added a whole new layer to the weirdness. The culmination of weirdness was during the senior show I was directing that December. Tech kept glitching and lights malfunctioned and sound cues failed. Things that worked perfectly for weeks in rehearsal started suddenly breaking. On closing night, the house lights refused to work, so I gathered up the cast and crew and we respectfully asked the ghost to stop interfering. The moment we did, the lights flicked on instantly and I said, "Thank you," out loud, thinking it was polite. But looking back, that's probably when the ghost attached to me. After the show, my stage manager gave me a bouquet of flowers. I took them home, put them in a vase or a vase, whichever wording you guys fancy. I'm going with vase today. They put them in a vase on the kitchen table. I spent the rest of my night sat at the table talking with my aunt who was visiting, and after literal hours of chatting, 3 of the flowers suddenly slumped over at the same time. They didn't just bend, they looked like their stems had been cleanly cut, revealing the inside of the stems. I couldn't explain why or how it happened after they'd stood perfectly all evening. I didn't tell my aunt about the ghost then, even though it felt exactly like something we'd expect from the theater spirit. Weird things started happening at home. I slept in the finished basement, where my bed was in the corner, and the doorways only had curtains instead of doors. Sometimes I'd wake up to see the curtains swaying and thought it was just drafts. Then one night I felt my bed dip behind me as if somebody sat down. When I turned around, no one was there. Later, my aunt stayed over again in another part of the basement. And one morning, she told me she thought the dog had jumped in bed with her. She felt something run up her body, but when she opened her eyes, the dog was, well, no dog was there. The dog had been locked upstairs all night. That's when I finally told her everything about the ghost. She suggested calmly communicating with him and asking him to leave me alone while I was sleeping. We kept it between us and didn't tell the rest of my family yet. Months later, one of my sisters had a friend sleep over. She and my sister shared a bed while my other sister slept on the ground next to them. The next morning, the friend said that the sister, who was supposed to be sleeping on the floor next to the bed, held her hand all night. She gushed about how sweet it was. But the sister denied this, saying she went back to her own bed early, didn't hold anyone's hand. The friend was so freaked out she never stayed over again. And eventually I told my family about the ghost following me home, and they shared their own experiences. One sister heard a loud bang one night and found a bag had fallen off a shelf for no reason. Another kept hearing noises from her closet that stopped whenever she opened it. But luckily, nothing was ever out of place. That was just the beginning. There were more strange incidents over the next couple of years, like noises and movements. Little things that still make me shiver. But then, almost as suddenly as it began, it all stopped, and it's been years now. I have no idea why the ghost left or what made him move on, and my family and I almost joke about him now. Like he was just some weird, invisible member of the household. Since then, nothing unusual has happened, and life's gone back to normal. There were a few other incidents that came to mind for me writing this post, but I'll have to ask my family to remember the majority of them. It's not the scariest by any means, but I swear to everybody I know, we had a ghost for at least a few years. Strange activity in my home. Hi. I think my house has at least one ghost. It's very hard to tell though, because we are a family of ADHDers and have a bunch of pets. I'm writing this on my phone, so please forgive the formatting. For some background, I grew up in this house. My parents bought it from a family who bought it new in 1976. Only lived here for about 4 years. My parents rented it out to one family for about 4 years in the 90s before I bought it from them and moved my new little family back in. The neighborhood is built on an old limestone quarry. I've lived here for most of my life, except for a few years in my teens. As a child, I always felt watched, and I'd sit in my window at night and felt something in the backyard in the dark just watching. It wasn't scary, just present. There's also a central part of the house, between the hall and the garage and laundry room, that feels spooky. My sister corroborated the spooky feeling one time when she was visiting and told me about a time when she was doing laundry. She was overcome with the feeling of get out. In my previous marriage, we had a lot of my then-husband's family living here. At one time, there were 7 children under the age of 12. All of them were afraid of this area. Multiple adults have pointed out that it feels eerie there as well. Over the last couple of years, I've noticed more activity in the house. The notable things are, 1, phantom cat jumping onto the bed. I was working overnights at the time and would spend my off nights in a sleeping house. One night, I'm laying in bed with my now husband who was sleeping. I was browsing the internet when I felt a cat jump on the bed and walk between my husband and me, then laid down. We put the pets up at night and keep them out of the room while we sleep. I thought maybe we missed putting one of them, so I shone my flashlight over to where I thought it was. Nothing was there. I felt around and still nothing. I hopped up and did a head count of pets, and everyone was accounted for. 2. Loud crashing of shelves to the ground with nothing out of place. For a couple of months, randomly, a loud crashing noise was coming from the office. And we have a bunch of shelves on the walls, and those shelves are full of crap. Collectibles and Legos and pictures and trinkets, so you get the point. So hearing one of those shelves come crashing down and stuff breaking and flying across our tile floor was alarming. But when we'd go to check on it, nothing would be out of place, and this happened at least 5 times. I was not the only one to hear it, and I wasn't the only one to go check. I have a video from my security camera of the noise, and the camera was pointed at the puppy crate. 3. A hanging plant was torn from its place. I had some small succulents hanging in my window in the kitchen. One was a little guy in a swing hanging from twine. The twine was fairly substantial and was in good condition that day when I checked the moisture level of the soil. I wish I had taken a picture of the twine after this happened, but I wasn't thinking of documenting anything yet. But as I was saying, in the early hours of the morning, the twine was pulled apart at all 3 supporting points, and my plant went tumbling. The most striking thing about this is that my dogs didn't bark, and if I set something down too hard on my nightstand in the night, my dogs will go off. But nothing here. It's like they were watching and the noise was expected. I have a recording of the noise and the silence that follows, and I checked the video to see if there's a cat to blame, but none of them seemed to be over there when it happened. 4. Sunglasses go missing, and they're later found in a reusable baggie in the sink. And this is a weird one that I can't figure out. I was alone at home and getting ready to leave for an appointment. I have to have my sunglasses to dry because daylight hurts my eyes, and as I was leaving, I opened my purse and checked for and saw my glasses and put my phone in my purse. Then I decided I should use the bathroom before I left. I set my purse down and went to the bathroom. Then I grabbed my purse and went to the door while digging for my glasses. Not in there. Stumped, I retraced my steps and I couldn't find them. I searched for a few minutes but had to go, and when I got home again, I searched again and found nothing. And like I said, I have ADHD, so I'll often lose something I'm holding, but can usually find it. I keep looking and getting rather frustrated. I eventually pull my husband in to help look. Nothing. I give up for the evening and I go do the dishes, and in the sink inside of a reusable sandwich bag are my glasses. And this weirds me out enough to review my security camera footage because did I put them in there? No, I saw on the tape where I put the bag in the sink the night before. I saw me searching for the glasses, and then when my husband and I were talking about where they could be, I saw the bag open by itself. Like the ghost was trying to help or something. Well, I don't know. It seems so strange. These are the most recent and, well, most my attention-grabbing of incidents. There's always something weird happening, but 99% of the time I can attribute it immediately to my ADHD or pad. Star falling into my room. Please help me understand. When I was a little girl, maybe 7 or 8, I had this thing happen to me that I think about all the time now. I completely forgot it for years, like really forgot. Till recently, it just came out of me while I was talking, and now I can't stop talking about it. It was real, and I know it happened. I was in bed with a tooth underneath my pillow, waiting for the tooth fairy. I always sleep in my stomach, but this time I'd flipped onto my back because I was waiting for my dad to come and tuck me in. I remember being really excited. I was not sleepy. I was wide awake watching the sliver of sky I could see from my window. Just a little strip between the storm blinds and the neighbor's house. Not a big view, just enough to see a single star. I was staring at that star, and then it started to fall. It began small, like it was way up in the sky, but it got bigger as it came closer, like a glowing orb. Not perfectly round, more like a pulsing, glowing, spiky or round shape that stretched larger as it got closer. And as it got bigger and came toward me, I heard this buzzing sound. Not loud, but definitely there, like a hum. Like something electrical but soft and, well, very soft. The sound's not the important thing here. The sound was like almost to cover the sound of anything else in my reality as the light was getting closer. I was completely frozen. I couldn't move, not even blink. But I wasn't scared, I was just stuck, watching this happen. The star got bigger and bigger until it was huge, and it came through my window. It didn't break anything, it just entered, like it phased into the room. The light completely took over my vision, and I couldn't see my bed, the walls, or anything. Just pure white light. Total whiteout. It's like it entered me. Then suddenly I gasped and I sat up like my whole body jolted upright. And time had passed because the dollar was under my pillow, and the tooth was gone. My dad wasn't in the bathroom anymore like he had been when I first lay down. I'd seen the light under the door and heard him washing his hands, but now it was quiet and it was done, and I'd missed it. But to me, it felt like no time had passed at all, like the whole thing was maybe an instant. I grabbed the dollar and I ran to wake up my dad, telling him I saw the tooth fairy, because that's what I thought it was at the time. That was how my little kid brain tried to make sense of it, but he said, okay, and brushed it off. But I know I wasn't asleep. I was awake and excited and watching. This wasn't a dream, it really happened. The only other time I've seen something shaped like that, this featureless glowing being or presence, was when I was 16. I had this dream where I floated into a different place. It was like sky above the sky below. I was just drifting inside of it, very surreal and dualistic. There was this massive wall of light, and from inside it something started walking toward me. It didn't have a face or arms or features, but I knew it was a being, and it just pushed me back and said, not yet. And that was all. Then I was suddenly back in my body again. The shape of that thing, the way it moved forward and how I just couldn't resist it. That's exactly what this light star thing felt like as I entered my room. Not threatening, just undeniable, like it was coming no matter what. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it happened to me. Didn't even remember it happened until very recently. I guess I tucked it away. Told maybe 1 or 2 people, but it came back online about a year ago, and I'm so curious to understand what it meant for me as I'm learning to understand myself. So I just want to know, has anybody ever had something like this happen to them? A star falling from the sky, getting bigger and entering your room, filling it with light and then just being gone. No vision, no message, just that. Not astral projection, not sleep paralysis. I'm talking about a star falling into your room at night. Only the sticky green ones on the ceiling, for me. The Boy by the Door. I grew up in a quiet suburban neighborhood just a few blocks away from an old train line that everybody said was built over what used to be a forgotten graveyard. Rumor had it the workers never moved the graves, just built the tracks on top of them. Some people whispered about restless souls wandering the streets at night. And at the end of our cul-de-sac lived an older couple who loved telling stories. One summer evening, they came over to talk with my parents. I overheard them describing something that happened a few nights before. Their 2 German shepherds had started barking uncontrollably. They were facing their tall wooden side gate, as if something or someone was on the other side of it. When they stepped outside with the flashlight, they saw a large shadow standing perfectly still between the gate and their shed. The closer they got, the stranger it became. It wasn't just a shadow. It was a man dressed in dark clothing. No head at all, though. He didn't move, not a sound came from him. The couple grabbed their dogs and ran back inside, locking the doors behind them. My parents talked about it for days. And even as a kid, I didn't fully believe in ghosts. I must have been about 6 years old then. Memories from that age usually blur together, but that particular night is carved into my mind like it happened yesterday. And our house was a single-story place with a long hallway running from the living room straight to the garage. My sister's room and mine were at the very end, across from each other. We always kept our doors open because we were too young to sleep in the dark. I was lying on my side in my little white metal bed, staring at the doorway as I tried to sleep. That's when I saw something crawl around the corner. It was a small, pale boy with grayish skin and hair stringy and completely naked. He was on his hands and knees, moving far too fast to be human. He scurried into my room without a sound, straight toward my bed, and then vanished right beside it. I froze, and my heart was pounding so loud it felt like the only sound in the room. And just when I thought I'd imagined it, his head popped up over the edge of the mattress. His eyes met mine, cold and empty, lifted his hands and shoved my stomach with surprising force. I gasped and curled up, unable to scream, and he dropped out of sight. When I finally forced myself to peek over the side, he was gone. Not a sound, not a shadow, nothing. And as the years passed, I would sometimes remember that night in fragments, but the image of that boy has always remained clear. Never appeared to me again. Never slept with my door open again after that, though. Hopefully, see you tomorrow. Sweet dreams.